And Tam, or pardon me, Janine, when you get a chance, can you elevate Vice Chair Diadamo to co-host?
Ms. Townsend, Mr. Loffer, are we ready to begin?
Looks like we are prepared to go, Chair Esquivel. My clock shows we're about a minute away, so we may want to wait just a moment, but technically we've got a quorum and we have everything functioning from a technical perspective.
Great, we'll give it, and now it is 9 according to my clock. So good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I am Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, June 1st, and it is 9 o'clock. And I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'd like to begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. With me today are Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Tam Dodak, Board Member Sean McGuire, and later in the board meeting, Board Member Laurel Firestone will be joining us. She will just be a bit late here this morning. As you can see, this meeting is being webcast and recorded, so please do state your name clearly when you are called on. As you can see, we do not have a physical meeting room in order to comply with COVID restrictions and as authorized in the governor's executive orders. And so you're either viewing us through our customary webcast, which is on YouTube or the Cal EPA website, or if you are intending to comment on any one of our items today, you should be here on the Zoom meeting platform with us. If you are not currently on the platform and you do intend on commenting on one of the items today, there are instructions at the top of today's agenda on how to get a password. And then otherwise, you can email comment letters at waterboards.ca.gov in order to receive assistance in getting a password and also filling out our public speaker card. Once you are here on the platform, you will be muted, your cameras will be turned off until it is your time to provide comment. And with that, and please do again speak clearly into the microphone and or phone when it is your turn to be called up. And with that, we'll start today's meeting with a presentation of Superior Accomplishment Awards. And I'd like to call up Karen Mogus to present them. Good morning, Karen.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Yeah, I'm Karen Mogus. I'm Deputy Director of the Division of Water Quality at the State Water Resources Board. And I am so pleased to yet again be presenting Superior Accomplishment Awards to actually 5 staff, 4 of which are in DWQ and 1 in OCC this morning. I'll just get started and try not to take up too much of your time. Starting with our underground storage tank leak prevention unit, I have a staff person, Tom Henderson, who is an engineering geologist in the program, and a recognized subject matter expert in all things underground storage tanks, both technically and in regulation implementation. And Tom led a Herculean effort to adopt 3 sets of regulations in 3 years. I don't even comprehend that. I got 1 set of regulations done in 17 years. So it's a huge effort. Tom and his team spent countless hours reaching out to the regulated community, local and state regulators, the CUPA programs, and other stakeholders. His technical and regulatory support improved understanding of and compliance with the underground storage tank program requirements. And due to his expertise, stakeholders and colleagues alike seek his assistance with best practices for design, operation, and compliance with regulatory requirements. And so Tom's efforts have been a huge asset to DWQ, and really pleased to be presenting this award today. I'm going to wait till the end to do the clapping because we do have 5 people we're presenting to. Julie Osborne, also with the underground storage tank team, is an attorney for the Office of Chief Counsel and has for many years provided legal support to the underground storage tank unit and worked hand in hand with the technical team to develop and adopt updated regulations for the UST program. She ensured that these regulatory packages met all legal requirements, drafted regulatory language and corresponding documents, and facilitated discussions with Office of Administrative Law to ensure successful implementation of the regulations. Without Julie's tireless efforts, these 3 regulatory packages in 3 years would not have been possible. And if you've ever met Julie, she is just the kindest, most soft-spoken yet professional and strong character. So just really a joy to be able to present this award to her as well today. Moving on to our water quality and water quality certification and wetlands unit, I have two staff people in that unit I'd like to recognize today. First is Catherine Woody. She's an environmental scientist in the program. And just for context, this program issues about 1,000 permits per year between the state and regional boards. That's a huge amount of effort. And Catherine has contributed to significant advances in the program's data quality, data management, and performance reporting in close coordination with the regional boards through our roundtable. A recent state audit required an overhaul of the program's data entry procedures and quality assurance and quality control program. And Catherine's efforts resulted in improved data entry procedures, data quality, and the ability to track performance across the program. She also provides training to state and regional board staff on data entry, fees, and program practices to ensure consistency across all of the state and regional board program implementation activities, and has made significant contributions to the program that have increased efficiency and consistency across the state. Catherine has been an excellent asset to this program. Similarly, Jean Bandura is an environmental scientist in the Water Quality Certification and Wetlands program, and she recently led the Water Board's 2020 certification of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers nationwide permits. Those permits streamline the permitting of the lion's share of the dredge and fill projects across the state. Most of them are relatively small projects and can be permitted under these nationwide permits, but we have to go through the process of certifying that they are in compliance with the state's water quality objectives. Jean demonstrated strong leadership, organizational and research skills, as well as flexibility while dealing with changing federal regulations and changing interpretations of federal regulations and a strict federal deadline that was more aggressive than ever before. Her efforts in completing this certification, as well as her significant contributions to the program's data management and performance measure tracking, have been invaluable. And finally, moving on to our groundwater ambient monitoring and assessment, or GAMA unit, Dory Bellin is an engineering geologist in that unit, and she has been instrumental in developing a variety of GIS tools to support analysis of groundwater data housed in our GeoTracker GAMA data system. Her expertise is recognized not only in DWQ, but across the GIS user community. And recently, she provided support to our NPDES permitting section to develop a mapping tool for stakeholders to use to determine where requirements for suction dredge mining activities would apply across the state. She worked with the permitting staff to define criteria needed to develop the map layers and designed an easy-to-use, high-quality, informative tool in a very short amount of time. She trained staff and stakeholders on how to use the tool and presented it to you all in briefings earlier this year. Dory's enthusiasm and willingness to share her expertise is an asset to DWQ and an example for all staff at the water boards. So please join me in congratulating all 5 of these staff on the huge efforts that they have contributed to the water boards. And particularly in this time, I mean, I think I can safely say that all of these folks have demonstrated our resilience and ability to get work done even in really challenging times. And so just really happy to be able to present these awards today. So thank you very much for your time, and thank you all for all of your great effort. And if you want to get on camera, I can't tell if everyone's on camera or not, but please show your cameras so we can clap for you. There they are. Great.
It's really great to see you all, and thank you so much, Karen. Really appreciate the overview of the incredible work that you all have been doing here. To Karen's point, it hasn't been an easy year, and what we have seen from our programs and from you all is just an incredible resiliency, and even just continuing to innovate and push on what are key programs when it comes to protection of water quality, but also contributing to incredible decision making that's going on in the state collectively. And there I think of Gamma and some of our other programs. So, I think for some, perhaps when they hear, process improvement and data quality assurance and cleanup, it seems a little maybe not that sexy, but it's pretty sexy. And it's incredibly important to the functioning and running of our regulatory systems here. So thank you for continuing to innovate, continuing to do work that is not often over-resourced, and instead is really coming from your just incredible leadership in your program. So just thank you. I really do appreciate this opportunity to acknowledge you and your work. It makes the decisions that we have to make here just so much easier when we have tools, 21st century tools like this that are really data intensive, but help us at least make better decisions here amongst us. So just thank you. Really appreciate all of you. And this is so dissatisfying, a little kind of virtual clap, but soon, we'll start to be in person again. So instead we can have the awkward dais photo, which I never thought was that great either, but at least we could see each other in person here. So thank you. I appreciate it, Karen.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Okay, well, that is our Superior Accomplishment Award presentation, and just really appreciate that we do that as an agency here. Important to acknowledge the 2,000 plus folks that actually make this work happen. Okay, now on to public forum, which is another thing we do here at the board, allowing anyone who would like to speak before the board on an item not agendized or otherwise on before the board's calendar to be able to speak to us. And today we have about 8 individuals, and I believe our first will be Scott Fahey. Or no, I may be wrong. Hold on, let me look at my ticker. It is sometimes not as up to date as my my spreadsheet might be.
So Chair Escobar, it should be Mayor Brand who is up and queued in.
Thank you, appreciate it, Mr. Loffer. Mr. Brand, good morning.
Good morning, Chair Escobar and board members. Thank you. And my name is Mayor Bill Brand of Redondo Beach. And I'm calling really obviously about the extension of that are being considered to the once-through cooling compliance for the AS Redondo Beach Power Plant. And I know you guys talked about this back on May 18th, but I have to complain that I was never notified that that was going to be discussed. No one really that has a real vested interest in this was notified. And, we've been very involved in this I've been involved in this since before the once-through cooling legislation was even enacted. So it's very disappointing to find out that was discussed and we were not notified. I know it wasn't a hearing, it was a discussion, but that was our opportunity to have a discussion with you. So, and we met with your board, we did meet with your board, your staff, in a compliment of your staff, I will say back on May 26th. And that's when we found out that you did have that discussion. So we were very sorry to miss that. And we had scheduled that meeting before that you discussed it. So really frustrated that we were not informed of that. We're not able to participate and have a discussion. And one of the things we wanted to talk about, so now they're relegated to just non-agenda items and that there's a ban on ex parte communications, is this non-agenda opportunity. So I know you can't talk to us about it, but this is extremely important to us. And we think a lot of things aren't, maybe you don't know about, like how much money is flowing behind the scenes related to your decisions. Just extending the AS power plant in Redondo Beach is worth about $40 million a year to them. I don't know if you guys are aware of that. And they're spending significant monies lobbying. And you can pull up the reports, I forget the exact name, it's like a report of lobbyist employer. And just the last half of last year, a company called AES US Services LLC spent over $200,000 with payments to 2 organizations. One was called Whiteman, which they paid $165,000 to, and the other one was Carter Wetch and Associates, which they paid $40,000 to, just in the last half of last year. And what were they talking about? They were talking about once-through cooling issues, and they were talking to CAISO, the PUC, the California Energy Commission, you guys, State Water Board, the first ones on the list. And we've been told that there's a ban on ex parte communications. We don't know why, but there it is in a public document that, you know, they've hired very expensive lobbyists to talk to you, and we're relegated now to non-agenda items. So I don't know that you guys realize this. And also, the last hearing you had, which was September 1st, Assemblymember O'Donnell came in and spoke to you about how important it was to extend the AES Redondo Beach power plant. He's an assembly member in the Long Beach area. And that was on September 1st, 2020. And you can pull up the 497 form from the FPPC that Assemblymember O'Donnell's campaign had to file. And that 497 shows a contribution of $2,700 in October from guess who? AES. So, you know, there's a lot of money flying around out there. And I think you need to know that when people are testifying before you, many of them, I would venture to say, are actually being paid or certainly have a financial conflict of interest. And you should know about that. You should know about that. And your staff should, I shouldn't be the one telling you this. Your staff should be telling you this so that when you hear public testimony, you're aware of these sorts of things. Because I'm not getting paid. The residents that are suffering the air pollution and the noise are not getting paid. You guys are not getting paid that much. And for sure, the plankton and the fish and the lobsters and the seals that are killed every year when this plant ingests water in their 14-foot diameter intake are not getting paid. So I guess we're going to be coming and speaking to you under these non-agenda items. The hearing, we were told by your staff, is not until October. So we feel like, you know, your hands are going to be tied. I've had this happen to me many times. I was on the council for 8 years. I've been mayor for 4 years. I just got reelected for another 4 years. And often staff comes to us at the last minute, and we really have no choice. And so I feel like this is the way this has been set up, because if you're going to extend AES Redondo Beach beyond the end of this year, well, you're giving them 2 months' notice. And that's just not reasonable for the public to think that that hearing is really going to have any impact on your decision, that your hands at that point will be tied. So I wish you weren't waiting till October, because you know, I really think you need to be sending the board that, you know, we've extended 3 other power plants for 3 years, this one for 1 year. You don't get it anymore, and that's the end of that. And they'll go figure it out, and they will figure it out. So anyway, hoping you don't extend AES any further. CAISO, PUC, Energy Commission, they'll figure it out. You don't need.
Thank you, Mayor. I apologize.
Anyway, thank you for your time. Sorry to go over.
Thank you as well. No, it's okay. Thank you as well, Mayor. I appreciate your time. And when it comes to the noticing, you know, nothing different was done in the noticing of that item as opposed to what was done previously last year. So, but I can hear that you feel that maybe we should have had maybe an individual kind of flag for those that had previously been interested in the item. I'll just say that, you know, we don't have the best communication systems, and so we're not that granular when we track, I think, some of these items. But if there was a mailing list that was specific to once through cooling, and you should have been on it, let's make sure that that is the case. So I appreciate it, Mayor.
Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mayor, for your comments. And I would just like to follow up a little bit more. We have listservs, and so I think it'd be important to follow up on whether or not there is a listserv for this item and how we can correct it in the future if there are any further informational items.
As Vice Chair Diadamo and Chair Esquivel and Mayor Brand, I was just going to point out, I did reach out to staff and did confirm that there was a notice that went out on the State Water Board's once through cooling. It's under the oceans issues. It's the same LIRIS list that was used for the notifications last year. Mayor Brand, maybe we can have staff reach out to you afterwards, and we'll try to figure out why you or key staff at the city did not receive that notification in case there was some sort of technical issue. But we did have a number of speakers who made it there. And like I said, we did confirm that the electronic notification did go out to everybody that's on our once through cooling list.
Well, I thought it was on it, and so did many other people, and we didn't receive it. But I did want to point out that we went to go look at the video of the meeting, and it's not there. The May 18th meeting, if you click on the link to view it, it gives you the May 21st meeting. And if you click on the May 21st meeting, it gives you the May 21st meeting. So we were unable to look. I was unable to look at the May 18th meeting before I came
We'll make
on.
sure that's posted. Yeah, we'll make sure that's definitely posted.
Thank you.
All of our meetings are archived that way. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the flag.
I did notice that the video was incorrect, and I already have requested it to be changed.
Thank you, Ms. Townsend, and thank you again, Mayor. Next, we have Scott Fahey.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the board and the State Water Resource Control Board Chair and its members for this opportunity to speak today at the public forum. My name is George Scott Fahey. I reside at 2787 Stony Fork Way, Boise, Idaho. Today, I'm requesting a confirmation of diversion curtailment exemption for permit numbers 20784 and 21289. The permittee is Sugar Pine Springwater LP. The points of diversion are upstream from New Don Pedro Reservoir in the Tuolumne River watershed. The purpose of use is industrial. The place of use is off-site state licensed water bottling plants, and the season of use is year-round. Item 10 of the Executive Director's Report presented to the board last week, May 18th, 2021, states, quote, due to the critically dry conditions throughout the Delta watershed and the projection of insufficient supplies to meet water demand, the State Water Board is likely to issue notices of water unavailability for all post-1914 appropriated water right holders in the Delta watershed as early as, unquote, this month, June 2021. Therefore, as the manager of Sugar Pine Springwater's general partner, I respectfully request the State Water Board confirm the Sugar Pine Springwater diversions are exempt from curtailment and shall be lawful during this year's foreseen curtailment, unless all pre-1914 diverters upstream of New Don Pedro Reservoir are ordered to curtail all their storage and diversions. The Sugar Pine permits authorize year-round diversion. Annually, pursuant to Decision 1594 and Decision 995, the Tuolumne River is considered a fully appropriated stream from June 16th to October 31st. Nonetheless, by exchange, Sugar Pine Springwater has the right to divert pre-1914 non-jurisdictional waters in accordance with Division 2 of the Water Code. If the State Water Board issues a notice of water unavailability for all post-1914 appropriated water rights holders in the San Joaquin watershed, then the Tuolumne River shall be deemed fully appropriated. Nonetheless, in accordance with Division 2 of the Water Code, Sugar Pine has been authorized to use a physical solution, exchange, which allows Sugar Pine to lawfully divert when the Tuolumne River is a fully appropriated stream. I've provided a chart to assist the board in its analysis of the fact of this matter. The Stanford Vena appellate decision states the issue of a subsequent curtailment order requires the State Water Board determination that amounts to a, I quote, quasi-adjudicative application of the emergency regulations to the facts in this situation, New Don Pedro Reservoir, at the time a curtailment order is issued, unquote. By analyzing the facts of this matter, one can see 21.6 acre feet have been provided by Sugar Pine this year to meet its annual FAS diversion replacement exchange requirements pursuant to Turn 19 Permit 2784 and 39 acre-feet of replacement water has been provided in advance and credited to future replacement water requirements pursuant to term 20 of permit 2784 and term 34 of permit 21289. Thereby, one of the two issues of paramount importance to be met has been met. Not a single downstream diverter shall be harmed by Sugar Pine's lawful diversions of water during the upcoming curtailment period foreseen by the State Water Board. The second issue, the public trust must not be harmed. In 2011, a comprehensive objective survey of the riparian vegetation at the Sugar Pine Spring sites began. That survey was completed in 2016. That time frame encompassed the 2014 and 2015 drought and the impacts of the 2013 rim fire. Additionally, Sugar Pine was continually diverting from its springs at that time. The survey concluded those diversions caused no harm to the spring's riparian vegetation. Therefore, therefore, the State Water Board accepted the surveys as compliant with and in completion of that requirement.
Mr. Fahey, I apologize, but we're a bit at time, and I don't
Okay,
think
I
we'll
have
be
one
able
more
to resolve.
paragraph. I have one more paragraph.
Okay.
Sugar
Please,
Pine,
go quickly.
yes,
Thank you.
Sugar Pine requires a curtailment exception to ensure it provides its customers the continuity of service expected within the state of California's bottled water industry. I sent Mr. Robert Cervantes a letter dated April 2nd regarding this matter. Please have the state water employee authorized to issue a curtailment exception contact me. Time is of the essence with regards to this matter, which I would like to resolve prior to the board issuing its next notice of curtailment. Thank you. For the record, I will send a copy of this to the clerk of the board, and now I'd be glad to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. Fahey. I don't believe we have any questions at this point. We're not prepared to talk about your matter, but I appreciate the flag, and more importantly, do follow up with our water rights staff. So thank you, Mr. Fahey.
Pardon me, sir. Could you please have someone that has the authority to issue a curtailment exception contact me so we can start appropriate discussions regarding this
Mr. Fahey,
matter?
thank you. Mr. Fahey, thank you. Our water rights staff will be in contact and attempt to respond to your concern. There are many as well, though, so I think we're going to have to beg a little time as well as we circle back with you. I don't know if Mr. Loffer has anything further, but at this point, I don't think there's
I'll just note that
much we can comment
Deputy
on.
Director
So,
Ekdahl is on the line and has been listening, and so I'll reach out to him and make sure we have the appropriate folks follow up with Mr. Fahey.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Fahey. Appreciate it as well. Next, we have Regina Chichazola.
Hi, thank you
morning.
good morning. Thank you for letting me speak during public comment, and I apologize for the background. My kid is in here and we're in a hotel coming back from vacation. But I just wanted to talk real quick. I'm sure as many of you are aware, there has been a juvenile fish kill that is ongoing in the Klamath River where we're losing all of our juvenile salmon this year. This isn't the first time this has happened. We pretty much have no salmon coming back for the last 6 years in a row. And it's just a devastating situation for our community. And so based on this, I know there's nothing we can do at this point about these dead fish, and it's just really depressing. However, there is a lot we can do in other situations and into tributaries of the Klamath River. So I have some suggestions. One of them is I am again asking if there could be emergency regulations on the Scott and Shasta River in order, and some curtailments that are not just voluntary. I don't believe all the farmers will only do voluntary curtailments. In order to save at least the Scott and Shasta coho and Chinook salmon. Also, there's a chance of maybe having the irrigation season end early this year because the farmers there are going for more cuttings rather than less during the drought because they can make more money that way because there is no curtailments happening at this point. And I do know you have sent out notices. I'm just saying, please follow through and be prepared to uphold the new requirements, at least in the Scott, for for how much flow needs to be in the river to keep salmon alive that just got transmitted to you from Fish and Wildlife Service. I mean, from Cal Fish and Wildlife. So that's what we're asking for in the Scott and Shasta. There is a TMDL in the Shasta that does allow for flow too. And then you're probably aware, but we recently submitted a proposal to the board on how to better regulate the flows coming out of both the Shasta Reservoir and the Trinity Reservoir. As you're aware, sometimes when the Trinity water is transferred too late in the year into the Sacramento River, it actually warms up the Sacramento River and adds to fish kills for winter run salmon. And as you know, a recent release of warm water for winter run salmon led to very sick adult salmon and some of them dying from warm water that was released by the Bureau of Reclamation. So I think that's just an example of how that warm water can really impact. That wasn't Trinity release, but still it's an example of how that warm water can really impact the salmon and how much that temperature regulation really matters. So we do have a plan that has been submitted to the board now on how to better regulate the way that the Trinity and Sacramento releases happen. And it does call for less releases in order to protect carryover storage, but in light of climate change, it's just something that's going to have to be dealt with at some point. And I know that there are climate change plans for water rights right now, and I have read that and submitted comments. However, those are mainly dealing with new water right applications. And the case is that we had an over-allocated system even before climate change became so impactful, and we were dealing with pretty much like almost constant droughts. I can't, there's been only a few years that weren't considered droughts over the last 10 years. So I just think it's really important that we look at this proposal we're turning in with the California Sports Fish and Protection Alliance and just think about how do we better release water? How do we better protect our carryover storage in our major reservoirs? And how can this help both the Klamath River through the Trinity system and the Sacramento River systems? Because those are our salmon powerhouses, and those are where our commercial fishermen and our tribal communities really rely on to make sure that we have salmon, and they're facing extinction. And so then my last comment, and I'm going to try to wrap up even before my time, if possible, is I really think it's time to look at the water rights system and paper water and over allocation of water, even if that means at looking at pre-1914 water rights. The way these water rights were given out, I truly believe is inherently unfair and fairly racist. I mean, they're from a time that women weren't even allowed to own land or vote, and people of color didn't own land, and, you know, they were still taking Native people's lands. So, you know, some of these are really unreasonable uses, you know, flood irrigating alfalfa, things like that with these pre-1914 water rights. And in order for fair, you know, when you have cities struggling for water, but then people are unreasonably using it above them, then it's time to redo the system and relook at the system. So those are my three items I wanted to bring up. Scott and Shasta, water contaminants and emergency regulations, the flow plan that we're turning in for the Shasta and Trinity, and looking at water rights and climate change and how to change the system in a way that's more equitable and fair for Californians. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chichizola. I appreciate your engagement and your comments this morning. Thank you. Next, I believe we have Linda Hardy, but Ms. Hardy may not be on the platform. Is that still the case, Mr. Lawfer?
It is. However, I will note, Chair Esquivel, that we do have one individual who came into the Zoom platform as Scarlett, and we have not been able to yet tie them to a speaker card. So if you happen to be, oh, I understand who it is now. So we'll take care of renaming shortly.
Okay.
So yes, that's correct. Linda is not on.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll move on. And Ms. Hardy, if you are viewing via one of the web streams and aren't on the platform here, take a look at your email. There are instructions on how to get here. Next, we'll call up then Amber Maywald. Ms. Maywald, you should have been invited at this time to either share your camera and unmute. Good morning.
Ms. Maywell, try one more time unmuting. I think unfortunately we have multiple people who are trying to assist you in unmuting.
Okay.
We're working on
There we are. I think you may be there now. I apologize. Okay, now we can hear you. Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Sorry for the technical delay. Yeah, so I just want to check about this agenda or this item. I'm wondering if it's on the agenda, but it's echoing the last speaker about the Reclamation Sacramento River Temperature Management Plan. Is that on the agenda today, or is that?
We will have some discussion on the drought item. We actually have representatives from Reclamation and the Department of Water Resources to discuss the temporary urgency change petition on that drought item. And there will be discussion, obviously, I think a bit on Shasta management, because it's all one system at this, very much so at this point.
Okay.
So I'm saying if you would like to hold for the drought item, you can, or you can provide your comment now quickly.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll provide my comment now since I'm on. Yeah, so echoing the last speaker, we live in the Trinity River watershed. I've been a resident here for 20 years. The entire community is absolutely devastated and concerned about what's happening with the salmon right now. I mean, you're going to have thousands and thousands of people and constituents just absolutely just angry and devastated if this salmon situation is allowed to go on. The fact that you've got like 89% of juvenile salmon that are infected with bacteria from warm water temperatures that are dying now. I mean, we're talking about a keystone species, and I think that it's going to be a travesty if the water board does not address this appropriately. If another big salmon kill is allowed to happen this year, you're going to be facing an extinction of a keystone species. I mean, this is a keystone species for an entire ecosystem. Okay, we're talking about eagles, bears, not to mention the human impacts on the economy of the recreational opportunities that sport salmon fishing provides, as well as the commercial fishing industry off the coast. So again, I'd just like to say that I think a lot of people are extremely concerned. A lot of people may not know how to make their voices heard, but the voices you're hearing today might just be a few, but there are literally thousands and thousands and thousands of people that want to see this situation addressed appropriately and swiftly and decisively. So I would just encourage, my main point here is that I would highly encourage the water board to not approve the current Reclamation Sacramento River Temperature Management Plan, but instead to adopt and approve the alternative water operations plan that has been submitted to you, the CSPA, alternative water operations plan that has been submitted to you that will regulate the water temperatures in the Sacramento, the Trinity, and the Klamath rivers throughout the season to make sure that we do not have a salmon die-off, that we do not see the species go extinct. And, I think that it's important to take into consideration that climate change is very much man-made, and there is that impact. But even within the face of climate change and these extreme droughts, humans have the option to make choices in the moment about how that's going to affect the world, how it's going to affect the ecosystems, affect animals, affect people's lives. So I really encourage you to prioritize this species, the salmon species, the water temperatures in the Trinity, the Klamath, Sacramento rivers, and do the right thing in this situation. So thank you for your time.
Thank you as well, Ms. Mayball. Appreciate your time this morning. Thank you. Next, we have Linda Webb.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel.
Good morning.
Thank you for letting me be here. I'll be brief, and I don't need to show my mug here today. What I have instead is the Bear River rocks in the Shasta River. When agriculture decided to turn up its water, onto its fields this weekend while no one was working and no one was looking, they thought, but Friends of the Shasta River was watching the gauges, and when we saw it plummet to below 6 cubic feet per second, which is a trickle, one of our members went out and took pictures. This is Bear River rocks right down in the bottom of the river with a lot of algae on top of it because, of course, the water had been allowed to get warm and grow all that algae, which also hurt the salmon. This is an emergency, and it calls for emergency curtailment of ag water, and it can't be voluntary. We see here this evidence this weekend of what ag does when things are voluntary. And that picture tells the whole story. We need it now before we kill everything in this river. And I believe you do have the power to act on that. I hope you'll do it soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. I appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you.
Next, we have David Webb.
Thank you.
Good morning.
I was hoping, okay, and Janine has allowed me to share some pictures, which I apologize for getting in late. I want to speak to the dewatering event as a member of the Friends of the Shasta River and point out, which I have before, that the Pacific Fisheries Management Council, the entity that sets harvest, that allocates fish to the various people that depend on them, has since the beginning of its tenure here identified the Shasta River as the most important tributary to the Klamath River. And we have taken this tributary and we are beating it to death. If you look at these two gauges, I want to start with the top one, the Shasta River near Montague. This is approximately river mile 13. You can see that starting on the 28th, flows in the Shasta started dropping precipitously. That's Friday the 28th, just leading into the weekend. And by Saturday the 29th, they had bottomed out at 5 3/4 cubic feet per second. They then began to rise as the water master began to try to wrest control of the river again and get emergency water from senior water users who shouldn't have had to deal with it. And by the 30th at river mile 13, back to where she normally keeps things, around 20 cubic feet per second, to serve downstream irrigation, not to serve fish. The lower chart, the Shasta River near Wairika, you can see that low flow event had moved downstream for those 13 miles very, very slowly, leaving aquatic organisms on the banks, drying in the 90-degree sun, all the way until nearly 24 hours later when that low flow event finally reached the mouth of the river. Now, the next page, please, and if you can, rotate it right one turn. Looking upstream, what we can see is that at river mile 25, there was more than ample water in the river. There was over 84 cubic feet per second at river mile 25. So this was not a complete lack of water in the system problem. This is a management problem. And the problem that we are faced with is that we have a broken adjudication. We have a water master who can and will do an exemplary job, where she is dedicated to doing a perfect job to the extent she is able. We have an adjudication dating back to 1932, which does not include riparian users who can exercise their rights willy-nilly, no matter what the other conditions might be, and are able to apparently dry up the river if they get around to it. We have an adjudication which has no provision for in-stream flows for aquatic organisms. And we have an adjudication which no one locally can afford to address, either because of the social costs of tipping over the apple cart or the financial costs of tackling an adjudication which undoubtedly will be very contentious if it gets changed. We need your help to tackle that tough issue that was preventing us from doing anything to improve conditions in the Shasta River. Even 1707 dedications are being held hostage to this broken adjudication, which will not allow the water master to shepherd 1707 dedications beyond the mouths of the tributaries from which they originate. And so instead of being able to take water to the mouth, as some dedicators want to do, they are trapped, leaving it only reaching the mouths of the tributaries they're dedicating the water from. We absolutely need your help addressing this fundamental, antiquated, non-functional adjudication that we cannot fix ourselves locally. It has to happen soon. It test happen now. Thank you very much.
You as well, Mr. Webb. I appreciate your time this morning. Next, we have Isaac Kinney.
Aikwe. Nick now Isaac Kinney. Wage push, esi pet push, esi earthlagert, but one match up, esi wage push up. Hello, my name is Isaac Kinney. A lot to go off of. But again, wanting to start with the California state still does not have the clearest path to title, and the infrastructure built with that lack of clear path to title is invalid in my opinion. And as a business owner, by not addressing your decisions as a board with the Governor Newsom's Truth and Healing Commission, is again continuing an economic apartheid on indigenous peoples of California, as well as indigenous peoples brought to California. Understanding that all of our environmental justice and all of our environmental related decisions still need a social justice component to them, and still need a threshold that we need to meet for that social justice to create equity, not just here in California, but because of our markets here in California are international. We need to make sure that what we're doing is in good faith. Everything that the state of California up to this point has all been taking without taking responsibility. This is continuing to be a pattern where the state of California continues to take life systems from the natural environment, however, not taking responsibility for the demise of the environment. And so this is a big part of that still needs to go into the decision, especially because the infrastructure you're deciding on today was built without the prior and informed consent of the indigenous peoples of California, as well as the indigenous peoples living in California. California is the most populated state in the United States. And because it was built invalid, that is why there's so much bigger markets. That's why there's so much of these bigger investments, that these type of large scale projects and regionalization is still being used to stretch and to really just, again, extract. And so the extraction of water, the extraction of, sorry, one second. The extraction of water needs to stop for the combined fish kills happening right now. The extraction needs to stop to make sure that future generations understand what culture is. Decisions to ensure that water users for big agriculture, for big unstable, obsolete infrastructure is actually impeding on my religion. Because the water is tied to my religion, this is, again, another legal ramification that the state of California is not taking into account and needs to. The fish kills are a huge part to not just indigenous peoples, but to markets, economies, and all communities, not just in California, but because of our proximity to Bay Area and Southern California markets. What we do here in California has a trickle effect everywhere, whether it be in the Pacific, whether it be in the Atlantic, whether it be in Europe. Making sure that we're doing what we need to do to get outside of what is the status quo. And it will be outside of the status quo, because of the decisions of California regarding water have been so bad. This is where the status quo does not work. And so this is where I do want to challenge to make sure that give you support. If you as a board need more information to stop taking water and the reasoning for stop taking water, we can for sure help you out with that. But again, without including at the decision-making level, indigenous business owners like myself, California tribes at the local, state, and federally recognized levels is continuing an apartheid. If you aren't sure, this education system is a big part of where we're at today. And making sure that the infrastructure changes is a big part of the water of what we're talking about today. What we're talking about today.
Thank you, Mr. Kinney. I apologize. You've hit about 5 minutes here. I appreciate your comments this morning. Just thank you.
Wow, that's 5 minutes already. Well, hey, that's what it is. Just stop taking the water, knock it off, because it's a bigger issue than I think what you guys are really trying to do. If you're really trying to create good, healthy communities, you have to take the indigenous people's lead. You have to make sure that they're in the room and making the decisions. The state of California is inferior to tribal rights, and that needs to be clear in your decision making as a board. If we don't,
thank you, Mr. Kinney. I appreciate.
Oh, gotcha. Is my time up?
Yeah, time's up. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Hey, thank you.
Thanks. I appreciate your time this morning. Thank you, Mr. Kinney. Next, we have Nancy Kui-Kendall.
You just asked to unmute me. This is Regina. It's the wrong one. Sorry.
Good morning.
Hello?
Yes, good morning.
I'm on now. Okay, great. Thank you so much. My name's Nancy Kirkendall. I live up here in Northern California. And I wanted to first say that I think that the Bureau of Reclamation Central Valley project operations on the Sacramento and Trinity Klamath River systems could result in extinction of probably several cold water spawning fish. And I do support the alternative plan that the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance has presented. It's an emergency now. We're an emergency every year here with our fish in Northern California. It seems for more than 20 years. It seems that we're always afraid that we're just going to lose the entire resource. And the whole system could come crashing down. The fish are the basis of the entire ecosystem here. They provide health in the forest and in the ocean. Plus, they are, the foundation for numerous native cultural beliefs and systems here. So I just think that I do support a lot of the things that Regina was saying is, some of these water rights holders, their rights need to be curtailed. These rights were over allocated in the past. They were never allocated fairly in the first place. And we're going to lose some of our beneficial uses in these rivers and creeks because people are drawing too much. People have feet. We have wheels. We can move where we can get more water if we're dying. We're not going to die out. But, like Vandana Shiva said, extinction is the death of birth. And all of California's native fish are really on the edge now. Our environment is really on the edge. Our native peoples are suffering, like the last speaker was saying. And I just hope that in every decision that you make, you remember that, if you're in the ICU, you don't want to get sent home with Band-Aids and vitamins. You want it to be taken care of like it's an emergency, and our fish stocks are in an emergency situation. We need to look at things we might not have done in the past, like curtailing water rights uses, at least temporarily, while we're in an emergency condition. Farms can be planted later, replanted. Factories can be restarted when they have the water, but fish can never be. recreated if we kill them all off, if we kill off the whole ecosystem. And I just hope that all of your decisions, that you really think about that we are in this critical time of a sixth mass extinction. And I know that you've got a lot of laws and policies and all these things and all these people who want you to do something that may be different than that. But I just hope that all of the board members and are always considering that the continuation of life is what is the most important here. And if we kill off the fish, we're clearly next. They were here in millions, and we could be gone as well. And thank you so much. I appreciate your time today.
Thank you. I appreciate your time as well this morning, Ms. Coyendel. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Next, we have Robert Gaddis.
Unmute. There we go.
Morning.
Good morning, Water Board members. My name is Robert Gaddis. I'm a resident of Redondo Beach. As Mayor Brand mentioned, in October, this board will rule on whether or not AES Redondo Power Plant will be extended for another 2 years. As you know, the AES Power Plant is surrounded by the most densely populated cities on the California coast, Redondo Beach and Hermosa Beach. Over 20,000 California citizens and taxpayers live within a mile radius of the plant. This 70-year-old power plant burns fossil fuels, polluting the air with hundreds of tons of poisons and deadly particulates. It also uses ocean water to cool its generators, polluting millions of gallons and killing a large amount and a wide variety of aquatic life. The general assumption among the residents of California is that important decisions, such as the one before you, are weighed objectively. The ban on ex parte communication has the appearance of supporting the idea that this is an objective decision. Let me read for you, for the public, a brief email exchange between Regional Water Board staff and AES, a $10 billion fossil fuel energy company based in Virginia and the operator of the AES Redondo Power Plant. This email exchange was recently obtained by a Redondo Beach resident through a public records request. This first email is from Corey McKinley of AES, and it's to Thomas Seibels at waterboards.ca.gov. And now I'm quoting him. Thomas et al., AES would like to provide a big thank you for some excellent work today during the entire renewal process. We are truly grateful for the tremendous effort and dedication put forward in the renewal of both permits and TSOs. We would like to thank the entire regional board staff, executive staff, and council for their hard work in achieving this goal. Sincerely, Corey McKinley of AES. The response from Chris Morris at the water board staff, and this is a response to AES from the water board staff. Thank you so much. I believe most of the credit goes to Tom for his dedication to this project and his accumulated knowledge and experience. Thank you, Tom. Chris. Clearly, this email exchange raises the question of who is the water board staff working for? The residents and taxpayers who pay their salaries, or this Virginia-based fossil fuel energy company? Given that water board staff appear to be working diligently with and on behalf of AES, we, the residents who live next to the power plant, appear to be at a disadvantage in this matter before you, a matter that affects our lives. I think this should be rectified going forward, and I think you should consider staff's objectivity or lack thereof in your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaddis. I'll just say I have full faith in our staff and their objectivity, but I appreciate the flag of the email. Thank you, Mr. Gaddis. Next, we have Jessica Law.
Good morning, board members.
Morning.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel. Thank you so much for having me here today. I understand that you are addressing drought later in the agenda, so thanks for letting me take a few minutes just to frame up some of the issues from the Sacramento region. My comments are not specific to a TUCP or the Shasta Temperature Management Plan, but they're just more general regarding this year and the decisions that the board and other state and federal agencies have to make. So as you know, Folsom Reservoir plays a critical role in the statewide water supply system during drought. And we recognize and support the efforts of state and federal agencies to balance the statewide system in this really critical year. Maintaining public health and safety, water supply, power and energy generation, and endangered species protections are placing competing demands on a very complex and stressed system. Our top priority here in this region is to protect the capacity of Folsom Reservoir to provide reliable water supplies and sustain recreation, aesthetic, and ecological health of the Lower American River. All of this without placing unnecessary risk on water supplies for fish and people, not just for this region, but statewide. Reclamation, the Bureau of Reclamation will really need the flexibility to implement real-time management of Folsom Reservoir and the Lower American River. And we support the actions that identified by Reclamation and DWR in the Drought Action Plan that was released last Friday. State and federal agencies will also need to take action to protect the health of the Lower American River, specifically guarding to protect steelhead and fall run Chinook from lethal conditions. After the last drought, the Water Forum worked with Reclamation to implement an improved flow management standard that balances reservoir and river conditions throughout the water year. We demonstrated through an extensive biological rationale, which has been presented to the Water Board in a previous occasion, on how to optimize releases of cold water to protect fish on the Lower American River and avoid or minimize redirected impacts to the Sacramento River fish. We've been working very closely with state and federal agencies over the past several months and very intensely over the past several weeks to develop and refine temperature modeling and a reservoir release plan that will help balance conditions for fish and water supply. Our preliminary results indicate that Reclamation will not be able to maintain the temperature thresholds required in the biological opinion of 2019, that's 68 degrees, to support steelhead salmon, but that 69 to 70 degrees is more likely. I just want to reiterate that Reclamation will need the regulatory flexibility to implement alternative actions that can improve conditions for fish species and maintain storage in Folsom. And the Water Forum is committed to continuing to provide scientific expertise, everything from temperature modeling, fisheries expertise and hydrology, and consensus-based recommendations to support the state and federal agency team in decision-making and protect the environment of the Lower American River. So thank you for your time. That's it.
Thank you as well. I appreciate your comments this morning. Thank you, Ms. Law. Next, we have Dan Bacher. Apologize.
Yes, that's Dan Bacher. I just wanted to say I'm a long-time investigative journalist focusing on water, environmental justice, and fish for over 35 years, and I strongly urge the board to adopt the emergency water plan submitted by the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, California Water Impact Network, and Save California Salmon. The CSBA plan will reduce Sacramento water river temperatures and significantly increase salmon survival in the following ways. Number one, limit June through October releases from Shasta and Keswick dams to 5,000 CFS, using Shasta's cold water pool to maintain Keswick releases at less than 54 degrees. Two, eliminate June through October use of the Spring Creek Power Tunnel between Whiskeytown and Keswick reservoirs. And number three, maintain June through October flows of 300 CFS to Whiskeytown Reservoir through the Carr Powerhouse. Increase June-October releases to Clear Creek to 300 CFS, and increase June-October releases from Trinity and Lewiston dams to the lower Trinity River, the main and biggest tributary of the Klamath, to at less than 800 to 870 CFS. I want to remind the board members that the dire drought situation that we are currently in, where adult winter run Chinook salmon are now dying before spawning on the Sacramento River below Keswick Dam, and juvenile salmon are dying on the Klamath River, has been greatly exacerbated due to poor water management by the state and federal governments over the past decade and decades previous to that one, to the last one. In 8 out of the past 10 years, the combined water exports from the state and federal projects have exceeded the 3 million acre feet export figure that many believe to be the maximum amount of water that can be exported from the Delta without destroying the ecosystem and harming fish species. And every year, except 2014 and 2015, the state and federal water projects exported well over 3 million acre feet of water from the Delta. And this directly correlates with the expansion of almonds acreage by powerful growers like Lyndon Stewart Resnick throughout the valley. The 3 million acre feet figure of water exports in all years is a key recommendation of the Environmental Water Caucus updated water solutions plan titled A Sustainable Water Plan for California. In fact, 2011 was the all-time record export year with 6.67 million acre feet of water diverted from the Delta. I mean, this is the largest amount of water ever diverted from the Delta since the state and federal projects started. And this was closely followed behind just 4 years ago by the 6.4 million acre feet of water exported in 2017. 2018 saw 4.62 million acre feet of water exported from the Delta, while 2019 saw 5.3 million acre feet exported, and last year, 2020, saw 3.65 million acre feet exported. Now, if the state doesn't have enough water to maintain carryover storage so that salmon can successfully spawn and juvenile fish can outmigrate, we end up in the dire situation of extinction that we're now in. I mean, fish kills are occurring right now, and it will get worse in the summer and fall unless the water board does something and adopts this plan. Again, I urge the board to adopt the emergency water plan submitted by the 3 groups. Thank you very much for allowing me to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Bucker. Next, we have James Dunlap. I believe Mr. Richardson is not on the platform here with us currently. Then we have Sherry Norris and Tom Stokely. I will say, I apologize, I probably should have cut us a little shy of 5 minutes here so we can quickly get through public forum. So if folks can be a little speedy, it would be helpful for us to try to get onto our items here. But Mr. Dunlap.
Yes, thank you, Chairman and board members. 480,000. That's a number I'd like you to try and keep in mind. I know that a lot of your appointments have been longstanding. Your expertise is not in question. My big concern is somewhat of a follow-up of the longfin smelt that was recently listed as extinct in the Bay Area Delta. And I'm frightened. Well, it was recently filed, excuse me, as extinct in the Bay Area Delta. And they're looking to attach the water. What do you need? What does the board need to take action and to enforce current board policies. I know the Shasta, the Scott, these rivers have stringent guidelines that aren't being followed, that aren't being enforced. What is it that the board needs to adamantly follow and preserve this fisheries? I'm a Yurok tribal fisherman. I have not had a commercial fishery in quite a few years. I remember as a kid, all of the fish, the surffish, the candlefish, they've all gone away. My concern goes back to that number, that 480,000. That's the number of years it's taken our salmon to acclimate to the creeks and the streams in which they live and which they spawn. We don't have another 480,000 years for those fish to redevelop and acclimate to those creeks. And that's my concern. You guys do a job that, puts you between the rock and the hard place. There's no question about that. And that's my concern, is what can we do to help you to enforce the rules and regulations that are designed to preserve and protect the fisheries, the aquatic life, the ecosystems that you guys have been have taken on that responsibility. And I know that you can't just wash away or wipe away the responsibility to the agriculture department. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. It has us at odds because there's not that many people with deep pockets fighting for the fish as they are for almond profits. The third consecutive year of almond profits, record-breaking almond profits in a drought year. I would like to see a moratorium put on those almond orchards that are continuing to pop up everywhere. It's the big cash crop. Another big issue I have is all of the unallocated water for marijuana grows. I attended the water summit several years ago, and I was told that enforcement for these illegal diversions, not only for the in-creek taking of water, the groundwater, but also the winter water would be addressed. And I don't think any of these issues have been taken into account. We've got large-scale pot crops that are legal, but they're unallocated water. These creeks, these grows, they can't support the hundreds, if not thousands of grows on the Klamath and Trinity watersheds. The chemical runoff, the water quality, the water temperatures, they're all directly related, I believe, not only into the agriculture up the Scott and Shasta rivers, but also involving the massive amounts of minor grows that are scattered throughout the area. And I really hope that, that you can bring forth some ideas in which the population and the members can help you do your job better.
Thank you, Mr. Dunlap.
Thank you.
I appreciate your time and your comments this morning. Thank you. Next, we have Sherry Norris.
Hi, I'm coming in. Hi, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good to be here with the Water Board virtually, and hopefully someday we'll see you all in person again. I'm just here to also echo and support what my colleagues have been saying about the need to take care of the salmon, and my huge concern that while salmon are going extinct, that the almonds are being and other ag crops are being prioritized, because these ag crops can be replaced. Once we lose our salmon, if they become extinct, they cannot be replaced. So I want to remind the Water Board of all of the work that the tribes did with you and many other stakeholders to complete the Water Quality Control Board plan for inland surface waters, enclosed bays, and estuaries of California for tribal and subsistence fishing, beneficial uses, and mercury provisions. And thank you for adopting that resolution in 2017. And what that connects to today is that the water quality objectives related to those tribal beneficial uses include the combination of eating fish and salmon, as you'll remember. And because wild-caught salmon are naturally low in mercury, wild-caught salmon, when we lose salmon, we're unable to meet that beneficial use and that criterion that was established for you not that long ago, or by you not that long ago. It's extremely important that tribes are able to eat fish and also salmon. Salmon are carrying that burden for us in the state of California, where we have, of course, mercury in our waters left over from the gold rush. And you'll remember that SIA gives information to tribal families and low-income families and the doctors that serve them, and the women, infant, and children clinics as well. Omega-3 fatty acids that are in these fish have health benefits that you cannot replace with any other supplement. So I really want to impress upon you the urgency of making sure that we have salmon as we move forward. And we are at a critical moment. And please, you are the backstop. We need you, Water Board. This is the time. This is the time to step up and take care of the families that are fishing, the families that are low income, the tribal families, for all the future generations for having salmon in this water body. Please. The ag can be replaced. The salmon cannot. Please help us. Thank you very much, you guys.
Thank you, Ms. Norris. Thank you for your time this morning. And last, we have Tom Stokely.
Thank you, members of the board. I'm Tom Stokely from Mount Shasta, California. I'm with Save California Salmon. I've been watching these temperature issues for over 30 years, and I strongly urge you to reject the Bureau of Reclamation's temperature management plan and instead adopt the CSPA, CWIN, Save California Salmon temperature management plan. This all started back in the late 80s when the state board, through Water Quality Order 8918, said that the Bureau's temperatures would be controlled through water rights rather than through waste discharge requirements. Back then, we were told in the early 90s during that drought that the cold Trinity water was needed to be diverted to the Sacramento River to save the winter run Chinook salmon. It turned out through some investigation that couldn't be further from the truth. Even though Trinity River water, as it's let out of Trinity Dam, is very cold, it heats up as it moves through Lewiston Reservoir, and then as it's moved towards the Sacramento River through Whiskeytown Reservoir, it warms significantly. We've looked at temperature differentials between the Spring Creek Power Plant and Shasta Dam releases, and they average about 5 degrees different, where the Spring Creek water is much warmer than the Shasta water. Normally, the Trinity water is cold enough, but with the storage low and the weather heating up, we're seeing temperatures during summer months in the high 50s. This creates a lot of power, but the key thing about our plan, and I did help develop it with CSPA and CWIN, is that it reserves another 500,000 acre-feet in storage, about 200,000 acre-feet more in Shasta and about 300,000 acre-feet in Trinity. So this water would not be lost to fish, but in fact, by conserving water and saving water for another year of drought, you'll also be saving salmon in the Sacramento River and the Trinity River and the Lower Klamath River. These are really unprecedented times. All the forecasts that the inflow the water's actually coming in at lesser amounts than what was predicted. Every day Shasta goes down, every day Trinity goes down, and I hope that you will do the right thing and adopt the CSPA plan and reject the Bureau's plan, because you're really looking at presiding over an extinction event here. And I think it's very important for you to adopt that plan. So I won't delay you any further, but if your staff has any questions for us, please don't hesitate to contact us. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Mr. Stokely. I appreciate your time this morning and the submittal. Thank you. that concludes public forum now, and appreciate everyone's time and patience this morning as we got through public comments. Next, we'll move on to actual board business, and the first item is our consideration of the board meeting minutes from the May 18th board meeting. Do I have a motion?
I'll move adoption of the minutes.
Second.
I'll second.
Ms. Townsend, can you please call a roll call vote?
Yes. Vice Chair Diadamo?
Aye.
Board Member Firestone?
Aye.
Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Board Member Dodek?
I'll abstain.
Chair Esquivel?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote carries and the board meeting minutes are adopted. Next, we'll go to our uncontested items, which is just a single item number 2. Ms. Townsend, is it still uncontested?
Yes, it is, sir.
All right. Just want to thank everyone for their good work and the regional board for all of this. And if we have a motion, we can adopt.
Yeah, I'll move to adopt item number 2.
Second.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Townsend, can you please call the roll call vote?
Yes. Board Member McGuire?
Aye.
Board Member Firestone?
Aye.
Board Member Dodek?
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo?
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel?
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you as well. Vote carries as well, and item number 2 is adopted. And thanks again to the Santa Ana Regional Water Quality Control Board for the good work. Next, we move on to item number 3, which is an item with our Central Valley Regional Water Board, and it's a consideration of a proposed resolution approving revisions incorporated into the Central Valley Salt and Nitrate Control Program Basin Plan amendments to the water quality control plans for the Sacramento River and San Joaquin River basins and the Tulare Lake Basin. Mouthful of an item. Really appreciate the regional board's good work here and our creative sort of resolution and being able to give some direction and have the region come back with an amendment. And that's this amendment here. Good to see you, Mr. Palupa.
Good to see you too.
Morning, good morning.
And we'll have Jenny Fuller will be presenting the amendment, but I do want to say thank you, Chair Esquivel, members of the board, Cali PA, for helping out with the negotiations as this thing wound its way through. You know, a lot of effort went into this. I think I counted in just like a bottom line. I think this is about the 18th hearing that we've had on the series of CV salts amendments in front of the state board and regional board, including some of the ones having to deal with MUN, the Tulare Lake dedesignation, Lower San Joaquin, MUN, and I think this is the big one. This is the you know, should cap off the final CV salts package. There's a couple of stragglers that will probably be raked up in the next couple of years or so, but I do want to appreciate all the effort that went into this, the amendments to the amendments. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jenny. I think I saw her on the Zoom format here.
Thank you. And just, you know, top comment as Jenny comes on, you know, this program is really coming into fruition at a really critical time. You know, we certainly have our safe and affordable program, but we also have drought, as we know, and all these issues are interrelated, including the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. So this CV salts program has to be integrated in all that space. And so just really appreciate the leadership from the region and all others in helping make sure that we have a functioning program, but it also is aware of the many other different components of water management in the basins that this impacts. So just thank you for that. And
hello.
Hey, Jenny.
Hi. Thank you, Patrick. And good morning, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, and members of the State Water Resources Control Board. My name is Jennifer Fuller, and I am a Senior Environmental Scientist in the Rancho Cordova office of the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board. I am here today regarding State Water Board consideration of approval of revisions to the Salt and Nitrate Control Program amendments to the water quality control plans for the Sacramento River and San Joaquin River basins and the Tulare Lake Basin, which I agree is a mouthful. Next slide, please. Before I get started with the main presentation, I want to provide everyone with a quick summary of why we are here today for the State Water Board to consider the approval of these revisions. The Salt and Nitrate Control Program was developed in response to extensive salt and nitrate accumulations in Central Valley waters. These accumulations have human health, economic, and environmental impacts. After the Central Valley Water Board adoption in May of 2018, the Salt and Nitrate Control Program was approved by the State Water Resources Control Board with directed revisions in October of 2019. It was subsequently approved by the Office of Administrative Law in January 2020 and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency in November of 2020. Implementation has begun with these approvals, and the State Water Board directed revisions have been incorporated along with clarification revisions from the Central Valley Water Board into revised Salt and Nitrate Control Program Basin Plan amendments that were adopted by the Central Valley Water Board in December 2020. I am here today to present these proposed revisions for consideration of approval. Next slide, please. For our presentation today, I will first discuss a brief summary of the proposed revisions to the Salt and Nitrate Control Program Basin Plan amendments. These revisions encompass the State Water Board directed revisions, the Central Valley Water Board clarification revisions, the revisions to the original Basin Plan amendments based on the review by the US EPA. Next, I will discuss a summary of the pertinent public comments received during the State Water Board public comment period. Lastly, I will discuss Central Valley Water Board staff recommendations and next steps if these revisions are approved today. Next slide, please. I will now discuss a summary of the proposed revisions. Next slide, please. The State Water Board approved the original Salt and Nitrate Control Program Basin Plan amendments with the stipulation that the Central Valley Water Board make targeted revisions to the Basin Plan amendments. These directed revisions are detailed in State Water Board Resolution number 2019-0057. Among the revisions directed by the State Water Board are changes to the offsets, exceptions, and drought and conservation policies, and the salinity variance program, modification of an overarching program goal to reduce not balanced salt and nitrate loading for the Central Valley, inclusion of a maximum limit of 35 years for nitrate exceptions and a goal of 50 years for restoration of basins for nitrate, and inclusion of additional management zone requirements, including a residential sampling program to identify nitrate contamination in domestic wells, and meaningful consultation and review every 2 years for early action plans and management zone implementation plans. Next slide, please. During the incorporation of the State Water Board directed revisions, the Central Valley Water Board also incorporated clarification revisions to the Salt and Nitrate Control Program Basin Plan amendments. In addition to minor, non-substantive edits, the Central Valley Water Board revisions include specification of site-specific delineation values for the conservative salinity permitting approach, additions of sections to the Nitrate Control Program for consistency with the Salt Control Program, as well as additional timeline specifications, and a correction to a previous oversight in the estimated cost to agriculture section of the original Basin Plan amendments. The oversight was only a clerical transferring error, and the numbers in the original Salt and Nitrate Control Program staff report remain correct. Additionally, as is often the case, and as authorized by Central Valley Water Board Resolution R5-2020-0057, after the adoption of the revised Salt and Nitrate Control Program Basin Plan amendments, the Central Valley Water Board Executive Officer sent a memorandum to the State Water Board on April 28, 2021, that detailed minor, non-substantive modifications made to the revised Basin Plan amendments to correct minor clerical errors and improve clarity and consistency. The memorandum is posted on the Central Valley Water Board Salt and Nitrate Control Program revisions webpage, and those corrections will be incorporated into the Basin Plan. Next slide, please. Additionally, a minor clerical error was detected in the State Water Board draft resolution presented for approval here today. In whereas number 1 of the draft resolution, at the beginning of the paragraph, the words instruction and the colon will be removed from the draft resolution before it is finalized. This revision is shown in bold and strike through on the slide. Next slide, please. I will now discuss revisions to the original Basin Plan amendments based on the review by the US EPA. Next slide, please. During the incorporation of the proposed revisions to the Salt and Nitrate Control Program, the Central Valley Water Board received a letter from the US EPA on November 20th, 2020, approving most of the surface water components of the original Basin Plan amendments. In this letter, the US EPA also disapproved 3 salt control program provisions as well, which have been removed from the current proposed Basin Plan amendments. These disapproved provisions were discussed previously between US EPA and the Central Valley Water Board. The subsequent removals were relatively minor and do not present a challenge to current or future salt and nitrate control program implementation. The provisions removed involved 2 authorizations for exceedances of various secondary maximum contaminant levels for surface drinking water in Title 22 of the California Code of Regulations, though both of these authorizations are retained as drinking water provisions for groundwater. Additionally removed was an authorization for a multi-discharger salinity variance. The removal of the multi-discharger salinity variance was also addressed in the State Water Board directed revisions in the approving resolution due to prior comments received by State Water Board from the US EPA before the State Water Board approval of the original Basin Plan amendments in October 2019. Next slide, please. Now I would like to address the overarching comments State Water Board staff received during the public comment period for approval of these proposed revisions. Next slide, please. A State Water Board public comment period was conducted from March 5th to April 5th, 2021, regarding only the proposed revisions to the Salt and Nitrate Control Program Basin Plan amendments. 3 sets of written comments were received from Pacific Gold Agriculture LLC, the Central Valley Salinity Coalition, and a joint letter from California Rural Legal Assistance Incorporated and the Santa Clara University Department of Environmental Studies and Sciences. Central Valley Water Board staff wrote a response to comments document to formally address each of these comments. Many of the comments were beyond the limited scope of this review, but were addressed in the response to comments document and forwarded to other opportunities for addressing those issues, such as the SAFER and SIGMA programs, or the recent Early Action Plan and Preliminary Management Zone Proposal comment period and workshop. I will now discuss 4 significant comments from the comment period. Next slide, please. The first comment requests adding a requirement to the Basin Plan amendments that all data sets, analyses, procedures, and data products relied upon by management zones be publicly accessible for greater data transparency. Data transparency and public accessibility are extremely important to the state and Central Valley Water Boards, and it is their goal to strive for both as much as possible. Documentation and public review are required throughout the development process of the management zone submittals, and future management zone submittals with analyses and data development will require full data sets and full descriptions of analyses, procedures, and judgments relied upon by the management zone. All of those data sets and analyses will be publicly available from the Central Valley Water Board website. Additionally, these specifications will be more effectively addressed in the individual management zone implementation plans and early action plans instead of the Basin Plan amendments. Next slide, please. The second comment requests that the Basin Plan amendments regarding the residential nitrate sampling program define resident and clarify that owner consent is not required for sampling or the installation of point of use, or POU, water filtration systems. The state and Central Valley water boards understand these challenges and agree with the importance of getting nitrate sampling and replacement drinking water provided as quickly and effectively as possible. The Central Valley Water Board will facilitate these sampling and replacement drinking water programs to the best of its authority, which includes tracking residences where property owner consent for nitrate sampling is unattainable, and obtaining a warrant under an order from Water Code Section 13267 for sampling if necessary. If a 13267 order is issued to a property owner, the burden of sampling cost may shift to that property owner, further incentivizing giving consent for sampling. Additionally, when a tenant is unable to get property owner consent for a point of use water filtration system installation, the management zone must provide replacement drinking water from an alternate source. Point of use installations will further require sampling for a full range of water quality contaminants and establishment of a robust service plan. Furthermore, these specifications will be more effectively addressed in the individual management zone implementation plans and early action plans instead of the Basin Plan amendments. Next slide, please. The third comment requests that the Basin Plan amendments include in the residential nitrate sampling program well sampling protocols, such as sampling frequency and seasonality, sampling for other constituents, and which types of wells should be included in the sampling program. The state and Central Valley water boards agree that there is the potential for variability of nitrate concentrations in groundwater. After the initial prioritized nitrate sampling to identify residents affected by nitrate contamination, protocols can then be developed and utilized to represent potential nitrate variability in future follow-up sampling. Due to the unique characteristics of each management zone, these protocols will need to be tailored to the individual needs of each management zone. The need and frequency for follow-up sampling would best be determined using local geologic information and a review of the existing data and trends. Additionally, an early action plan conditional approval letters sent May 7th, 2021, the Central Valley Water Board requested that all early action plans include an offer to resample any wells above 7.5 milligrams per liter for nitrate within 1 year of the initial sampling. This is to investigate if nitrate fluctuations may cause those wells to exceed the drinking water standard for nitrate of 10 milligrams per liter at other times of the year. Furthermore, these specifications will be more effectively addressed in the individual management zone implementation plans and early action plans instead of the Basin Plan amendments. Next slide, please. The fourth comment is a request that the Basin Plan amendments require during management zone development and processes that the management zones participate in mandatory stakeholder engagement, not merely encouraged stakeholder engagement. Public stakeholder engagement for management zone development and processes is required in the revised Basin Plan amendments. including multiple public comment periods and a Central Valley Water Board hearing for each management zone implementation plan, and reviews every 2 years for early action plans and management zone implementation plans. Public stakeholder engagement adequacy will be evaluated during the approval process of the early action plans and management zone implementation plans. Next slide, please. I would now like to discuss the Central Valley Water Board staff recommendations and propose next steps of this project. Next slide, please. At this time, I would like to ask the State Water Board to include in the staff presentation, At this time, I would like to ask the State Water Board to include the staff presentation into the record and approve the proposed resolution to incorporate revisions into the salt and nitrate control program, basin plan amendments for the Sacramento River and San Joaquin River basins and the Tulare Lake Basin water quality control plans, as well as authorize submittal of the revised salt and nitrate control program basin plan amendments as approved to the Office of Administrative Law and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency for approval. Next slide, please. Thank you, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, and members of the State Water Board for your consideration of approval of these revisions. This concludes our presentation. At this time, I would like to open the floor up for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fuller. Really appreciate the good overview and the great work. I know that it was a tight timeline that we asked folks to come back and a lot of discussion to get there. So thank you. No questions from me off the top. I will note we have, about 10 or so folks for comment. Any questions off the top from fellow board colleagues? So, okay, hearing none, and then we can go to comment. I'd like to first call up Ben King. Oh, I apologize. I will look at my scroller again here. The first person to speak, it looks like, is, and I apologize, I don't see them on my list here.
It is Mr. King.
It is Mr. King. Okay, thank you. And Mr. King.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Chairman, Esper, and board. I submitted comments for Pacific Gold Agriculture, and my comments related to the presence of salt water and arsenic around the Sutter Buttes. So it's a natural occurring contaminant, and I understand the board's response in saying that it was a natural occurring contaminant. But I grew up in the city of Colusa, and there is arsenic around the Sutter Buttes, which was detailed by the DWR in 2008. TDS levels in the Sacramento Valley going back to 1949 have been measured as high as 10,000, and the DWR work was around about 9,000, I believe. So there is, my concern, and based off of the reason I made comments so late is I really never intended to comment, but looking at the issue around the Sutter Buttes, I'm really concerned about these desorption of arsenic because of the volcanic parent material in the Sutter Buttes and the translocation of that through the Willows Fault, which is similar to the issue that the USGS has identified in Albuquerque, which is also tied to old volcanic structures. My concern is that it's probably a 50, 100-year problem, but that with the groundwater, we're actually having more pressure on our groundwater aquifers, that both the salts and the trace metals like arsenic can be brought up into the freshwater aquifer. So, and my city, I grew up about 100 yards from Sacramento River, but we use groundwater. So most of the Sacramento Valley is on groundwater, and there's really no other alternative. I personally feel like there should be some consideration of freshwater filtration systems for these cities, like the city of Davis and Woodland now has. just keep on going north, which allow us to basically maximize our conjunctive use going forward. But the one major concern is that has not been a lot of water testing around the center because there is a lot of groundwater. The question is quality, and I'm making comments from Sigma 2. I kind of feel like this is my input as far as my legacy of my family's involvement. It's not something I tended to be involved in, but I'd like to bring your attention to this natural current contaminant. And the last point would be just as Sigma is a gigantic issue, as you mentioned, Chairman, but just how does the constitutional right of fresh water, human right to fresh water also fit in this? And how does your prioritization system under the CV salts fit into that, where boron is considered, but some of the other natural occurring contaminants are not considered as something on your radar? I know this is a very complex system, and I appreciate all the work being done by the board and Mr. Pulpa's group, and it's at the very end part, but I felt like I needed to respond at this point. Thank you very much for your time.
No, thank you. I appreciate the honest engagement here and the flagging for local conditions and concerns, sounding like mainly around arsenic, but there may be some salinity nexus here. Then, of course, this program is control of those inputs on dischargers that are impacting those. But in our groundwater division of drinking water, unit, concerns like impacts to water quality from naturally occurring arsenic or otherwise are part of the board's purview. So I do appreciate the good flag and the data and engagement, and so I appreciate that wholly, Mr. King. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Sorry, can I just ask a follow-up question? And
Please
just
do.
wondering if staff at the Central Valley might be able to just speak to
any programs of control for that side of
yeah,
it?
I mean, I think this is one where there's increasing understanding of the impacts of pumping on groundwater, leaching of naturally occurring contaminants into aquifers where otherwise those contaminants weren't as high concentration. And it seems like it's more of an emerging understanding than maybe in the past. And I'm interested if the Central Valley might talk about how they see this either fitting or evolving into this program or other programs that the regional board has.
Yeah, no, thanks for that question. And again, thanks to Mr. King for his comments. Buttes are a very, very special place. I know I think there's a couple of geologists who called it, it's the smallest mountain range in the world, just a very, very unique place in general. In terms of the main issues, I think we've got salinity, we've got groundwater pumping, and then we've got groundwater pumping and its relationship to arsenic and drinking water. The salinity issue is one that will be tackled through the P&O study. That the dynamics that Mr. King described are dynamics that are kind of popping up throughout the valley, where you have increased pressure on groundwater pumping, does draw salinity into areas where it wouldn't necessarily be, whether that is into a municipal system or into, as agricultural supplies in water short years tap the groundwater more, they introduce more salinity into the picture. That's something that the P&O study is studying globally throughout the Central Valley, so we can kind of figure out tactically how we want to solve this, strategically how we want to create a program that addresses that imbalance throughout the valley on the whole. So certainly, that's a process that's evolving. Mr. King, I think as we kind of get more information and proceed with the P&O study, we'll keep you looped into that. The arsenic and groundwater pumping is not something that the regional board has a whole lot of authority over, because again, our authority extends primarily to discharges. However, we are seeing an increased interface in these areas simply because we do see Sigma, and one of their undesirable impacts really is looking at the impact of pumping on, like you mentioned, Board Member Firestone, the leaching of these constituents into groundwater. With safer and additional tools, we have DDW doing additional testing of systems that haven't been tested before. And certainly there's a growing awareness in those unregulated areas, which I think is largely where Mr. King is talking about. These are a lot of domestic wells in that area where there's really no regulation and very little testing historically for constituents like arsenic. I think we're really, as a state, just trying to get our arms around that. It's not something that the regional board is super invested in, again, because this is not necessarily an area where there are heavy nitrate impacts, or frankly, there's not a lot of heavy agricultural activity in this area. The way we see creating nitrate impacts, the way that nitrate and salinity programs are down south. But there are these impacts as you know, the additional agricultural development happens in this area. You are going to see additional pressure being placed on groundwater, and I think you could see those impacts on domestic wells. So on the whole, it's kind of an issue that we're tracking, and we're trying to continue the discussions with DDW and other authorities to kind of maintain awareness of what's happening in those spaces.
Thanks. And I guess I'll say, you know, particularly for this issue of activities that are exacerbating or creating higher concentrations of contaminants into aquifers, like pumping. There's, I think, you know, a number of newer studies really documenting how that is increasing levels of arsenic and uranium from activities, including irrigated agriculture and other water supply pumping. I do feel like this is an area where, like you said, it doesn't have a clear home, but certainly it's, I know within, like you said, that the purview and concern of the regional board in terms of activities that are harming groundwater quality. And so just encourage us to be working with you all to figure out how we can understand how this fits into the authorities and work that we do, be it, you know, it may not be in this program, like this is salt and nitrates, but I think there are, you know, a number of ways that we permit pumping through the water boards in terms of impacts on water quality, rather than, you know, SGMA and adjudications that are more on water supply. So just, I guess, just emphasizing that I really hope that our staff can work with you all in trying to look more closely at this, because it is kind of a source water quality impact that I know is central to all of our concerns around groundwater quality. So, and thank you, Mr. King, for bringing this up, because I do think it's an issue that we're understanding more and more is a challenge. And, you know, we have more programs around and experience around when there's plumes from other past contamination. But as we're changing and increasing plumes from what was naturally occurring contaminant into new areas, I think it presents new challenges within our regulatory process to figure out how we can address.
Thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you, board member. Mr. Kalupa, did you want to follow up with anything further?
Yeah,
specific?
no, I just want to echo board member Firestone's comments. I mean, it's, again, our authority, as you know, extends to discharges, but what a discharge is kind of an interesting concept. We don't regulate pumping, but then again, when you see an increasing plume, like board member Firestone says, we don't want there to be a regulatory vacuum and to everybody be left pointing their fingers, oh, you should have regulated it, or you should have regulated it. So from my vantage point, it just increases the amount of conversations that we need to have with the GSAs and with DDW and with local authorities that do regulate pumping to make sure that we have our arms around this issue as it continues to evolve.
Yeah, to my mind, the Groundwater Ambient Monitoring and Assessment Program, our GAMMA program, which we heard a little bit about earlier on our Superior Accomplishment Awards, is a really important component. We need to continue to ensure that we're having robust data collection and understanding and then modeling thereof, and just better, to board member Firestone's point, understanding of what is happening below our feet, what are the challenges to water quality that we know we'll continue to see, particularly with drought that concentrates our contaminants. And there we even have data coming in from the Division of Drinking Water, which we know in the last drought, we saw systems begin to not meet standards that they were meeting prior because of degrading groundwater quality. So a lot to explore. And again, thank you, Mr. King, for your good comments here and spurring our good discussion.
Thank you very much.
Now, next we have Tess Dunham.
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Good morning. It is. Hello. Not a lot to say here other than to, well, I guess I should start with my name, Tess Dunham, Consories in Conway. And just wanted to touch base here today with respect to the Basin Plan amendments that are before you. You know, we appreciate the regional board's process and your process in the development of these and the ability for us to get to agreement with multiple stakeholders with respect to the moving forward with these Basin Plan amendments. We do believe that they are consistent with what was agreed upon in the conversations that we had in 2019 that led up to the State Water Board's adoption of the Basin Plan amendments. Most importantly, during this time period where we've been developing these amendments through the CV salts process, work has begun in earnest, right? Where our feet have not been, we have not been sitting idly by while these were under development. We have been actively working in implementing both the nitrate control programs as well as the salt control program, which will be part of your next item as far as discussion as the informational item. But we encourage your adoption of these today, and we will continue forward with implementation of both the salt and nitrate control programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dunham. If I can ask one question, just and not to put you on the spot here, knowing, as you've heard from some of our discussion, whether it's Sigma or the way that this program interacts with so many of the other activities going on in the basins, how best do we make sure that there is cross-pollination with groundwater sustainability agencies, that the discussion and understanding of even just this program, its benefits, how we're proceeding is known to those GSAs, so as to be able to really better coordinate and better inform that decision making that has such critical impact to things like water quality and the concentrating of contaminants, et cetera. Do you have a suggestion on how best we do that? Is it just continued just investment in kind of the collaborative space for those? Are there maybe specific opportunities for us to kind of stand up and in unison, in tandem, sort of discuss these challenges?
Well, I think, we definitely, as we've gone forward with implementation, both for the nitrate and the salt programs with respect to the management zones, as well as the development of the prioritization and optimization study, clearly there is conversations that is happening or that are happening with the GSAs today for where we have our priority management zones. There is communication happening as to the GSA role versus the management zone role, and how do we collaborate with respect to those activities. A couple of our management zones are actually administered by the same, agency that's administering the GSAs. So there is a lot of cross-pollination that is happening on the ground every day. I think in part we're all still waiting to see where the GSPs come out that have been submitted. I don't think there's any that have been officially approved yet at this point in time. But the cross-pollination is there, and I think we just need to have those conversations. And then of course factoring in the drought and the impact with respect to drought has made it even more challenging for all of us. I don't know that on the spot, I could say that there's, one specific thing that can happen other than to let you know that we are all, we're all talking and chatting, and a lot of conferences that talk about it. And just a matter of, as we learn more and, figure out the nexuses between that, what role can a management zone play and collaboration with a GSA? And most importantly, for a lot of the folks that I represent, is making sure we are using resources wisely, right? The last thing we need is for growers and those subject to a management zone to be paying for their management zone and to duplicate and pay for the same thing through a GSA. And so I don't think that helps any of us. We want to make sure we're using our resources wisely.
Yeah, I thank you for that spontaneous colloquy, because I think it really is then also then about the state's resources writ large, all of us collectively, and what we're expending and how we expend that. Because I think of the Safe and Affordable program, of course, our drinking water programs here, and the need to also see that real collaboration between the programs and those. And I know that there are discussions there, and I think it's just needing to continue to really ensure that we're spending wisely collectively our community's resources, our state's resources, and actually tackling what are these real generational challenges, and that we have an opportunity to finally address here before us. So thank you. I appreciate the discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Daniel Kozad.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board. I'd sort of echo the things that Tess said. Certainly appreciate the work by the Regional Water Quality Control Board and the State Board staff as they work through these. We're now working through all the implementation issues that are related to actually managing the delivery of testing and water on the ground. So we've had a number, as Anne and Patrick can attribute to, a number of calls between us figuring out all the small details. They seem small, but they're really critical in getting these programs out. And I'm sure, as board member Firestone knows, it's easier to talk about delivering water than it is to actually test and deliver water to people in their homes. So I think the management zones that have worked have done really exceptional work. Valley Water Collaborative and Chowchilla Management Zone, as well as Kings Water Alliance and the Cahuilla Water Alliance and Thule Management Zones, are all working very effectively in their areas at various levels. And so just wanted to thank everybody involved in getting us through sort of the final approval. I think I've sort of said I thought the final approval was a number of times over the history, but I think getting these changes and fixes for everybody into the record are really helpful, and that all the folks who are working, we talk all the time in between the different groups. We also have hundreds of P&O study participants that have signed up and paid to be part of the study as far as the salt side. So both programs are on the ground working very actively, and as Tess said, we certainly support the Basin Plan amendment before the board today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kozan. Appreciate your work and engagement on all this. And then last we have Michael Claiborne. I apologize, I misspoke earlier. I combined items number 3 and 4 when I saw how many folks we have speaking. So we have the other tranches after the CV Salt update. Mr. Claiborne. You should be invited to unmute here in a second.
All right, I think I'm unmuted.
Okay, you are now. Good to see you.
Good morning to the chair and to the board. So we, along with Community Water Center and Clean Water Action, have engaged in the CV Salts Basin planning process for many years. I'd guess that of the 18 hearings that Mr. Palupa mentioned, we've likely been at all of them. And I'd also say, it already feels like it's been a long road, but we're really just at the beginning of implementation. So we're looking forward to seeing drinking water get to people on the ground, and also for management zones to bring their members into compliance and restore groundwater basins. Our goals in engaging in this process have been to ensure that residents impacted by nitrate pollution in groundwater have a safe and affordable source of drinking water. In the short term, this means replacement water, kiosks, and or point of use or point of entry filtration. In the medium term, it means dischargers must come into compliance, and where it makes sense, consolidation and extension of public drinking water service. And then ultimately, the best way to ensure that residents of the Central Valley have safe drinking water that isn't impacted by nitrate is compliance with water quality objectives and restoration of polluted groundwater. In October of 2019, when the original Salt and Nutrient Control Program was approved by this board, we had numerous issues with the Salt and Nutrient Management Plan. But to this board's credit, after stakeholder negotiations, the approval resolution directed many revisions to the SNMP to better protect groundwater quality. And we're appreciative of the state board's intervention in its approval resolution, as well as the central board's timely compliance with resolution 2019-0057 in revising the SNMP. There are, though, three things that I want to flag today in implementation. The first is that although the Basin Plan amendments allow up to 35 years for compliance, time schedules are required to be as short as practicable for each discharger or category of dischargers. In implementation of the Salt and Nutrient Management Plan, we will be very skeptical of proposed schedules that are 35 years in length. The state and regional boards must play a strong oversight role to ensure that dischargers come into compliance and stop contributing to exceedances and pollution and nuisance in the receiving water in the shortest practicable period of time. Second, the revisions to the SNMP do not adopt clear standards for when a management zone must provide financial assistance to a water system that is presently providing safe water to its customers, but at a higher cost because of nitrate pollution. This policy issue must be adequately and equitably addressed in implementation, and the state board's guidance on this point will be critical. And then finally, resolution 2019-0057 directs state water board staff within 1 year of approval of this resolution or the resolution to identify internal and external options for developing and expanding the capacity of local community organizations to participate meaningfully in the development of management zone implementation plans and related processes. We continue to believe that community capacity building will be essential to equitable implementation of CV salts, and we're eager to engage with staff and the board to expand community capacity. I'd also specifically thank board members Doduck and Firestone for their leadership on this issue. And then thank you again for the opportunity to provide a comment on this item. We look forward to implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Claiborne. Appreciate your contributions and commitment to the effort. Thank you. Fellow board colleagues, questions, thoughts, discussion?
I guess I will start and add my thanks to those already expressed, to regional board staff for their tremendous work on turning this around, but also to all the stakeholders involved for just tackling the challenges associated with this very, very difficult issue, working together and getting it to this point. And really, as have been mentioned, this is just the start of a very challenging, difficult, long-term process that will require tremendous coordination, collaboration, and yes, engagement from the state and regional water board. And I think, especially on issues such as community engagement and capacity building, yes, we did put the responsibilities on the groups to do that, but I think it also should be a responsibility of us, the water boards, to provide some guidelines where appropriate to ensure some consistency and to ensure that it gets done. That is our role, after all, and you know that. I don't have to tell you that, Patrick. But thank you so much for all the hard work that went into this and all the hard work that will go into this. And I'm sure there'll be other comments and perhaps some discussion, but I would be honored and pleased to move for adoption of this item.
Thank you so much, board member. Other colleagues?
I can echo that. And again, this is really challenging, just the beginning, a ton, like a decade of work going into this, and decades more to come to make it successful. So thank you all, and I'll second the motion.
Thank you, board member. And before we actually vote, I apologize. I want to acknowledge that Chair Dr. Longley and Vice Chair Kadara are here on the board meeting with us. If you would like to say any words, we can also save comment since we'll be talking about the program here and the update further in the next item. But just wanted to at least acknowledge Chair Longley and Vice Chair Kadara here. Okay, and then so we have a second. If any other board colleagues would like to make comment. Hearing none, I just want to echo then the comments that Board Member Dodek and Board Member Firestone made. We are only at the beginning here. As we heard, this is a really important program. I look forward to hearing further on the update here and discussion then, but appreciate the flexibility in being able to allow us to adopt, but also send back to the region some revision to be able to close this out, to be able to, and the good diligent work that's gone on to do so. Vice Chair Kadara.
Yes, just a comment. I want to acknowledge the staff for their hard work on this and all the comments that have been made, and really wanting to, glad to hear about obtaining the warrant for sampling of the water of the private wells. I think that was a big sticking point that we had a month or so ago, trying to make sure that we had a way of sampling those private wells. So just to see that that's something that's being considered is great. And the community engagement to me is a critical part to see that the families, the residents, the communities that are impacted, that they are at the table in the decision-making process. So they didn't have anything to do with the impacts or the contamination, but they certainly can be a part of the solution, and I think rightfully so. So thanks to the staff, Patrick and Annie and all the people that have worked on it, and the state board for your work with us, and look forward to the next phase of this effort, of this long effort, as it's been stated. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair, for your incredible leadership and for championing those really important aspects of this program. Really, really appreciate your incredible work. So thank you, and for joining us here this morning.
Thank you. My
Chair
pleasure.
Longley.
Yes, thank you. But certainly I echo the thanks to the staff for their long work. This is a journey we've been on it now since about 2006, and we're just beginning the journey. It's a long ways to go. I think we also need to look out to the university communities as ways of helping us. And the Department of Energy now through the Lawrence Berkeley Labs is putting out a lot of money to address issues such as the nitrate and arsenic issues. I would certainly urge more comprehensive development of relationships focused specifically on the kind of problems we face here in the Central Valley, and I think it might yield good results in future years. I'm personally on 2 of those contracts with agencies developing technology, and there's a lot of opportunity. But getting back to the topic today, thank you very much for considering this. And I think it's a tribute to those who've worked on it that we've gotten where we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Longley. Really appreciate your longstanding engagement in all of this work. And for those that may not know, I believe it's the Western States Salinity Coalition, one of the salinity coalitions out there, honored Dr. Longley with the Salt of the Earth award, and rightfully deserved. So thank you, Dr. Longley, Chair Longley. I think that brings us then to an actual roll call vote. And thank you both, Chair and Vice Chair of the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, for contributing to our discussion here. And Ms. Townsend.
Yes.
Thank you.
Board Member Dodek.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you as well. And item number 3 is adopted. Thank you, everyone, for, again, the good work and a bit of creative maneuvering on our part to be able to get some edits in and still be able to move forward with implementation of the plan. And just appreciate all the, good work, a lot of work that went into being able to meet those deadlines, and still at a place where we're starting to implement. And on that implementation then, we can go on to item number 4, which is an update on CV Salt's program. an update on the implementation of the Central Valley Salt and Nitrate Control Program. And here we have back Mr. Palupa. Oh, and actually, it may be Ms. Walters that's actually starting the item here.
But by all means, I'll kind of echo the commendations to staff. I really do want to give an extra thanks to Ann, who's the program manager for the CV Salts program and who will be giving the presentation today. A lot of stakeholder participation brought us to where we are at right now. That includes the Salinity Coalition, as well as numerous stakeholders and advocates who commented on this process and made it a better project in the end. But I think Ann, really for the past few years at least, has been the focal point of a lot of those efforts, and she's borne a very heavy load and done so in a very commendable manner. Jenny also did excellent work in kind of shepherding this last series of amendments through. So thanks to them. And with that, I will turn it over to Ann to take over for the start of this presentation.
All right, thank you, Patrick. And I just want to say it's a team effort. I have an excellent team that helps me, so definitely the kudos go to them as well. But good morning, board members. My name is Ann Walters. I'm a senior environmental scientist at the Central Valley Water Board, and I'm here today with Patrick Lupa, executive officer of the Central Valley Water Board, and then also Joe Karkowski. He's the assistant deputy director with the State Board's Office of Sustainable Water Solutions. And today we will be providing you an update on the CV Salt's implementation of the salt and nitrate control programs. Next slide. So today's item will start with a brief overview, followed by an update on the salt control program. And then next, I will talk about the nitrate control program's early action plans and preliminary management zone proposals. And Patrick will then discuss the public comments that were received on those plans and the subsequent early action plan conditions for the management zones. And then lastly, Joe Karkowski will discuss the State Board's co-funding and coordination efforts. Next slide. So just to provide some context, the diagram here, shown here, provides a high-level overview of the two distinct programs that address salt and nitrate in the Central Valley. The Nitrate Control Program on the left side is a prioritized program that addresses nitrate pollution in groundwater by focusing first on the areas in the valley that are most critically impacted, and then followed by the lower priority areas after that. Permittees have a choice to follow an individual permitting approach with more stringent requirements, or they can choose to participate in a collective, stakeholder-led effort, which is that management zone permitting approach. The salt control program, shown on the right, is a phased program to address salinity impacts to both surface and groundwaters. For the first phase of the program, permittees again are provided the option to choose one of two pathways. The first is a conservative permitting approach, which requires meeting stringent salinity limitations, or permittees can choose to participate in a region-wide stakeholder effort to develop that long-term sustainable salt management strategy. Next slide. So as we talked about during Jenny's item, addressing salt and nitrate issues in the Central Valley will take many decades. This diagram gives a big picture of where we are in terms of the next 30 years. And at the top, you can see that we are in the second year of the nitrate control program, which puts us right in the middle of that initial rollout of the Priority 1 basins. And then Priority 2 basins are expected to be addressed in the second half of 2022, while non-prioritized areas will follow on a to be determined basis. And on the bottom, we see in the salt control program, we're in that early part of the program's first 10-year phase with 2 decade-long phases planned after that. Next slide. So next, I'm going to give you a brief update on the salt control program. Next slide. Phase 1 of the salt control program applies to all permitted dischargers of salt in the Central Valley region. And notice to comply letters were sent out to over 3,200 permittees on January 5th of this year. The notice of intents are due from those permittees by July 15th of this year. And as you can imagine, after that initial mail out in January, the Central Valley Water Board was contacted via email and by phone by hundreds of the permittees. They had questions and wondering what to do. And staff was very busy responding to those many inquiries. A salt control program webinar held with the Central Valley Salinity Coalition in February helped to answer many of those questions. But we've had a number of one-on-one meetings and phone calls as well with permittees. We do anticipate an uptick in the work in July when we start receiving more of those notice of intent forms, and then also the salinity characterization reports for permittees choosing that conservative pathway. Next slide. In March, the Central Valley Water Board approved the prioritization and optimization, or we call it P&O for short, work plan submitted by the Central Valley Salinity Coalition, which is serving as that lead entity of this effort. And again, that P&O study is that alternative permitting approach for phase 1 of the program, and it will last 10 to 15 years. And during this time, the study will define salt-sensitive hydrologic regions, identify their salinity sources and impacts. It will also develop the conceptual projects for long-term salt management. And these could include both physical and non-physical projects. It will also establish a governance structure and funding plan. And ultimately, it will develop recommendations for phase 2 of the salt control program, which is when the design and approval steps of the salt management projects will take place, followed by the last phase of the program when project implementation will occur. Next slide. Okay, so next I'm going to give you a brief update on the nitrate control program. Next slide. Okay, so the map here shows the prioritized areas in the Central Valley for the nitrate control program. And over 1,200 Priority 1 Notice to Comply letters were sent out in May of last year to areas shown here in red. And then the Priority 2 areas are shown in orange. And as we talked about, as I mentioned before, those Notice to Comply letters are anticipated to go out in 2022. And then the remaining areas in green will be phased in as needed after the Priority 1 and 2 areas. So as of today, there are only 22 permittees, or less than 2%, who chose the individual permitting approach. And we're still evaluating the nitrate assessment report submittals on those. But about 84% of the remaining permittees have chosen to participate with their local management zone. And then the remaining 14% have not submitted a pathway choice. So we're going to have to do some follow-up on those. Next slide. But as I mentioned, the vast majority of permittees have chosen to join a management zone. So this table shows the 6 groundwater basins that fall in the Priority 1 classification. And management zones have been created in each of these areas. And an estimated 100,000 residents may be impacted by high nitrates in the groundwater of these 6 basins. Next slide. Management zones have a number of deliverables to complete to meet the requirements of the nitrate control program. The first were the submittals of those preliminary management zone proposals and early action plans. And those were submitted by all the management zones by that due date of March 8th of this year. Implementation of the early action plans, which provide testing and replacement drinking water to impacted residents, began on March 7th. And the Central Valley Water Board held a public comment period and workshop on those plans a few months ago. Patrick will be talking a little bit more about that in a few minutes. The Central Valley Water Board subsequently sent out 5 conditional approval letters and 1 disapproval letter with a 60-day opportunity to cure to the management zones on May 7th. Patrick will also be talking a little bit more about those details in a minute. Following the Central Valley Water Board's approval of the preliminary management zone proposals, the management zones will need to submit a final management zone proposal within 6 months. So that's anticipated to be probably at the end of this year. Following the public comment period and approval of those plans, a management zone implementation plan will be due 6 months later. And those implementation plans will really, spell out those overall long-term plans on how the management zones will intend to meet that 35-year deadline to comply with the nitrate objectives. And they'll serve as the primary avenue by which permits will be updated to incorporate the nitrate control program requirements. Next slide. So I just want to highlight some of the early action plan implementation activities. These include community outreach, which encompasses both virtual outreach, such as webinars, and in-person events, such as visiting farmers markets and schools. And the early action plans also include plans for well testing and provision of interim safe drinking water to impacted residents. The plans also include strategies for working with communities at risk to ensure the long-term success of the program. Next slide. The early action plans primarily focused on 3 interim drinking water solutions: bottled water delivery, water fill stations or kiosks, and point of use systems. And so currently there are 6 water fill stations in use, and they're averaging about 480 gallons of water per day. In addition, hot off the press as of this morning, I received information from the management zones that 110 wells have been tested since the implementation started less than a month ago, and there are more to be scheduled. There's more than 70 other applications in process and several hundred other inquiries that they've received. And bottled water delivery has started for 19 households in the area where the nitrate levels were above the objective. Next slide. So next I'm going to turn it over to Patrick, and he's going to talk a little bit more about the public comments.
All right, thanks so much, Anne. And as a starting note, I would say that a lot of us were optimistic about this program, but with a dose of skepticism, with a dose of let's try this and see how it works. I will say, if you asked me 2 years ago today, if this program, if you guessed this program would be as successful as it is and whether you would take it or not, I would take where this program is in a heartbeat. I think there's a lot of people who have put a lot of time and effort into developing preliminary management zone proposals and early action plans with the involvement of communities, with the involvement of other regulators to try and make them successful, to try and carve a path forward towards nitrate compliance for the entire valley. A lot of remarkable work has gone in, even in these past 14, 15 months when we are in strict lockdown. And I think that's a testament to really the good faith of many people around the table trying to work for collaborative solutions here. And I think that's fairly remarkable. And as Joaquin, as you said earlier, this implementation comes at a time where it is so badly needed in the middle of these drought conditions. It's also something that I know many of our growers who are providing the resources for these programs are also in very, very difficult situations. Many of them are in very difficult situations because of the drought. And so we thank them for their continued involvement. So this, the slide up here is showing the public comment periods that we had for the preliminary management zone proposals and early action plans, which themselves are not permits. They are really one of the main steps on a pathway to a permitting action by the Central Valley Water Board. But nonetheless, because they had such a heavy involvement with the communities, because the board, both the state and regional boards' expectations were that the communities had to be involved in the development of these plans and proposals, we opened this up to a public comment period. Public comment period was a quick one, March 14th to April 15th. Again, the reason being that occurred during that 60-day window after the plans were submitted to the regional board and before the plans began implemented. That's a really, really tight time frame. We also included a public virtual workshop that we held on April 27th, shortly before the plans were scheduled to be approved, disapproved by myself and the regional board, just to hear a few more opinions, a few more comments about what the plans were doing well and what they were not doing well, so that when we issued our letters, they could be as well informed as was possible given the short time frame. Next slide. And so these were the comments that we heard from the main stakeholders as we kind of unfolded that public comment period. And I want to say this is fairly unique in that I think we agree with just about every single one of the comments that came in. Some of them we're not deploying immediately, where it's more of a long-term goal, but all of the comments that came in raised some very valid points about the direction of this program. One of the most critical components was we need to see additional public outreach and engagement. I think even the most diehard proponents of a robust public engagement strategy acknowledge that the COVID-19 pandemic changed the way in which dischargers interact with stakeholders. And I think the thought was that as the COVID-19 restrictions lift, those door knocking campaigns and those boots on the ground strategies that many of the dischargers and management zones are planning had to resume. Certainly the regional board supports this, and I think we've heard universally from the management zones that that is the strategy. Once we can get back to those one-on-one meetings, or once we can get back to those small in-person gatherings with community leaders, with individuals who have contaminated well water, that has to happen. Second, there was a component of a comment that said we want more data transparency and accessibility to the information that's being developed through the management zones and through the management zone implementation plans. I think that's absolutely true. The regional board's expectations for data transparency are higher than they ever have been. The fact that we are ardently insisting that all data paid for by state resources are mandated through the CV Salts program go into GeoTracker is something that frankly wasn't a conversation that we were having years ago. Now I think it's mandatory. When we talk about data transparency, we talk about data transparency going up to databases that are universally accessible to researchers, to academics, to the public, to other regulators. And I think that's really going to be the default position as we move forward. It's such a shared problem. There has to be shared access to the data so that we can understand the size and scope of it. Some of the information that came in through the preliminary management zone proposals or through the preliminary early action plans did not have full disclosure of the data. And I think that was really because it was an effort to get things going. And I think that what our insistence was in our approval letter was we have to really continue to open up data even more so than it has been in the past. And I think you're hearing very, very broad support from that from just about all the stakeholders out there. Next slide. One of the public comments, and we certainly appreciate this, is that the initial CV Salts proposal requires property owner consent for doing the domestic well testing. That's really just been the traditional posture of the board because the traditional posture of the board, including what was in the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program that was considered by the state board, was that the regional board had to be able to back up any kind of requests that it had with the regulatory authority to do it itself if it needed to. And the way the laws and regulations are structured right now is that the Central Valley Water Board would need to get the property owner's consent or a warrant, as Board Member Kadara was commenting earlier, to access a well for domestic well testing. Now, I think that's an evolving issue. And certainly what we've been doing and what our approval letters have said is that our enforcement division will keep tabs on any property owner that has not been responsive to requests by residents to have their well tested. So we can come in and do an enforcement action if need be to get a well tested if the property owner is unreasonably withholding permission to do so. And the bar for unreasonably withholding, I don't know any circumstance in which somebody serving water to their residents would be reasonably refusing to have their well tested. So we'll keep tabs on all of that. And very quickly, at least in our framing of the issue, that could very well turn into an enforcement issue where we will get that information one way or another. Thus far, we have not been seeing many well owners denying that permission. It's really something I think everybody, again, wants to get to the bottom of. There's certainly liability issues associated with that. So I think they've been very, very receptive thus far to getting those wells tested. And we'll certainly keep track and report back to our board and to you if any of those numbers start climbing upwards and what we plan to do about it. Other folks asked for increases to the frequency of sampling. So the thought was that certain wells may show a nitrate level that's below the regulatory threshold, so below the 10 standard during one season, but as the seasons go on, due to pumping, due to influx, due to rain, lots of different changes in the hydrodynamics beneath the system, that you'd get that nitrate number inching up and make it a dangerous well. What we've decided to do is really take the priority to get as many wells sampled as possible. So this means that we're not going to be sampling wells quarterly. We're not going to mandate quarterly sampling of wells, but any well, as mentioned earlier, that tests above the 7.5 threshold will be, the management zones will be offering to resample that so that we can make sure that that well stays below the 10 threshold, or if it inches above the 10 threshold, that replacement water is going to be provided. We will also take a close look at the well data as it comes in. If we notice any seasonal trends, I think we'll incorporate that into our thinking. We have continual review over this process. It's something that will continue to evolve, but I want to kind of lay the chip down that at this point, our main interest and the interest supported by a lot of constituents in the Valley is let's get as many wells tested as possible. That really is the highest priority at this juncture. Additional comment that came in said, we need to increase the sampling protocols for other water quality constituents. We don't want to give a false impression that because this is a nitrate control program, they sample for nitrates, that's clean for nitrates, you're good to use the well. We know that in many areas of the Valley, there are multiple constituents that could potentially pose a harm to somebody drinking that drinking water, and we want to make sure that we are sampling and not saying that you have a green light to use that well is totally safe if we just sample for nitrates. This is where a lot of the work has come in with working with entities like SAFER, with working with other folks who are doing sampling for other constituents. I think Joe will touch a little bit on that in the next part of the presentation. But we have developed a sample letter that will go out to any well that tests good for nitrate, but where other constituents aren't tested for, we want to keep that number low and want to make sure that when we do go out and do a well sampling event, or when the management zone does a well sampling event, we will be testing for the full suite of constituents that generally pose a risk in that area. But that's what we're going to be doing. Where there's a sample letter that's going to go out to folks that will essentially say, we tested your well for nitrate. You still could have water quality issues. Please follow up with testing, and then I'll link to resources for that additional testing. Next slide. In addition, the public did make some comments. We had some comments that the fill stations needed to be operational as soon as possible, with the time frame, I believe, was down to 60 days. The drinking water fill stations, which are certainly an interim measure, they're not the best solution, but they're a solution that we have at hand to provide drinking water to communities that are in desperate need of it. They take a while to get up and running. I wish it weren't the case, but we need to make sure that when a fill station is installed in a community, that fill station is safe, that the fill station follows all DDW rules and regulations about the way it is serving the water. We want to make sure that those fill stations have community support. So those fill stations, we are trying to get operational as quickly as possible, but those timeframes is probably a few months at minimum to get those fill stations up and operational, simply because there's a lot of engagement, both with regulatory agencies, with the county, and with communities before those things get installed. Additional comments, and I think this is what we've been hearing from you folks at the board as well, is continue to coordinate with the SAFER program. We have a number of regulatory programs that are all operating within the same sphere. We have a lot of meetings with both SAFER, with DDW, to address a lot of the issues that are coming up. Our coordination has, included GSAs, included a lot of other entities within the area, but SAFER is certainly a key component to our interactions. I think not a week goes by where at least I don't have a meeting with the SAFER program. Many other folks are meeting even on a more frequent basis to make sure that we're not duplicating efforts, that we're using limited resources wisely, and that we're really getting the drinking water and testing out to the people that need it the most. Lastly, and this is a good comment that we've heard, is that some folks from the stakeholder community wanted more information on the budgets and funding from the management zones. And I know this can be a tricky issue, in that, the thought was, hey, we want to make sure that you have adequate budgets and funding mechanisms to ensure everything that you're promising actually gets delivered. For us, I think we're going to be asking for additional transparency as these plans get operational, as the plans report to the regional board. Our bottom line, though, is that these have to be funded. If you have a plan that it just doesn't budget for enough well testing, that doesn't budget for enough replacement water, you have to go out and make sure that that money becomes available through the folks that are working within your management zone. If you fail, if you only fund these plans at 80%, 70%, 50%, well, then some of the permitting options, which are really the carrots in this whole equation, get taken off the table and you're bounced into a traditional compliance mode. So a lot is at stake with making sure that the management zones continue to come up with the resources that they need to deliver on the promises that they are making. Next slide. Again, in terms of the conditions, this isn't quite a permitting issue. At the current stage of development, we're giving approval to early action plans, and the idea being that if you do not execute on the early action plans, you do not get the permit that we have down the line. That's really what the whole strategy was for this particular program. That in order to get a 35-year compliance timeframe, of course, the clock's ticking, is probably 33 and change at this point. But if you do not get access to that extended compliance timeframe to bring your facilities, bring your agricultural parcels, bring your POTWs into compliance, unless you have a viable early action plan that is doing exactly what you propose to do, that is doing what all the regulations require you to do. That's the formulation right here. So our approval letters basically laid out in very clear terms what our expectations were. As I mentioned earlier, one of the components was to continue community engagement efforts and increase one-on-one communications with community members as the COVID-19 protocols lift. Two, for the well sampling program, we want to make sure that there is additional rigor being placed on the well sampling program. As you can tell from the numbers that Ann mentioned earlier, those numbers are ramping up on a curve. The more and more people are asking to have their wells sampled. The management zones are going out and proactively proposing that these wells be sampled. That will continue. We are also going to take note of any property owners that refuse permission for sampling, and that ingest them into a database maintained by our enforcement division, and also continue to get multi-constituent sampling protocols up and running so that wells are tested not just for nitrate, but for other potentially harmful water quality constituents. In addition, we've also made sure that if there is a nitrate exceedance, that the owner is notified, that residents are notified, and that we are providing the resources with the management zones of where they can go to get replacement water as quickly as possible to make sure that everybody is safe when a nitrate exceedance is detected. Next slide. Other aspects, we touched on these a little bit earlier, included in the letter. Technical analyses and data transparency. We are basically putting the marker down that we need to make sure that the programs, as they give data over to the regional board, that it's data that's essentially open for any one member of the public to scrutinize, to take a look at. That includes both the prerequisites to the data analysis of the data analysis itself and the underlying data. In terms of point of use programs, there was some ambiguity in the Basin Plan Amendment about when they could be used and when they couldn't be used. What the approval letters lay out is that you have to have multi-constituent testing if you're going to use a point of use system in a particular household. There's no point treating for nitrate and saying everything is all good with the point of use system if the point of use system is not treating for water quality constituents that are actually posing potentially even greater threat than nitrates at the tap. So that includes arsenic, radionucleotides, a bunch of other water quality constituents. So in order to use a point of use system, you have to do the full suite of water quality constituent testing. Financial reporting, we laid out our expectation that financial reporting will increase. We are currently in conversations with the management zones themselves about how they can make sure that their financial information is transparent to ensure that there is a viable set of resources available to pay for all the things that they are promising. And lastly, I think this is a common refrain both to the State Water Board, we're reporting more frequently to you. We want the management zones reporting very clearly to us about the current status of their implementation efforts. Next slide. And here's just something to note in terms of what we're looking at within many of the management zones. These are the other issues that we're worried about. So, you can kind of take a look at this. There's a whole suite of water quality constituents that could potentially pose risk to human health. This is the list. This is the top 5, but again, there's others that could potentially pose a human health threat in individual domestic wells, and we want to make sure that all of these issues are addressed, even though the nitrate control program is uniquely focused on nitrate, because again, as a discharge permitting agency, that's the constituent that is in the discharge. Many of these others are either historic artifacts in the 123 TCP or DBCP, or are naturally occurring, as in the case with arsenic, uranium, and some of the other water quality constituents out there. Next slide. And with that, I will turn it over to Joe Karkowski for a discussion about State Board co-funding and coordination.
Okay, great. Thanks, Patrick. Next slide, please. So we've been in discussions with representatives from the CV Salts Coalition, so Tess Dunham and Daniel Cozet, as well as with the regional board on potential co-funding approaches. Patrick had mentioned clearly there can be other constituents of concerns, and we want to take advantage of opportunities to sample those wells where some of the nitrate sampling is going on. So the general approach that we were looking at is what would make sense and be fair and appropriate in terms of splitting the cost. And we looked at a couple of different activities, so I'll briefly go over those. One is the initial outreach. So that is, we're looking at, splitting the cost evenly, because at that point, you really don't know what constituents might actually be at elevated levels. So that when we say between DFA or the Division of Financial Assistance, it's between the State Board and the management zones. Then also looking at the domestic well sampling, our proposal, and again, this is something that went out a couple weeks ago to the management zones for their consideration, is to provide funding for the general sampling costs and any cost specific to nitrate. And then essentially State Board or DFA would look at funding any incremental increase in costs for other constituents of concern. Then once we're looking at any potential interim solutions, kind of the administration and follow-up associated with providing those interim solutions, if the only constituent of concern is nitrate that's exceeding that maximum contaminant level, then the management zone would provide the funding. And if nitrate is not at that level of concern, then DFA or the State Board provides the funding. So then we may have situations certainly where nitrate and other constituents of concern are at elevated levels, and we'd have to look at that kind of on a case-by-case basis and review that. Next slide, please. So what we're looking at, again, some of the way we view this is with the perspective of what our funding will allow us to fund, right? So there's the regulatory program that has a broader perspective in terms of providing well sampling regardless of income level and that sort of thing, as well as solutions. Whereas a lot of our funding sources are defined more narrowly. So for example, to target disadvantaged communities or low-income households, especially with the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund that's tied into the funding restrictions associated with the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. So we're looking at for well sampling, and again, these are all sort of our initial thoughts. If the community has an annual MHI or median household income that meets that disadvantaged community definition, then we would provide that funding, again, not for the nitrate, but for the other constituents. And then for interim solutions, what we're looking at is actually finding out what the household income is. So when we're actually going to a residence and providing a solution, whether it's bottled water or point of use, point of entry, that we'd need more information on the income level for that particular household. There are a couple of different approaches for co-funding. We already work with self-help enterprises quite a bit in the area, and I'll touch on that in a second. So one is that nonprofit partner could apply on behalf of the management zones. They'd have, say, a separate agreement with the management zones in terms of administration, but then the funding, the co-funding would come from us, from the state board. Or the management zones could work directly with us as well. In the interim, because a lot of these funding agreements, they take a while to negotiate, figure out what the parameters are and that sort of thing. In the interim, the management zones are already including in their letters contact information for self-help enterprises. So we do have agreements with self-help to do sampling and provide interim solutions. So if you could go to the next slide, I'll touch on those. And again, self-help, they serve a number of counties in the Central Valley. That's their area. So we have a couple of different programs. One provides some well testing, installation of point of use, point of entry devices to treat whatever contaminants are there. There's actually a pretty good amount of funding that we've provided through the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. There's also a regional bottled water program, and that's broader than just domestic wells, can fund folks who are served by state smalls or public water systems. And then Tulare County has a specific bottled water program as well. Let's see, next slide. And this kind of shows a map of the service area for self-help. So you can see versus the CV salts management zone. So you see the management zones fit within the self-help service area. So that can work out really well. I think there will be a lot of, as the management zones are implementing their program, coordination with self-help will be really critical and important. And as I understand it, self-help, I just was down in Visalia celebrating the retirement of one of their long-term employees last week, and they are getting inquiries already, which is encouraging. So that's all I had. I'll turn it back over to Patrick and Ann to answer all your hard questions. I think next slide is just questions. Yep. All right.
Great. Thank you so much, Joe. Anything further to add, Patrick or Ms. Walters?
No, I think that's about it.
Great.
I really appreciate all the involvement from, I know there was a big push from the state board, from you to make sure that there was interface between our programs, the SAFER program, DDW, and the regional board, and all of those programs are actually relatively new. CV Salts is the older program for once, and But it's one of those things where all the issues are continuing to evolve, and so we're continuing to talk. And I think that the program is yielding some pretty incredible benefits right now.
Yeah, evolving at a very rapid pace, as we see whether it's drought impacts or just even our own scientific understanding of the challenges and then possible solutions. So our agencies sometimes don't move that quick, and so it is really incumbent upon us to understand our own programs, begin to better integrate them, and ensure that even if it's a complicated regulatory landscape, we have in mind the common outcomes in our communities that I think we're all in common driving toward. So really just greatly appreciated, and thank you for the good overview of what is a lot of coordination that is going on. And again, much of it central to our minds here, certainly with the Safe and Affordable program. I guess I have just a couple of questions. On the point of use issue, you did flag appropriately, Mr. Palupa, that, point of use, if you're going to install it, can't just be for nitrates, or if it is, it has to understand that that is the only constituent of concern in the household. Does that really shift then, I guess, a lot of that point of use discussion to, again, this integrated space between SAFER and the CV Salts program? And just kind of wondering if you have any sort of thoughts. I know that, all of this is always going to be specific unto the households and communities that we engage, whether it's the solutions or the contaminants that they have. But just wondering if you have any thought. I know that point of use and point of entry is a space that, can continue to innovate perhaps and provide us solutions that, we know these longer term solutions like consolidation and even, the larger built infrastructure solutions that may be out there take years. That's just how long it takes to really get projects in the ground. And so these point of use and point of entry solutions, I know to some are, a really important bridge. So just kind of wondering if you have any thought kind of in that space between our two programs, how we might see the work ahead, or is it really kind of waiting for testing to come back, specific circumstances and starting to actually just do?
Yeah, I think the point of use is, it's definitely a tool within the toolbox, but I think that when we have a lot of the conversations, when the management zones have a lot of these conversations with communities, the preference tends to be for bottled water. And for a point of use system, we would insist, and for specific for a point of use system where nitrate is the constituents of concern, so no cost sharing agreement, nothing too exotic. We would be requesting that there be a robust management program in place to make sure that the filters are addressed very quickly. For point of use systems, you have to have property owner permission because you are kind of messing with the plumbing system. There's very few rental agreements that allow that to move forward absent a property owner agreement. So I think it's a tool within our toolkit, but I think in terms of the quickest tool to deploy, it's usually bottled water. So that's kind of the step that we're at in the evolution of this program. I think as we see more providers kind of step up and say, we've got the maintenance program, here's our track record. We go in, we make sure that these filters are deployed. Some of them have the lighting system that says, you really need to replace it, and we never let a light go red. Those kind of discussions are things that we're continuing to talk with the management zones about. But yeah, I think that they, there are situations in which they work well and situations in which they don't. But all of that presupposes that you do have the maintenance plan in place, and you don't put the burden on a resident to kind of swap that out. You really make sure that there's somebody coming in and doing the work responsibly, logging the work responsibly. So I think with that, it does get a little bit more complicated. I think that's kind of my probably a 30,000 foot overview. I know it's a viewpoint that Dr. Longley and Board Member Kadara both share. Point of view systems is kind of a healthy dose of skepticism when those are being proposed, because we really have to look into whether the plan is sufficient to make sure that other water quality constituents or maintenance doesn't become an issue, and that these people's health is threatened again.
Yeah, I know that there's communities in the Eastern Coachella Valley and nonprofit groups there that, again, see it as an important solution potentially here. To your point, though, it does have to be maintained properly, and it comes with, it's not just easy as install and walk away. They need to be maintained properly. And as I understand it, the market really isn't there for the sorts of systems that we're thinking of that would have the sort of safeguards. I think, as I understand it, most of the products out there have a red or green light, but it's only flow-based. So, when, the machine isn't having enough flow, then trying to signal an issue, not water quality based, where there's somehow continuous monitoring of the quality of the water coming from the system. So, yeah, there's a lot to explore there. Just thank you. I appreciate the comments and the potential, again, for this space to fund what is an increasing need, certainly in communities, but to your point, needs to be done right. So thank you. The only other thing I was going to say is just incredible shout out there at the end from Joe, and I just want to echo it to Self-Help for really being an incredible partner in all of this work. We wouldn't be able to do what we are able to do now, and even in the context of Safe and Affordable Fund and the SAFER program, the bottled water and whole water program that we have, and being able to be responsive to communities. It really is off the partnerships of both Self-Help, but RCAC, others out there, and just want to give acknowledgement and thanks to their great work in helping us be successful here. And then don't have any other comment. We do have some public commenters as well, but open it to fellow board colleagues.
I just had a couple of questions. First of all, I want to add my thanks to all of you. This is really exciting and amazing, and I agree with you, Mr. Palupa. A year ago, I didn't think that we would have this kind of discussion. But it's important to acknowledge, as the chair already has, that things are moving fast. There's a lot going on, especially if we start to look at the integration of these different programs. And so the question I have is, I think we're going to be receiving these updates annually. So just want to confirm that. And then I think that the integration piece is just really interesting. And I expect that in a year from now, there's going to be so much more information there on the integration with the various funding programs that we have, especially with, some potentially additional funding sources that we might receive as a result of this year's budget. But then also wanting to start to look at Sigma as well. And I think this time next year, we'll have a little more information on the GSPs, and starting to ask questions about integration of the GSPs. And I know that there are issues there with baseline that we can't just, assume that the GSPs are going to be looking at, this same set of issues, but helping us to better structure how we consider integration with the Sigma program as well.
And I can confirm they will be annual updates. That is in the amendment package that just went through a few minutes ago. But I will say that we're also working, and the letters kind of laid it out, that we're working to make sure that we have some pretty standardized, really top line numbers from the management zones. I know the Salinity Coalition and the management zone leaders are also working to do that. And it's just, so that we, I don't have a big digital display in my office, but if I did, it would be wells tested, drinking water provided to homes, and fill stations operational, and that's the type of information we want to get as real time as possible from the management zones to really understand kind of what the status is, to understand whether there's a lag time, if things are stagnating, what do we do about that? If the numbers are coming back different than what we expected. So that is happening constantly. That is something that we're looking for all the time. We meet very regularly with the management zone folks, and certainly if a hiccup comes up, we'll want to relay it to you too, kind of in the interest of coordinating all these efforts and all these resources that are being deployed into this sector right now.
Sorry, can I just ask a follow-up question on that? I think, Sean, I'll let you go more, but just on that particular issue is, Is it possible to, I know the regional board provides updates to our executive officers report on some of the big programs like irrigated lands. And I'm just wondering if some of those high level updates, especially in this first year, or maybe the first year or two, but can be included in just relayed up to us through the executive officer's report or some way that isn't too burdensome, but allows us to track that as well a little bit more.
Yeah, no, that's certainly, we can do that. My executive officer's report does have a CV salt section. These numbers will be reported. Lots of other good stuff in there, though we're trying to shrink it down a little bit because it's gotten to, I think the last one was 70 some pages. But that's done every couple months. And so if that's information that we can kind of tease out, even just send that section to your administrative staff to make sure that you get it, we'll do that. Although, of course, you want to read the whole thing, right? So much going on. But we'll get those numbers to you and on that interval at least, if that works for you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
But Sean, you're welcome. I'll wait till after you go.
I was just going to quickly say, Mr. Palupa, when you said, you'd have if you had your way, you'd have like a screen up with certain numbers. Let's think of it as a dashboard in a way. What does the dashboard look like for the program, and what are those numbers that we'll see kind of tick up and down, some up, some down, up on the number of engagement and solutions, down on those number of communities impacted by the challenge. So yeah, it would be great. And thank you, Board Member McGuire.
Great. Well, thank you. A lot to dig into here today, and just really phenomenal effort all around with Patrick, with you and your staff and the team that's been involved, Joe. Division of Financial Assistance really engaging here this past year to try and sort out the difficulties and really figuring out who's responsible for what. But at the end of the day, this is about safe drinking water for communities and for folks who are impacted. And so that's, from the nitrate perspective and the early action plans, that's what I'm focused on. And so this discussion of a dashboard sort of intrigued me. But so, for me, it's, thinking about human right to water, our number that we keep going back to is, 1 million Californians here without access to safe and reliable drinking water, and for me, just as we go forward, getting a better sense for what is the portion of that population that's impacted that CV Salts is responsible for. So when we're thinking about metrics, when we're thinking about making progress, I'm trying to figure out what is that benchmark that I'm measuring progress against, and how much farther do we need to go in the coming years. So I don't expect those numbers today. I know it's difficult to pin down in some respects, especially when you're looking at domestic well owners and really not knowing everyone who is impacted currently, and moving water quality targets and all that. But nonetheless, I think it will be really helpful and important for us to have that information as this program continues to evolve. And then if I could have a couple of questions for you. And so one is just a follow up on the well sampling program. We talked about this a little bit on our briefing before, but so, I appreciate that your working with the well owner, the property owners, and in some cases, where they decline the opportunity to sample those wells. I'm still, again, concerned about the tenants, the folks who are living in the homes, who are drinking the water. And I want to make sure that they have the ability to receive bottled water or to receive sampling, even if it's at their tap or otherwise, while you're working through the collaborative or the enforcement process with those property owners. So I'm hoping you could speak to a little bit of that, just so we can ensure that folks who are interested in getting their wells sampled or are concerned about the quality of their water have resources available to them. That's my first question.
Yeah, no, I think we're actively working on it. I mean, the answer, when people ask, well, who regulates these wells? They're not well regulated, right? And again, one of our thoughts about why the CV Salts was initially framed as something that was tied to the property owner is, again, related to the Central Valley Water Board's regulatory authority, extends to requiring information of property owners or facility managers. And so that's really kind of the backstop, and it's not the best. I think what we're doing as much as we can is projecting and saber rattling and saying, look, if you want the enforcement resources of the Central Valley Water Board bearing upon you, it is not going to be a comfortable endeavor. You know, you're probably going to come out with the short stick. You know, as you know from your other enforcement matters that I know you've seen come across your desk, it's ugly. You know, there's very significant fines associated with that. I think there's a burden shifting too when the regional board when you're refusing access to sample a well for your residents, and the regional board needs that consistent with a regulatory program that it's enacted. We've got a stepwise process that we can utilize to get to that end result, but that usually will mean that the property owner will bear the burden of ultimately paying for that, and potentially could get roped into the entire program, whereas just allowing access to the well to be sampled is really a lot easier for everybody. So I think that's kind of how we're projecting it. The answer really is, and I know this has come up in other areas too, is that we, in some cases, just have a sledgehammer to kind of pin that little nail in. And it's not really necessarily proportional if we really want to kind of deploy enforcement resources to get the results that we need. So, you know, we're strategizing. The Office of Chief Counsel is strategizing with the Office of Enforcement, figuring out an easier way of doing this. This pops up in other areas too. Again, there's not a really straightforward kind of legislative path to get that done. There's no law that basically says you are required as a landowner to sample your well if you're going to rent it out to somebody, to make sure that you're not poisoning them if you're going to rent it out to somebody, which again seems like an odd result. I'm not in the drinking water sphere except with respect to this program, but that's how California has set it up. So I don't know if I have a great answer for you there, except to say that we're strategizing the best we can and trying to make sure that we get what's needed to be done as quickly as possible. Certainly the management zones have an interest in avoiding that type of result because it chews up a lot of their resources that they could be spending in better ways when somebody's refusing that. So I think that's my way of answering. I will say we do have some of the numbers in terms of the proportion of 1 million of Californians who lack access to clean, safe, and affordable drinking water. The number potentially affected by these management zones, so again, it's 6 management zones in priority 1 basins. This is kind of where most of the nitrate issues are concentrated, although there are other issues, is about 103,000. And that ranges from the low end, the Chowchilla management zone, probably only about 400 people who are potentially impacted by nitrates, upwards to Turlock. The estimate is around 37,000, and Kings is the big one with 47,000 residents potentially affected. Most of the others, Kauai has 3,000, Modesto 4,000, Thule around 10,000. So that's kind of the numbers that are basically suggested when we take a look at where the nitrate numbers are high, compare that to census data numbers, compare that to some assumptions about how many wells are in use, look at some of the well screening data from the DWR database. That's kind of how we get that 100,000-ish number. Really what we're doing is targeting that 100,000 for additional testing and really trying to figure out whether that number is 100,000, and that's the scope of the bottled water replacement water program, or whether we have something else that whether that number goes up or goes down really is additional testing that needs to be done there.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you for pulling those numbers out quickly. Appreciate that.
I have to thank Ann. She kind of, all the management zone early action plans, they have those numbers in them. Ann pulled them all, and I've got a spreadsheet on my desk that tracks them.
Yeah, and thank you for your response, your thoughtful response on the property owner dynamics. I know that's not an easy situation to work through, and I'm hoping that as we go forward here, you know, it can be minimized to the extent it is, but to the extent we need to look for other pathways to get the information and or to get those folks who are impacted safe drinking water. I think at the end of the day, that's what I'm looking for in terms of interim solutions. My second question, if I could, is for Mr. Karkowski, since I don't want to pick on Patrick too much more. So as you were presenting, I really appreciate your comments about the coordination again and how much you've accomplished in the work with self-help also in terms of their ability to provide bottled water. So I guess this just popped into my head, which was if self-help identified a community or folks who are to be receiving bottled water and it ends up being primarily due to nitrate, would they then transition that responsibility over to the management zones ultimately? Or actually, maybe this is a question for Patrick. Basically, we're talking about coordinating responsibility, right? Whether it's multiple contaminants, whether it's just nitrate. And so if self-help identifies a community that's impacted, would they flag that for the management zone to then take over ultimately? I guess that's my question.
Yeah, I don't think we've had those conversations with self-help yet, because I know when we've had similar discussions about the Tulare County bottled water program, and there's coordination there too. There's a lot of hesitancy about moving people from one provider to another. So that's part of what I think we'd have to look at is how early in the process is it? Is it just like the well sample was taken, nitrate's the only constituent, and now that the management zone programs are set up, there's a different potential landing spot, right? So yeah, I think that's a really good question, and something we'll work with self-help in the management zones on.
I think the answer is yes. The responsibility for the nitrates does rest in the management zones, but I think Joe's absolutely right. It's the tough part is making sure that there's a seamless transition. And when you have an interim solution that's been worked out, we don't want to interrupt that. And so I think that's the challenge. But just the complexities, there's a lot of them. And this includes even some conversations with DDW and Darren about what are the obligations of a small system that might be facing an enforcement order from the state because they're serving nitrate impacted water, and then the management zone comes in with a bottled water program and they're like, hey, we're good, right? This obligation is suddenly taken off our hands, and we're working with Darren's folks to make sure that the district engineers aren't left with an enforcement order that they can't enforce. So again, a lot of these interplays are even situations that we didn't envision when we adopted the regulations. We're working on them. Lots of Zoom calls. Hopefully they'll be replaced with a lot of in-person conversations, or at least a few more in-person conversations. But that's kind of where we are. And I think again, the focus is really the first phase: get those domestic wells in those areas where we're expecting nitrate exceedances to be all over the place. Get those wells tested and get the bottled water out there. We'll kind of sort out some of the other stuff as the program continues to evolve.
Great, thank you, very helpful. Appreciate the responses.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member Firestone. And just to flag, I think we do have about 8 folks to comment or so.
Yeah, just following up on those questions, maybe all of the complexities. So Joe, first of all, thank you so much to all of our staff at DFA and Division of Drinking Water in really going above and beyond trying to coordinate safer program with this effort. As everyone's already said, thank you so much to the regional board for amazing work and leadership. I think really, I did watch all of the workshops actually, and just really appreciated the clear leadership and messaging and support to make this successful. So thank you all. So following up on that question, Joe, and actually I think this was sent to everyone both the regional and state boards and management zones. But there's a letter that Self-Help sent that basically said they are declining to provide services around this. I think I understood that as directly through contracts with management zones for and listed a number of constraints and concerns. And a big one, partly there's a lot of administrative coordination that is really burdensome, and concerns around private wells and the interaction with drought right now, and really low wells with very low water levels. There is also just concern around capacity to be able to meet the volume of need that this is talking about, which is huge. And I'm wondering if we are looking at, or if we have any strategies we've identified. I know you went through, where an option is to contract directly with management zones. I know that takes a little bit of time to set up. One of the programs you showed was around Tulare County's program that's already funded. But I'm just looking at, are there strategies we have for looking at those capacity limitations right now around these other contaminants to complement, the work that and like the volume that management zones are taking on?
Yeah, and the way I understood that letter was the capacity limitations, I think, aren't necessarily around fulfilling their current obligations to us, right, where we already have existing funding agreements. It's formally taking on additional roles with this, 5 or 6 additional management zones, right? That becomes really challenging administratively. And they're also looking at, which we're looking at too, in sort of a triage mode, is if people's wells are running dry, obviously there's not much to sample, and you want to focus on getting them hauled water, right? That's usually the solution, hauled water and bottled water. So that's something, as we move forward through the summer, we'll certainly be talking to Self-Help about as kind of our primary provider in that area, is how to triage between those competing needs and demands, right? Because that's the other thing when we've talked to them recently. We just executed an agreement with them for hauled water, and we're already amending it to put in a lot more money because there's such huge demand. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I think there is sort of a, we may collectively need to kind of change our expectations a bit. We're very hopeful that we'd be able to do a lot of domestic well sampling just under the Self-Help program, and then deploy POE or POE and bottled water where needed. But of course, they're going to prioritize, and we are, if people just don't have water.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it sounds like if needed, we could at least increase the amount of funding if that would support them being able to cover additional areas.
Yeah, and I think the slide that I had there's a pretty healthy amount of funding right now. It's a lot more than we've ever had before, and we just executed that agreement. And certainly when we bring the fund expenditure plan to the board, plus whatever resources we might get through the budget, I think that's another space where we'll consider how much greater investment we should make, not just in the Central Valley, but statewide, on domestic well sampling, and then providing interim and longer term solutions.
Yeah. Okay, and then my other question related to all of this is, I really appreciate the slide, I think, Patrick, you had with the contaminants we've already identified as very high risk in those management zone areas beyond nitrate. And so we know that there's a high risk of co-contaminants, and which even further emphasizes the need to have this more kind of robust and one-stop shop well testing to be able to inform residents whether their water is safe beyond nitrates. And we've talked about all of those challenges. I'm wondering if there's ways that we have or could do a better job of sharing the specific contaminants of concern in each region that have already been identified through these high-risk aquifer maps with both the management zones and then more concretely with the residents when there's outreach going on, so that they have a more concrete sense of specific contaminants and maybe the need, the importance of and relevance of doing additional testing.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think that's an easy answer because that's being done, and I think Daniel Kozak can talk a little more to that. I didn't want to be remiss. I know there's a lot of shout outs going on to State Board staff, John Borkovich and his work for the risk mapping and that team. Also, Office of Public Participation was instrumental in setting up a lot of these meetings, including the Webb forum that we held. So I just want to make sure that they get some credit in moving this whole process, this whole juggernaut forward. They really helped with some of the messaging that we did out there. But yes, in terms of getting that information into the hands of the residents, that is a key component. And with respect to self-help, I mean, I think it's some of the comments were not even necessarily towards resources and funding. It's just people power. There's even if you had infinite resources, you can't necessarily kind of just throw money at it and expect that you have people who can navigate that area. So I know everybody's kind of feeling constrained. The drought, is really having a big impact on a lot of people's lives and drinking water sources. We're cognizant of that. The nitrate management plan, management zones are saying we're going to move forward with nitrate testing. We really, really, really want to make sure that we have people who we can give a handshake to and get additional well testing, but we got to move forward with the nitrate component. I know self-help is saying, look, we're at our limit right now. We can't necessarily get an additional agreements to make sure that those programs mesh up, but we'll do our best, I think is kind of what we're hearing. And certainly, Joe and his team have a lot of carrots that they can deploy to say, do your best, and here's some incentive to continue to do those multi-constituent testing. So it's not a huge kind of crippling effect on the nitrate control program. It does have some effect on it. The management zones are still kind of absolutely going to be deploying resources to get the nitrate testing. It would be nice if we can get the other constituents tested for at the same time.
Great. Yeah, I have some other comments and questions, but I think I will do that after public comment.
Thank you, board member. Chair Longley, I see you have your hand up.
Thank you very much. A couple of things I'd like to say. Once again, back on point of use devices, very definitely I have my concerns about them because you actually have to go into the house, which maybe the folks aren't home or you're invading their privacy. A lot of reasons that make them unsatisfactory. Point of entry, better, at least it's outside the house and you can sample and so forth. Move on and talk about comments about board member Firestone made concerning self-help. I think she's right on. The only problem we have with self-help is we don't have enough self-helps. And the resource issue there, I think Patrick touched on it a bit to it. It's a capacity issue. How we address that, there's other folks out there, RCAC and others who are in that realm of providing services, and that is something I think needs to be addressed. This program is so unique and so important that we have to make sure it has not just success, but overwhelming success. With that said, I think we need to start the dialogue now. about special districts or some other entity, and I believe I've spoken with you about this, certainly spoken to Board Member Firestone, but we need to start talking about how we can put clean water in the house at the tap. And that's going to take at least 2,500, 3,000 or more connections. How do we get there? It doesn't always have to be a pipe. And I think, but we need to start this dialogue. There is funding that is available and will be coming available soon that could be used for this. If we put this dialogue off, we may miss an opportunity. So I think it's important that we begin that dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Thank you for your good comments and contributions here, Chair Longley. Thank you. Vice Chair, did you want
yes,
to? Yes, please.
Just to comment, this is in regards to the point of use option. While I know it poses some issues, my concern is that to supporting the point of use is the fact that we use the dollars that link to a long-term solution versus short-term and inconveniences and the excessive use of the plastic being used. I know there's maintenance and other constituents that pose concerns, but there should be a nexus in the process instead of gaps that still have to link to a long-term solution. So I don't know what that is, but I think while we're still in this process, we need to give some consideration to how the dollars are being spent and that they link to a long-term solution. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Vice Chair Kadara. Good points. Thank you. Okay, I think we can move on to some public comment. I'd like to first call up and go to Tume. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Or yes, good afternoon now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Escobar and the board members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Godo Atsume. I'm with Clean Water Action, and I'm speaking in alignment with my colleagues from Community Water Center and Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. I appreciate the conversation we're having regarding coordination here, and I want to echo 3 brief comments on that. Firstly, on the issue of coordination with the SAFER program, we continue to be concerned about the lack of coordination between these programs like we're talking about, and management zones have begun implementation of their well testing, which unfortunately includes testing for only nitrate. Now, while the BPA is clear that management zones are only responsible for nitrate testing and for the costs associated with nitrate contaminated drinking water, we are concerned that some residents impacted by other contaminants might get a false sense of security that their water is safe for drinking. I want to highlight that there's an urgency to see this coordination happening, bearing in mind that at the other end, there are people that are drinking contaminated water and using that water with their families and with their children. We believe that it is to the success of both programs that this testing happens simultaneously and definitely to the benefits of impacted residents. Secondly, we recommend the utilization of the aquifer risk assessment tool to identify other potential contaminants that might be present in drinking water based on local conditions. And I appreciate the compilation that the regional board presented during the presentation of that list. We recommend that residents be notified of those potential contaminants. Finally, because of the potential for nitrate concentration variability, there needs to be more frequent follow-up testing where wells are very close to the MCL or above 7.5 milligram per liter. Relying upon trend data or testing wells 1 year after initial test is insufficient, and it puts communities at risk. It also ignores the fact that there's seasonal fluctuations, and well tests carried out once a year can miss the time of the year when contaminant level rises above MCL. So we strongly recommend frequent well testing and not just once a year. Thank you for the opportunity to comment, and thank you for the conversation we're having on this.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tumek, for your contributions and for your flags here. Thank you. Next, we have Debbie Orrs. Good afternoon.
My name is Debbie Orrs with Community Water Center. So I would like to speak on a couple issues today. Like my colleague Godo mentioned, my comments are in line with my colleagues at Clean Water Action and Leadership Council. The two I'd like to talk on first is on community engagement. While and some of the management zones did, put in some effort on community engagement and acknowledging that COVID restrictions have made it more difficult, there are quite a number of ways that the management zones can be doing more, even with COVID restrictions. Many are relying a little too heavily on electronic engagement, or at least noticing. We've noticed that some of the management zones will ask, oh, should we be noticing meetings via social media, emails, but ignoring that public spaces are still being accessed by people and that public spaces should be where notices of meetings are still being posted. And most of the management zones have been very receptive to us bringing up those comments, but it is something that we have to keep bringing up, that not everybody has access to the internet or regularly checks the internet for issues such as this Safe Drinking Water program. So we need to be seeing more mailers. Some of the management zones have not even done mailers yet, or they're planning to send out mailers soon. It's really kind of behind and where we should be right now. These plans really should have been created in conjunction with communities rather than solutions being developed and hoping that they work for communities. The other issue is with advisory committees. Some of the advisory committees are not adequately incorporating communities within those seats. The advisory committees for development and implementation are largely made up of dischargers with a couple seats for NGOs, and some have community members on their advisory committees. These spaces really should have a sizable community presence, as that is the point of the BPA and the State Water Board's resolution. And then the second item we've touched on several times so far is the issue of metrics. And I'm really happy to hear that the Regional Water Board is expressing a very strong commitment to public transparency of the metrics. Really would love to hear when, a dashboard or a public
This meeting
space,
is being, the recording has stopped.
So I just got to notice that the meeting's being recorded randomly in the middle of my talking points. But we'd like to see these. I'd like to hear when that metric or when those databases would be public. Some of the information, like Ann brought up about hearing the average usage for the kiosks is 480 gallons a day. But when are the high use points? Is that largely coming from one or 2 points of the day, causing very long lines to be forming? Is something really important to know and key for identifying whether or not more kiosk locations or just another kiosk next to the first is necessary to make sure that access is easy for everybody utilizing the kiosks. And we'd also like to see that this information is updated monthly, or at the very minimum quarterly, but monthly is really going to be key for identifying issues early on before they become a more serious problem, especially since, as Patrick mentioned earlier, that installing a kiosk can take months, and we really don't want to have people be forced to wait in very long lines or be without a solution for months if we can remedy the issue before it becomes serious. So thank you all for having this meeting today and really discussing this, and look forward to continuing to work with everybody.
Thank you, Ms. Orrs, for your engagement and for your good comments today. And sorry for what I think was just a technical blip. The stream started and stopped there for you, but we still captured everything. So thank you. Mr. Palupa, I see you. Did you want to make some response here? Okay, just coming back on. Okay.
Just available.
Okay, thank you. And thank you again, Ms. Orrs. Next, we have Michael Prado.
And Michael, we've given you the opportunity to unmute on your phone, on a phone that is a *6 if you wish to speak.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, board and Mr. Chair. My name is Michael Prado, and I live in the northern edge of Tulare County in the central San Joaquin Valley. I have a few things here I'd like to talk about. Is what I think is important to highlight is the fact community member engagement is central to the success of the EAPs, and yet your participation is expected despite the fact you are not being paid to engage in things like advisory committees. I was in the process of the AB 685, advocating for it to pass. Very proud to say it was a long journey, but we did it. Part of the AWA Coalition. I know from many years of experience that processes like these often do a poor job of including community members and incorporating our concerns and feedback. This is why I try to participate when I can. However, participating in these processes can take a significant amount of time. I am not participating as part of my job. I have other commitments, including serving as the presiding president of the Sultana Severely Disadvantaged Community. I am also not alone in wanting to help develop drinking water solutions, but being concerned about the demands on my time. Incentives like a stipend for participating in the advisory committee could help residents from disadvantaged communities. Members were being asked to do this work for free. This is despite the fact that we're supposed to be central to the process and our involvement is required by the regulation. And last but not least, I am very strong passion for water. I've served on our water board, proud to say, for 26 years. And we have taken Munson off of the contaminated domestic wells and put in a new well for the community. And RCSD went ahead and took them in. And now they're part of us, so we're going to run 3 miles of pipeline to consolidate people along the way also, 3-mile stretch of pipeline. And I was listening to some of the comments about people not wanting to get their wells tested and this and that. Well, the people along the way have an opportunity once in a lifetime to get connected. And there are a lot of people along the way that don't want to know what's in their water. They don't care what's in their water. And, they don't want to let nobody go on the property to test it. Other people, there's 1, 2, 3 TCP, there's chromium, there's nitrate, and it's bad, high. So with that being said, I'm also a member of the Safer Advisory Group meeting. I was part of the Sigma organization formed, KWA Stakeholder and Advisory Committee, Rural Community Leadership Institute, Water Commission meetings I attend, GSA meetings I attend, Irwin meetings, and California Equity. And water affordability crisis. Thank you very much for your time, and it's going to take everybody to make this happen, but we can do it. Let's do it together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prado, for more importantly, your time. Again, point well taken that we don't often well-resource communities to engage in what are complicated regulatory landscapes. You know, the soup of programs you just named and your engagement in them is just very much appreciated. So just thank you for your contributions and for continuing to contribute to, as you rightfully said, a generational opportunity here amongst us all. And again, know very well that it comes at cost for many community members to engage in this. And so just thank you. Next, we have Tess Dunham.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And Tess Dunham with Consories in Conway. And I think, as said before, Daniel Kozin and I have kind of been running point on behalf of the management zones in a number of these conversations that have been going on with the regional board and DFA and environmental justice folks and self-help and many others. And so it has been a whirlwind of activity, and also with the management zones. And, I do want to call out too that the significant efforts of the management zones themselves to get up and running within a very short time period. A lot of work, a lot of collaboration that went forward to basically develop 6 new organizations. A lot of them are in the process of, obtaining a nonprofit status. They've submitted applications with the IRS and others. And that was no small feat to do all of that within such a short time period. And so just want to make sure that there's an understanding of all the effort that went into actually getting the management zones created and putting them forward. I also want to, just make one comment real quickly on some of the budgetary financial issues, and then I have a couple of kind of some of these broader policy issues that we've come up against, which I think is worth commenting on. And first of all, I think, in all of the development of these management zones that we have, the 6 that are now up and running, that, the significant effort and involvement has been great across the board with food processors and wineries and, POTWs. But in all of the management zones, 80% of it is probably on the backs of irrigated ag and dairies. And so, we have proven over the years in our irrigated lands programs and in our dairy program that we do step up and self-fund and have never, short shrifted those programs in implementing them. So I think our track record in showing how we've implemented these programs, which is mostly funding the management zones, hopefully will go a long way when we talk about, budgeting. We've been able to prove that we have the mechanism through our, either acreage or per dairy fees in order to fund these very large programs in the Central Valley. But I do want to bring up, I think there's been some great questions from board members that really do highlight some of the kind of the broader policy issues that we've been running up against. And I know Joe touched upon it a little bit, but we are seeing where we have this sometimes, kind of a divergence of potential policy, right? Self-help through the SAFER program and the nitrate and the management zones, we have different expectations. And through the SAFER program, as Joe indicated, there are, income eligibility requirements, and we don't have that on the nitrate program. And so as we run up and we talk about coordination between the programs, which we agree is absolutely essential, I do think we need to have some discussions about some of these key policy issues. It makes it very difficult for a nitrate management zone to go out and look at doing well testing and for co-contaminants and then saying, oh, you don't meet an income restriction. I can only test for nitrate. I can't test for the other constituents. So I do think that, we may want to think about how do we do that? Should we have income restrictions, at least on the sampling side? Because it does make it very difficult for a management zone to think about bringing in co-contaminant testing if they have to then go out and ask the resident, I can only sample for one constituent because you don't meet the eligibility requirement for multiple constituents. And so I think this is a key issue we need to think about. Similarly, we run into some of the same conflict when we talk about the difference between the need of transparency for public data and the need for privacy concerns. Board Member McGuire, you made, the comment about wanting to make sure that tenants have the ability to have their wells tested. Well, if we test that well, we have to post that result on GeoTracker. And a management zone is going to be very uncomfortable with posting a result on GeoTracker with the latitude and longitude specifically called out if the owner of that well has no idea that well's been tested and is now part of a public database. And so we do have, again, these conflicting policies between requirements for posting on GeoTracker and the, and how do we, deal with privacy rights? And we, as the management zone, don't have the same authority that the regional board has. We're kind of more of an intermediary offering the service, wanting to offer the service. And so, we are letting people know before we test the well that the information will become public. We feel we absolutely have to do that. And we are seeing early on that it is getting some people returning their application, making it a little bit slower. We don't know for yet how long or what that total impact will be, but the posting of all this information on GeoTracker does seem to be causing some people some concern about having their well tested. And maybe it's because they don't understand GeoTracker and they don't understand what that means or doesn't mean to them. But I think that is a potential impact that we are seeing that we may want to talk about on a broader policy perspective as we talk about how do we bring all of these programs together. I think another issue that came forward as we've talked about is the whole, the drought and the impact with respect to well levels. We're still planning to test for nitrate. I do think that, there is some concern is what does that mean as far as if the well is so short with respect to, being even viable to pump, what does that mean with respect to whether we take a nitrate sample or not, and whether there's some consistency we should be looking at as we are implementing, at least under the drought conditions. That has been an issue and a question that's come up with the management zones. A couple of other things to think about, as Anne indicated, when we go into the priority 2 areas in the latter half of 2022, a number of our priority 2 areas will not be within the self-help service area, right? We start getting into Yellow County and further up north where self-help doesn't provide services. Is there a, comparable, organization where that coordination could still occur in our priority 2 areas? Again, kind of thinking, where are we going with respect to all of this? So, I don't have the answers. I think we've been having these conversations trying to find what these answers are. We know that they will evolve with time. And right now, my real time is daily in talking to the various management zones. Patrick and Anne have been awesome in making themselves available at the very short time frame when we have questions, as to saying, hey, this is a question's come up, we haven't anticipated, here's our gut reaction, how we're going to handle it, and making sure they're in agreement. Yeah, that sounds like that's an appropriate pathway to move forward, at least for now, and we may adjust over time. But we appreciate the ability here today. I know we will continue to work through all of this. And again, we do want the coordination. And in fact, as I like to remind everybody, the reason why we have SAFER is in a large part because of the conversations that started in that CV Salts room. And so it is in all of our interests to make sure we have coordination. And we absolutely agree with previous speakers that we want to make sure that people are not left with a false sense of security, which is why we worked very closely with DFA, Self-Help, the regional board, in trying to make sure we had a crafted letter that tried to make sure that when we are just testing for nitrate and a result is conveyed, that we are not leaving any type of false sense of security with respect to their drinking water. But that is, that's kind of stopgap. That, as has said, that isn't great. That's not a great thing just to let them know that, oh, there might be other contaminants. You want to be able to let them know one way or the other. But it's what we have for the moment, why we try to work out some of these other policy conflicts between the programs, and hope that we can try to get that resolved. But I think we'd all like to do that. So thank you.
Thank you as well, Ms. Dunham, for your longtime engagement in all this. And again, just the good faith, I think, common outcomes that we've all identified here amongst what is no easy set of circumstances or programs that we have. But we'll do our best. So thank you. Next, we have.
Can I just follow up with?
Of course.
Thank you so much. And I do want to just re-emphasize that it is the leaders that are the management zone leaders and that have been part of CV Salts, and particularly in the agricultural and dairy communities that were the leaders with environmental justice organizations and others to get the SAFER program at all. And that is huge, and I think indicates a common goal and investment in ensuring that everyone can access safe drinking water and that we all are partners in trying to get that to happen. I know that Emily Rooney and oh my gosh, why am I suddenly blanking his name?
David Corey.
David Corey are on the advisory group. Thank you. Long time already before lunch, but that are on the advisory group. And so I just really encourage, you know, in a number of these policy issues that you brought up, particularly around prioritization of funding for us, that is a really good space to be providing comments within how we're setting the guidelines and priorities for the SAFER program that I think is, and you know, we're in the time period or about to enter it when we're going to be providing guidance on the fund expenditure plan and therefore a lot of that. So I think this is really good timing to be bringing that into those discussions. The private well testing and support for those interim solutions is an area that, you know, is ripe for reflection and continued evolving thought within our SAFER program. And I know as a priority within the advisory group has brought that up over and over again. I also think that as you highlighted and we've talked about with the limitations of just capacity to do the work, you know, self-help is amazing and they're doing vital work, and it can't all be on one organization alone. And so I really appreciate, you know, those management zones that are actively working with the SAFER program to see if they might be able to step up to provide some of those services directly if we can partner and provide some support for that. I just think we're going to, you know, a significant limiting factor for accomplishing the scope of what we want to do is just, do we have enough people going out to sample and provide and get people enrolled and all of that. So I just think the management zones are a key partner in that, understanding the limitations that they have and that, you know, they don't have an obligation to do all of that, but I know share these same goals in terms of ensuring people have safe drinking water and that we want to be a partner in that. And then lastly is just, you know, I think these early action plans are early action. It's like, what can we do now? And it's in everyone's interest, certainly the SAFER program, certainly the management zones, certainly the GSAs and communities, to be able to accelerate those long-term solutions and make sure that individual residents are not this vulnerable and don't have to rely on, you know, bottled water deliveries forever. And that's really is an area of alignment in terms of all of our goals and interests. And so I just really encourage us to partner in accelerating those solutions as well and find opportunities to do that. Again, I think there's such exciting momentum and potential and already early signs and commitment that's been shown with management zones to really make this successful, and just want to make sure that we're building on that and kind of emphasize how important that's going to be for our shared success, and especially with the SAFER programs and the state's overall goals. That wasn't really a question to you, but it was a chance to talk with you, and I think hopefully you can share some of that with the management zones that you're working closely with. And I certainly, know our staff have been incredibly committed to trying to make sure we're partnering and finding ways to do that. And if there's ways that I can be helpful or that we can do more, look forward to doing that.
Thanks, Laurel. And the management zones are definitely, looking at this co-funding matrix, this proposed co-funding matrix, and how if at least now, whether if a self-help type organization capacity wise, it just isn't going to work. How can the management zone become, a sister type of organization doing that? And I think that, to be honest, I think we need to find ways to, how do we incentivize a management zone to take on more than just nitrate, right? Because it is, under the Basin Plan Amendment, they have one area that they are required to address, and they have the ability to take on others. But I think, how do we incentivize that through the SAFER funds? And if there is a way in the cost sharing to make it more of an incentive for the management zones, it might be easier for us to convince them as to the need and the benefit of doing so. And some of that might be looking at some of these, longer term solutions. By doing the whole co-contaminant testing, we'll have a better idea what the problem is up front, so then we can accelerate what those potential longer term solutions are. So I do think that we need to, and your comment about the funding expenditure plan and the guidance is a great one, and we need to kind of really look at how do we mesh these programs, which we've always have thought needed to be, coordinated and meshed together.
Yeah, and to your earlier comment, and thank you, board member, and to your earlier comment, we're born from the same discussion in many ways, so should very much be coordinated. So thank you. Thank you both. Next, I'd like to call up Daniel Kozad.
Well, luckily, between Tess and Laurel, I think you covered all the items that I was going to mention, because I think, when you spend a lot of time talking together over years, you begin to understand the other side's issues and where they're coming from. So I can, especially considering that probably everybody's as hungry as I am, I don't have anything further. Thank you.
That's kind of you. Thank you, Mr. Kozad. I appreciate your good comment nonetheless. Next, then we have Michael Claiborne.
Good afternoon, and I think I'll keep everyone for another couple of minutes before lunch. So I'd first echo the comments of Clean Water Action and Community Water Center, and also the great comments of Mr. Prado about the need to support residents so that they have the capacity to engage in and inform the implementation of this program. Adding to their comments, I have 3 points, all of which have already been touched on, but deserve some additional emphasis. The first is coordination between CV salts and the SAFER program is important so that households don't have to try to interact with two different programs, and to give a complete picture of what the water quality is that the household is relying upon. Self-help is a logical partner, but as has been discussed, my understanding is that their capacity is limited in the short term as folks deal with drought impacts on access to drinking water. So there's an urgent need, in my view, to further explore direct cost sharing relationships between the state board and the management zones, and I'm encouraged that those conversations are taking place. I think there's an urgent need to reach some sort of cost sharing agreement. Like board member Firestone mentioned, I think one-stop shop is really the goal here. Residents shouldn't have to figure out two different programs. Second is the requirement for landlord consent. Any policy issue, it seems, that touches on landlord-tenant relationships gets thorny quickly, and the discussion today reflects that complexity. However, in contrast to the complexity of the policy issue, the concern is simple and concrete. Without access to well testing, tenants are at risk of exposure to unsafe drinking water, and a requirement for landlord consent reduces access to well testing. So we remain concerned that restricting well testing to those properties where landlord approval is obtained will in practice preclude many residents from accessing drinking water solutions that work best for them. There are many reasons why someone may be unable to obtain landlord approval. Their landlord may be completely unresponsive. A landlord may refuse to allow well testing out of concern, I think unjustified, that a well test showing unsafe water will result in lower property values. And a resident may even be reluctant to ask for permission to test a well out of fear for retaliation or eviction. We need a comprehensive testing program that allows anyone who is served by a domestic well or state small water system to have their water tested to determine the safety of the water coming into their homes. We remain unaware of any specific legal restriction on funding well testing when a tenant with right of access has granted permission. At minimum, there must be an alternate procedure for tenants that do not have landlord approval. For example, test kits dropped off at certain labs with testing paid for by the management zone. While the ability to obtain a warrant may convince some landlords to consent to well testing and may be useful in some cases, it's likely time-consuming and burdensome enough that it will not often be used and is thus not by itself an adequate solution. And then finally, a point I made earlier today, but I think needs to be emphasized, is that as we see draft management zone implementation plans later this year, it's important to remember that 35 years for compliance with the nitrate water quality objective is a ceiling, not a floor. All time schedules need to be as short as practicable. Thank you, and look forward to working with everyone throughout implementation.
Thank you as well, Mr. Claiborne. Appreciate your good comments. Thank you. And go on.
Sorry, I don't know if you're moving on or if you had more comments. I just had a quick question for Michael. Just encourage you. I think this issue of landlord monitor or landlord tenant issues, again, to the extent that we can work through policy issues around through the SAFER program and the fund expenditure plan and kind of work there. I think probably won't be specifically within the fund expenditure plan, but in terms of how we're prioritizing and what restrictions we have, just encourage you to participate in that. I know you already are, but I think that's an important space to remember that that we have to be clear on how funding can be used.
Yeah, and I think it speaks to the importance of the funding agreements then directly again with the management zones in order to be able to actually be successful here. So, and especially since self-help in their letter is identifying that their capacity isn't necessarily there, it'll mean that there's even more focus on these direct agreements with our program and the management zones. So thank you, board member. Thank you, Mr. Claiborne. And last, we have Catherine Robinson. Good afternoon, Ms. Robinson. Thank you for your patience.
No problem. Actually, I'm only here attending in case there are questions. We submitted comments together with Santa Clara University. I just want to reiterate or just say that I really appreciate the thorough responses from Central Valley Water Board as well as State Water Board to our comments, and the real authentic, genuine consideration and serious conversation here is much appreciated. So if there are questions, I'm here, but I don't have any other further comment to add. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your good contributions, and appreciate everyone's time and discussion here today. It was a good meeting morning around the CV Salts program. And at this point, again, knowing that I think the area that I'm most interested in hearing is just our timelines on potential funding agreements directly with the management zones to ensure this better, safer coordination, especially given the letter and capacity challenges that rightfully self-help and that we heard from self-help. And then otherwise, I know is flagged as we move into the next tranche of management zones in areas that aren't necessarily served by self-help, already starting to think maybe how we might model or find other organizations to work with and ensure that we have that capacity lined up as we continue to move on to other priority basins in this program. But so that's just kind of my flag for what I'll be interested to hear. Again, timelines for our funding agreements and then plans for this next tranche. And other board members' comments. I know we've blown. We're going to be having a very late lunch here. We'll have about 30 minutes or so, and then have a meaty afternoon to dig into around drought. But before we close off this informational item, anything further, direction, question from my fellow board colleagues? Great. Okay. Hearing none. Just thank you, everyone. This officially. Oh, yes. Oh, please do, board member.
Emphasize, one of the things, by the way, thank you to everyone, and thank you especially to all my board members for all the questions and comments you made earlier. You've addressed a lot of what I was concerned about. But I did want to just emphasize one of the comments that I believe it was Ms. Orrs who raised it. And this is directed to Mr. Palupa, and I know he is going to be keeping an eye on this along with everything else associated with this very ambitious effort. And that was her comment regarding metrics and transparency and updating information on a monthly basis. I think those are all very logical requests to be making. And obviously, as you know, the issue of transparency is important to all the water boards. And one about metrics has been important to us as well. So I wanted to ask if Mr. Palupa wanted to address any of those aspects.
Absolutely, and I think I got to a few of them, but I was certainly writing down a lot of notes there. I will say, I think Ms. Orris mentioned a dashboard. I know that might have been Chair Esquivel's idea, so I don't know if I'm obligated to put one of those together. But I think the response, I'm sure we've got somebody who can cook something up. But I think our response and my response is really to try and get the information compiled at our level in my executive officer report. I'll continue to work, with the CV Salts Executive Committee, the leadership at the Central Valley Water Board, and stakeholders to see what their top line asks are, and in terms of what's the big picture numbers, what can tell you whether this program is working or not, and get that information into our executive officer report, which happens on I know Ms. Orr said on a monthly, it might be a bi-monthly, so every couple months we'll get that information out there and get it to you and see if we can add or subtract from that. It's something we already do, but I think we're going to be tracking it trying to make it compatible, make the management zone numbers all kind of sync up so we can compare apples to apples and then get that information to you and as quickly as we can to really gauge the temperature of this thing as it moves forward.
Great, thank you, Mr. Palupa, and thank you, board member, for a good follow-up question. Okay, I think that concludes our information.
I have one quick comment.
Yes.
One quick comment.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Just to follow up on what Mr. Prado had indicated earlier, and as we've talked about with community engagement, and I've mentioned it before, but just to encourage the management zones, not the management, but the management zones to look at going to where the people are. Everybody doesn't have access to the internet, but everybody that signs up to go get food, signs up to go get a vaccine. Many people go to school board meetings. Many people go to community service district meetings. Those are where the people are. Those are where some of the community leaders are. If you go to those places, you can easily get participation and people willing to serve on the advisory. So, and you get people to complete the surveys and information that you might have to share. So I'm just suggesting that because, again, the reason everybody is together is talking about how to make sure we get safe drinking water to those that have been impacted. So to get them engaged, you got to go to where they are and have them be a part of the decision-making process that goes forth. And I just thank everybody, all of the stakeholders that have been involved in this process. I think we're out the gate and we're moving forward, but we don't want it to be 35 years that we get to where we need to go. We want to get there sooner. And I just appreciate all the support in this effort. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair, for your leadership in this effort and continued work. And I know it's a once a year, I think, check-in that's on the books, but something tells me we'll be discussing this sooner rather than later. So thank you so much. Look forward to continued discussion with you all here soon. That wraps up our informational item on CV salts. So quickly, let me give you a rundown of what the rest of the afternoon will look like. We have our hydrologic update, which will cover the general conditions. Our staff will be providing that along on so it'll cover the Bay Delta at a high level, Russian River and Scott River. We'll move on to our following item, which is a drought update, which will start with Office of Public Participation, just doing a quick overview of some drought website resources we have. Darren Plahamus will then give an update on the drinking water aspects of drought and the work that we're doing. Our water rights staff will then begin a discussion around the TUCP and the temperature management plan, just setting some table there, and then followed by DWR and reclamation to discuss the items on the TUCP and some back and forth. And then it'll leave us with our last item, which is the informational item on the Bay Delta curtailment methodology. So we have a lot to cover. Apologize, I know this morning has gone long, but for good reason. These were important items. And we will now take a late lunch. Let's get back here at 1:45. I know half an hour is not a lot of time, but we'd like to make sure we get back and respect everyone's time and hopefully wrap up what will be a lot of discussion here before close of business hours. So thank you, everyone. We'll see you here soon at 1:45, and we'll continue on to our next item. See you soon. Thank you. Okay, everyone, it's 1:45. I think we can begin to gather back now. Hope everyone had a restful lunch. We're now on to a meaty tranche of discussion, and we'll start with our update on current hydrologic conditions. And again, just to quickly just give an overview, this current item will just be our staff quickly taking through hydrologic conditions, and Department of Water Resources and Bureau of Reclamation will join us as part of the drought update discussion, where we'll get into some of the actions that we've been taking. Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can. Good to see you, Mr.
Okay.
McLaughlin.
Thank you. I am here this afternoon to cover the update on current hydrologic conditions. So today's update will cover the Bay Delta, the Russian River, and the Scott River in that order. It is a collaborative effort. And after I present, I'm going to hand over to my co-presenters, Sam Boland-Brian and Alexander Sweat. So I am Stanley Mubako. I am an environmental scientist in the Division of Water Rights, Bay Delta section. Next slide, please. So the current cumulative precipitation curves have not risen much since the middle of March of 2021. And I'll start off here. The slide that you're looking at is for the East Station Precipitation Index for the Northern Sierra. It is at 23 inches for the season, which is about 47% of average for this state. Next slide, please. Next is the 5-station index for the San Joaquin. It is at 18.3 inches for the season, which is 48% of average for this state. Next slide, please. The 6-station index for the Tulare Basin is at 9.6 inches for the season, which is 35% of average for the state. Next slide. Here we are looking at from top to bottom, the northern, central, and southern Sierra snow water content as a percentage of average. And this is shown by the blue light shaded area. This year's trend is shown by the dark blue line that you can see somewhere in the middle. And it shows that, you know, the little snow that accumulated this year is actually now gone. The northern region at the top is at 1%, which is only 4% of average for this state. And both the central and southern Sierra regions are at 0%, which is consistent with prior low snowpack years. Next slide. Here's an overview of reservoir conditions. Statewide, most reservoirs are well below historic averages, except for New Malons, which is relatively in good shape. Other state and federal project reservoir levels are only half what they've been historically at this time of the year. Shasta is at 52% of average, Oroville 46%, and Folsom at 45% of average. Next slide. Looking at other reservoirs, for Chakuma Reservoir, we are at 59% of capacity, which is 67% of average. Diamond Valley, as you can see, there is at 82% of capacity, and San Luis Reservoir is at 44% of capacity, which is 55% of average. Next slide. Next, we are going to look at the TEM 91 situation. The graph that you are seeing there, the blue line represents delta flows that are available to meet water quality and flow requirements. So when the blue line rises into the upper red area of the plot, stored project water is needed to maintain delta requirements and in-basin uses. And TEM 91 may be considered at that stage. So TEM 91 curtailments went into effect on April 29 this year. due to the dry conditions, and letters related to curtailments were dispatched to 1091 water right holders. These curtailments, they will remain in effect until wet weather or reduced demands result in changes to supplemental project water releases. This particular graph is posted on the Water Rights Division Bay Delta Program website, and it's updated weekly for those who would like to scrutinize it a bit more. Next slide. This slide shows the drought monitor for California as of 25 May of 2021. As you can see, the entire state is experiencing at least moderate drought conditions, with more than 3/4 of the state under extreme to exceptional drought conditions. Next slide. A look at the Colorado Basin. It is also experiencing at least abnormally dry conditions, with more than 80% of the basin experiencing extreme or exceptional drought conditions similar to the state of California. Next slide. This slide shows the US seasonal drought outlook, which is the drought tendency during the period under consideration, that is May 20 to August 31 of 2021. This particular graphic was released on May 20. So it shows the drought tendency during the period in question, and the large-scale trends are based on derived probabilities guided by short and long-term range statistical and dynamic forecasts. The outlook shows that almost half of the country is experiencing persistent drought conditions on these days, and predominantly the western half of the country, is more affected. Next slide. The Colorado River Basin snowwater content. This graphic here, the quick overview, it shows that snowpack is significantly below median levels for much of the basin. Next slide. This graphic here is the temperature forecast, and it comes from the Climate Prediction Center, and it actually shows the likelihood that temperatures over the next 8 to 14 days will either be normal, above, or below what would be expected for this time of the year. So for this particular outlook, it shows higher odds of warmer than normal temperatures for much of the United States, including the whole state of California. Next slide. This will be my last slide, I believe, before I hand over to Sam. And it looks at precipitation as of May 27, and is the 8 to 14-day outlook. It shows a 33 to 50% probability of below normal precipitation in the northern half of California. Thank you very much. At this point, I'll hand over to Sam to present on the Russian River watershed.
Thank you. Hi, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Sam Bollenbryan with the Division of Water Rights. Can you hear me okay? Thanks. So I'm going to touch briefly on the Russian River watershed. Here's a picture of that watershed, and just for kind of orientation, it's divided into the upper and lower Russian River. Flows in the upper Russian River are supported by releases from Lake Mendocino, shown at the north of the watershed, and then flows in the lower Russian River watershed, which include Dry Creek, are supported by releases from Lake Sonoma. Next slide, please. This figure shows current storage conditions, or as of kind of 10 days ago in Lake Mendocino. The black line there at the bottom is the storage at Lake Mendocino currently. The next line up is the green line, which is 2015, sort of the height of the drought, the past drought. And so this shows that storage conditions are fairly dry, and also that storage has peaked for this water year, and so we're kind of starting a decline. Next slide, please. These are projections from Sonoma County Water Agency if kind of storage trends continue on the path that they took in 2015, what would happen in 2022 in terms of kind of the storage conditions of the reservoir. And so what's projected there is kind of each of the past 108 years projected forward. So there's many small gray lines there. but also shown are different percentiles. And it shows that there is a real risk this summer of Lake Mendocino draining. That red line at the bottom is the 76, 77 drop. So if that year were to repeat itself, that would be the storage conditions, absent other activities in the watershed to help protect this stored water. Next slide, please. And so some recent activities relative to that is that the board staff have formed weekly stakeholder group meetings and discussions in the watershed to figure out kind of how to address these conditions. Last week, we issued notices of unavailability to all post-1914 water right holders in the Upper Russian River watershed, letting them know that supplies as of today are insufficient to meet their water rights priorities. We also issued a warning letter to riparian and pre-1914 water right holders as sort of a heads up. The conditions are dry and that the board is developing emergency regulations. The board staff are developing emergency regulations to respond to these conditions. Also last month, the Division of Drinking Water issued an information order, a directive to 25 drinking water systems in the Upper Russian River watershed to support both kind of current operational conditions in their system, kind of what the operators are saying, and kind of what their kind of level of conservation efforts are in the implementation of their conservation plans, and also to start reporting weekly on kind of the conditions they're observing in their operations. So this is things like relative to their intakes and water supplies, and how much water they're producing. And so I think that'll be a key piece of information for everyone as we move through the summer. And then also kind of the other point to highlight here on recent activities is the staff are developing a package of emergency regulations for consideration by the board. And next slide, please. Here is a graph showing supply and demand within the Upper Russian River watershed. Those sort of underpinned the notices of unavailability. And the blue line shows our estimates of natural flows in the Upper Russian River watershed. And these kind of stacked lines show demand of various water rights priorities. And so the red line shows riparian demand based on our water rights annual use reports. And so as kind of you can see, supplies in the system are well below what's sufficient to even meet riparian demands through the rest of the summer. And so that's kind of what we have on our website too, if stakeholders are interested in taking a look. We also have copies of the notices and the letters available on our website. Next slide, please. I included a slide on Lake Sonoma. Conditions are exceptionally dry there as well. However, Lake Sonoma is much larger than Lake Mendocino. So it is at unprecedented storage levels. This is kind of the lowest this has been seen for this time of the year. However, it's still just under 150,000 acre feet, and so it's trending down. And Sonoma County Water Agency is implementing its conservation plan to respond to these low levels. So also dire, but not as dire as Lake Mendocino. Next slide. I think that finishes my presentation and recap on kind of recent activities as well as conditions in the watershed.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alex Sweat. I'm a water resource control engineer in the Division of Water Rights, and I'm here to give a brief update on the Scott River watershed. So the Scott River is one of 4 major tributaries to the Klamath River in California, and the watershed is located near the Oregon, California boundary. The Scott River originates in Siskiyou County, flows through the Scott Valley, and then into the Klamath River. The basin consists of about 812 square miles, and the Scott River main stem is about 58 miles long. The watershed encompasses some of the most important coho salmon's habitat in the Klamath watershed, and it is also habitat for Chinook salmon, steelhead trout, and Pacific lamprey. Agricultural uses in the Scott Valley mainly consist of ranching and hay farming. Next slide. In terms of flow, The 2020 and 2021 water years will probably be the worst 2-year stretch in terms of flow in 80 years of records. The April 1st snowpack for the Scott River watershed was about 70% of average. And today we are mailing out notices of unavailability to water rights junior to the United States Forest Service in-stream flow rate. So you can see that in the chart above. There is the historical average at the top. You can tell that current flows are well below that with the blue line, and we're also below the United States Forest Service in-stream flow rate. So the notices may improve flow, but it's very unlikely that sending the notices will result in flows meeting the United States Forest Service in-stream flow rate. And that's because the Scott River Decree, which defines the United States Forest Service in-stream flow rate, states that most of the water rights in the watershed are independent of the United States in-stream flow rate. There's additional concern that fall 2021 flows, so this fall, flows may not be sufficient for Chinook or coho salmon to reach their spawning grounds under current conditions. Next slide.
Thank you, Mr. Sweat. Sobering conditions, certainly throughout the state. And I would just note that when it came to the expansion of exceptional drought, we saw what I saw there was a 10% increase from 1 week to the next. Concerning drying conditions for sure. Any questions from fellow board colleagues on hydrology? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sweat, Mr. Mubako, and Mr. Bolen-Bryant for the updates, sobering as they are. That moves us on to item number 6, which is an update on drought activities. And would like to welcome up Nefertiri, I believe, Cooley, or Sobek, to, I believe, give a quick overview of some of the website resources we have.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. I was just going to note that as when we were in the middle of the ongoing COVID emergency, we've put a sort of a placeholder info item about drought and drought conditions, because it's really hard to predict even 10 days ahead of time exactly what's going to be happening and what information we might want to make board members and members of the public aware of. And so today we have three general categories of updates. One, we wanted to, our Office of Public Participation was going to provide a short presentation on our Water Board's drought website, the public site that people can go to get a lot of the information, including a lot of the information that's just been presented. And then we were going to have an update from Darren Pohemus about what's going on in the drinking water world and drought, and then a somewhat longer update from the Division of Water Rights about developments in the last 2 weeks since our last board meeting, including where we are with Sacramento river temperature management and the TUCPs. And then we'll move into our last item, which is separate from this drought update, which was a notice item about the curtailment regulation proposals. So we'll start out with the website presentation from the Office of Public Participation.
Thanks so much, Ms. Sobek. And I apologize, Ms. Jessica Bean is here with us for the website component. Good to see you, Ms. Bean.
Good to see you as well. Thank you. I'm going to share my screen so that I can show you the website. Okay, here we go. Thank you so much, Chair Esquivel and board members. I am going to provide a brief update on our new and improved drought web page for the State Water Board. We've taken all of the previous web pages and linked them into a hub now that we have. This is a very intentional approach. Our goal was to get information out to folks as easily as possible, make it user-friendly and accessible. So we're hoping to continually update this website, and we certainly are interested in making it useful for folks. So if people want to provide feedback on that, we encourage that, in fact, because this really is a tool for our users. So we want to make sure that that is clear. So Right now we have our what's new at the top. This is going to be rotating constantly. I suspect we'll see this change pretty rapidly. It only covers our top 5 most recent items. We also have a link here to the current drought conditions. That takes you out to the California Drought Monitor page. If we scroll down, there's 4 tiles you'll see here. These are rotating tiles, and these can change based on the most important information that we're trying to get out at the time. Again, we are still developing some of these, and so these may change from time to time, but that is intentional as well. Right now, we have a calendar of events, the drought tools and methods, which I will go over in a moment. We have a page on the Water Board's role in drought, and then also a link to our water conservation portal. So beneath those tiles, we have kind of the meat, I would say, of this page, which is the I am looking for section. Right now, we have items here in alphabetical order. You can find things like we have a link to our drought orders and proclamations, notices and letters. So you can find all the information there. We also have a link to some external sites like the Household Water Supply Shortage Reporting System, Save Our Water, and then we also have links to some of our region-specific responses, which I will go over in a moment as well. And then if we keep scrolling down, there's opportunities for folks to stay involved. Our contact information is here, as well as our email subscription list. So anyone interested in drought updates, I highly recommend that you sign up for the email subscription list. This is the most efficient and effective way for us to get quickly changing information out. Lastly, we do have the California Drought Monitor again. This is updated regularly on Thursdays. So you can click out into a larger image to see what all the specific information is there as well. So if I scroll back up here, I'm going to go to a couple of pages just to show you some of the key features. Our drought tools and methods page. This is where you're going to find information on, for example, the water unavailability methodology for the Delta watershed. We just recently had a workshop on that, so that is there. We have the water supply and demand visualization tool as well. And so this is where you can come across additional tools and methods that are going to be coming up in the future as well. They'll all be housed here. I'm going to go back to the previous page and show you, again, we have some specific watershed pages. Right here we have our Russian River drought response area. So this is where you can find announcements, the notices of availability, and the letters that went along with those are located on this page as well. And I will close that back up. Here we go. There's also a specific email subscription list for the Russian River. So if folks are interested in only receiving information on that watershed, the contact information is here as well. You'll note that this Russian River information is currently housed under the North Coast Regional Drought Information page. Depending on how things go, and as we have more watersheds have need of a page like this, we'll be adding these into the website. So again, you may see some changes in these as we gather more information and find effective ways of presenting that. The same thing will go for the I am looking for box. We may end up narrowing this down so that we have specific information on headers and subheaders just to make it a little bit more useful. And then a few things that are upcoming that I wanted to point out is right now under the contact us information, it's pretty general. We have one email address and our drought year curtailment hotline. We are working on getting topic-specific contacts that we're going to be adding here. So if folks have specific questions, they can get directly to a person to speak to rather than having to go through these general numbers. Another question that we have been asked and we're working on is an archive page for previous information. That is something that we're working on right now. There was a lot of information from the last drought, and we really are just sifting through that to get the most pertinent information and again, make it user-friendly for folks. The last thing that I do want to point to is that if we go to our homepage, you can access that website, the drought website directly. It's waterboards.ca.gov/drought. But if we scroll down on the primary page, we are in the In Focus section. So the Water Board's drought information is there. You can link to that drought page that we were just at. And then I do also want to let you know that we're working to get the pictures that are rotating at the top to include some information on drought that will link into those web pages as well. We're also working with the regional water boards to do the same on their drought pages. And that's all I have for you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, or feedback, I can take that as well.
Thank you, Ms. Bean. I just want to just thank you. Thank you and everyone's good work on trying to just be more communicative, have everything be in one place, and just candid information for us all that we don't have a content management system on the back end of this website. It means this is all done manually through our coders. And so, you know, we continue to do the best we can with the resources available to us, especially because communication is so very critical in this space. And so appreciate everyone's attention to it. Please do suggest and bring remarks, recommendations, suggestions to us on the site. Glad to entertain those and want to ensure that we just have a responsive and transparent way of ensuring everyone understands the many activities that are going on at the board, particularly in the face of this drought. So just thank you. Really appreciate that. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Just want to compliment you, Ms. Bean, and the team that worked on this. This is just vastly improved from the last drought, and I'm pleased that you're going to be including an archived section. Much of what we're seeing here so far is an improvement, at least in process and communication and transparency from the last drought. And so I think there are a lot of really good materials that should be made available to the public in the name of just what did we do last time and how can we build on that. So thank you for that. Just a suggestion, I know because things are, you know, really moving quickly, looking for the inclusion of comments, even if they are not official comments that have gone to the board through an official public comment request or opportunity. Specifically this afternoon, we have water unavailability analysis and an information item. And I know that staff did provide for an opportunity for folks to comment. I was able to obtain that information, but I think it'd be great, if at all possible, if it could be posted as soon as possible, hopefully even this afternoon, so that the public will have an opportunity to review comments that others have made. Thank you.
Board member, if I could just respond to that last point. One of the limitations for us in posting comments is that anything posted to our website needs to be ADA compliant, and we've required all documents that we prepare to be compliant so that they can be posted on our website. But when we receive comments from others, they are not necessarily, and they probably do not meet all those rules. And so it's quite resource intensive to convert those and into a format that can be posted on the website. So we will do our best, but it's not actually very easy. We can certainly produce those if they're requested.
Well, yeah.
So we're happy to talk to you about the process and what some of the challenges are.
Understood, but maybe as we request comments, we include, I just don't have enough information about what all is involved in order to get them to be user friendly. So anything that can be done so that what we receive is in working order, that it's such that it could be posted. Just as
can I just say something about the comment letters? The comment letters currently, any of the comment letters that come through to me as clerk to the board, they are on a FTP site that they can have access to. All they have to do is request to have access to the FTP site, and we give that link to them. And it states that on our agenda and also on any documents that go out for public comment. So they do have access to them at any time.
Thank you, Ms. Townsend. I think to Vice Chair's point then, just maybe making that a bit clear that that link can be provided. I think the issue is we provide that link upon request if there is a document that's not on the website that was ADA compliant or that needs to be sort of shared. I think we can actually discuss further, and we don't need to. We can take it a bit offline. But other than the fact that, yeah, thank you. That's a good flag. The FTP site has all the documents then for anything that the clerk receives, and it's a matter of maybe better publicizing the ability to access that. Thank you.
And I do want to also mention that it really was a large team that put this together. I had the honor of getting to show it to you, but there's a whole slew of people that are working on this. So we do appreciate the positive feedback, and we'll look into all of that. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for everyone's good effort on the work. And again, we're here to continue to improve. So just let us know how we can. Thank you, everyone.
Just a quick comment, if I could.
Yes, by all means.
I really am impressed with the website and all the work that has been put into it. I find it very easy to navigate and find a lot of good information. So thank you for that. That's a step in the right direction. I know it was earlier this year was one of the first things I thought of was that we need to update our drought website and be able to make this information available as quickly as possible. And so you've done that. Thank you. My only comment would be we have a lot of different balls in the air right now as it relates to different methods, different watersheds. We're being looked at in slightly different ways of slicing and dicing the data, the information, the approach to water unavailability, and other actions that are happening. So I appreciate that you have the North Coast and the Russian River sort of binned out, but the Bay Delta kind of falls into the everything else category on the page right now. So just think through how to best organize that. I'm just concerned that folks might go to the website and not really know how to get information specific to their watershed. So just as maybe as you move forward, just keep thinking about that and refining how you organize the data. So, but thank you otherwise.
Thank you, board member, and thank you, Ms. Bean. Much appreciated. Next, I believe we have Darren Polhamus, the head of our Division of Drinking Water.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Escobar. If I could get my slides up. I'm going to run through today some of the water systems and areas of water systems that we're watching here in the Division of Drinking Water and working on to address as the drought progresses. Next slide, please. So first up, you just recently heard in the previous presentation on the Russian River. And just to highlight again for you, the Division of Drinking Water now for the first time has issued information orders, technical orders under a new authority that we got from SB 200. And we're collecting data on that. Right now, that data is coming in and being processed manually as we get it. We're working really hard with our IT group to make that a bit more automated for the folks that have to submit the data to us and us as well. So more improvements to come on that, but we needed to move on this one and make that step happen now. So that's underway, and we should start to have some information that will be helpful for all on that. Next slide, please. Kind of now going in order of concern on my part and others, the city of Fort Bragg has issued, and I think I mentioned this before, to us a tasking from Cal OES requesting assistance for them. They have a projection of a severe water crisis starting potentially in July and getting worse as the fall progresses. They are looking at their water supply, the Noyo River, their main water supply being severely low in flow and possibly becoming brackish and undrinkable. We're working with a whole host of partners on that one to try to figure out what steps need to be taken to protect their water supply moving forward. There's multiple things being investigated, including some other shallow wells that would normally not be permitted and other actions that we can take. So we'll hopefully have more for you all on what the outcome of those investigations are soon. I also want to note that Fort Bragg is a major water hauler supplier. And so their water crisis will impact a lot of small water systems up and down the North Coast around them, and possibly other private wells folks that maybe needed to rely on them under a normal summer condition. And this, of course, will only be worse. So probably our highest level of concern with them at the moment, but they are diligently working on it with our team. And next slide, please. This one I wanted to call attention to as well. So the Marin Municipal Water District took early action steps on their own and probably was a leader in making sure that they started to protect their water supply earlier. So giving them a mention for all their activities that they have underway regarding that. Their water supply is also severely impacted and at some historic lows that they're working to address through. They are monitoring that closely and in contact with us. They are working really diligently to also think of the contingency plans they may need in place associated with making sure that they're able to continue to serve their customers. Those could be also emergency desalination or I believe, and it was done before a pipeline over the Richmond Bridge to provide them with some water from some other water systems. So big steps to come on them, and they are working hard on that one. Next slide, please. Now moving to Folsom Lake. This is right here in our backyard here in Sacramento, and does address over 10 water systems that rely on Folsom Lake very heavily for their water supply. Not all of them are 100% on Folsom Lake, but they will be impacted with any problems associated with that. This is a large population of 486 people, basically 500,000 people on those water systems, so raises our level of concern dramatically. We've been meeting with them and the Bureau of Reclamation who operates Folsom Lake and the levels associated with it to work through all of the different impacts associated with the lowering lake level. And of course, it gets complicated as, you know, Folsom Lake is tied into the Delta water system and operate in conjunction with the rest of the project the Bureau operates. So we're actively going to be monitoring the levels associated with those lakes. We've recently got now the levels of concern for the different areas. We also know that steps are being taken by the Bureau and the cities that are impacted. They're taking steps to check on their emergency pumps that might be necessary at certain levels, getting their barges ready to float if necessary and put them in ahead of time. So a lot of steps being taken to make sure that, again, they're able to continue the service they can. We have other concerns that could arise as the lake level goes down. As you know, lake level can get low. It can create water quality issues. So we'll also need to be monitor the treatment capacity of the treatment works that would treat this water and, you know, address that as maybe those issues arise. So we're asking them to prepare for those type of conditions as well, to be fully prepared for what may come, at least what we can anticipate they may face as those levels get lower. Next slide, please. This is just a quick graph of the actual lake level to show that we're monitoring its level and have some key points associated with where we'll have concerns raised. When the head above the different intakes reaches certain levels, cavitation can happen, and we have to go to alternate means to make sure they're able to collect their water. Next slide, please. And finally, this one is still evolving, but I did want to call your attention to it. We're getting quite a few reports from small water systems of potential water theft from small systems, from haulers that haul water for many purposes, including some haulers that are hired by private well owners or private domestic users that have tanks. Also, there is concern that some of it is being used, and anecdotal claims that it's being used for the cannabis grows in Northern California. This gets a bit tricky. We don't have direct enforcement over someone that would steal water from a water system. It becomes a law enforcement issue that we'll have to work with our law enforcement partners on. But we will work to try to get better reporting and possibly see if we can track down what's going on here, monitor water systems production rates. This was noticed, I believe, by a few water systems that noticed their production rates were going much higher than they would have expected under recent events. So hard to track all that down, but definitely a concerning issue as things get more desperate. And of course, I mentioned Fort Bragg, which will not be able to provide source water for many of these haulers, which only means they're going to be going farther afield and grabbing water where they can. So could be the beginning of a higher level concern across a wide space here for a lot of water systems that may themselves not be directly threatened, but could have issues. So, and that concludes my items. I'm certainly happy to take any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Polhamus. You know, the work of the Division of Drinking Water is incredibly important, particularly now in this drought, and it becomes even more apparent, I feel, as we get this better flow of information from district engineers to our other programs in the board, and really start to inform our drought response. I like to remind folks that it was in the middle of the last drought the Division of Drinking Water even came to the board, and so this is the first time we have the full benefit of having the Division of Drinking Water stood up, incorporated better into the water board's programs and work, and can really help inform our response to the betterment of all of the state and communities. So just thank you. I know we'll be getting a lot more updates in this space, and appreciate the thoroughness and information here of flagging those communities we have the most concern for right now. And so thank you.
Yep, absolutely. And we'll be back with more.
Thank you very much. And next, I believe we have Ms. Diane Riddle.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. I'll just provide a brief overview of some of the activities that the Division of Water Rights has been working on related to drought actions in the Bay Delta watershed. We also have staff with us here today from the Department of Water Resources, Ted Craddock, and from the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, David Mooney, who will be speaking further about some of the items that I'll touch upon. At the last board meeting, I provided an update, I believe, regarding receipt of a temporary urgency change petition that was submitted by the Bureau of Reclamation and the Department of Water Resources to modify water right obligations that those parties have for meeting Delta water quality and flow requirements, specifically Delta outflow requirements during June and July, and salinity requirements on the Sacramento River for the protection of agriculture from June through August 15th. We received the TUCP on May 17th. We then issued a public notice for the TUCP on May 18th. The public comment period on the TUCP runs until June 4th. Since the requested changes are actually effective today, the board has acted upon the changes that were requested as part of the TUCP earlier this morning. The executive director signed the order conditionally approving the temporary urgency change petition. That is, should already be, or should shortly be posted to our website, and an email distribution message sent out to various appropriate lists notifying folks where they can get that order. Again, comments are still, the comment period is still open for the temporary urgency change petition. The board is promptly considering all comments that it's received. We've considered the ones we received today, including those we've received verbally as part of the board meetings, as well as any written comments that we've received, and we will continue to do so and may modify the order as appropriate in order to address those comments. Some other aspects related to the TUCP that I want to mention, in addition to receiving the TUCP, we did receive information from the fishery agencies related to the TUCP. Last week, we received a letter from the Department of Fish and Wildlife providing input related to the TUCP and provisions of the Water Code that require consultation with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. That information was incorporated into the TUCP order. We also received input from the National Marine Fisheries Service and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service this weekend that was also incorporated into the TUCP order over the weekend. Lastly, I wanted to comment upon, we are aware that there is a possibility for future TUCP to address changes that may be needed during the fall time period, September through December. We are requesting that the Department of Water Resources and Bureau of Reclamation submit any such TUCP as early as possible and no later than the end of June, so that we can provide for that critical public process that we rely upon to inform our decision making. So we're asking for that. I think that covers the TUCP items. Associated with the TUCP, we also got a request related to installation of a salinity barrier on False River in the Delta in order to prevent seawater intrusion into areas of the Delta. Those actions are taken in conjunction with the modifications to the salinity objectives on the Sacramento River. The board received that 401 water quality certification request on May 14th. We issued the notice for the request on May 17th, and the certification was issued last Friday on May 28th. Lastly, I wanted to just touch upon the temperature management plan for the Sacramento River. As you're aware, the Bureau of Reclamation, pursuant to State Water Board Order 90-5, is required to provide for temperature control on the Sacramento River at times when it's needed for the protection of fish, and particularly the fish species that are of greatest concern are winter run Chinook salmon and fall run Chinook salmon. We, as you're aware, we've been working closely with the fishery agencies, the Bureau of Reclamation, and the Department of Water Resources related to issues related to temperature management. Those are reflected in the temporary urgency change petition and the carryover storage criteria that are behind that request. So we, related to that process, I updated you last time that we had received a draft temperature management plan on May 5th. Following the last board meeting, we sent comments on the draft temperature management plan on May 21st, identifying measures that should be included in the final temperature management plan in order to be approvable by the board, including minimum carryover storage requirements at the end of September for Shasta Reservoir, including a minimum carryover storage requirement of 1.25 million acre feet. We received the final temperature management plan on May 28th. It does include that minimum carryover storage requirement of 1.25 million acre feet. Now that we've received the final temperature management plan, the board has 10 days to consider that plan, or I should say the executive director or the chief of the Division of Water Rights has 10 days to consider action on the final temperature management plan. I think that covers most of the updates. I'll let the Department of Water Resources and Bureau of Reclamation take it from here and expand upon the items that I've spoken about. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riddle. I appreciate the good overview, and just thank Ted Craddock, Mr. Craddock here, and Mr. Mooney for joining us here. I know I've been obviously speaking with Director Namath and also Regional Director Conant, and ensuring that we have this cadence every 2 weeks of a discussion around what are we seeing on the projects, but importantly, what are we seeing in our watershed, and knowing that there are not just one thing that we're doing here, either the TUCPs or a temperature management plan or curtailments. It's really, or salinity barriers for that matter, and their approval. It's the cumulative and comprehensive way in which we can understand these decisions, all adding and contributing to reservoir storage and carryover for next year, and continuing to understand what's happening here in the system, knowing that we're in pretty unprecedented territory generally. So just want to thank both DWR and Bureau of Reclamation here for joining us and for being part of this discussion. And so, Mr. Craddock.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Really appreciate the invitation to speak today. Also, thank you to the Vice Chair and the board members for having us. So joining me today is Dave Mooney. He's the manager of Bureau of Reclamation's Bay Delta office, and is also serving as the acting deputy director for the Central Valley Projects operations today. I currently serve as the deputy director for the State Water Project, and are just once again really appreciate the opportunity to share current project operations and status. So we wanted to focus today on an overview of the actions we're taking regarding the drought. And so if the team wouldn't mind advancing to the next slide, sure would appreciate it. So the State Water Resources Control Board staff did an excellent overview of hydrology. I'll just share very briefly that as you know, the dry conditions are persisting in the Sacramento Valley watershed with very little rain, just a trace amount that occurred in May. And so as a result, the current forecasts for the project reservoirs, Folsom, Shasta, and Oroville, are running, a little below and a little higher than the May 1 forecast. But overall, the conditions that were forecast at the beginning of May for the Sac Valley four rivers remain about the same. Maybe we'll move on to the next slide. And then Diane provided a really good summary of the TUCP that we submitted on May 17th. So didn't want to spend too much time here, but really wanted to thank the board staff and the federal and state agency staff for their review of the proposal, and also the input we've received. The proposal looked to modify the outflow requirements from 4,000 CFS to 3,000 CFS in June and July, just due to the extraordinary dry conditions, moving the Western Agriculture compliance point from Edmonton to 3 Mile Slough in June 1 to August 15. Then also included limits on both the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project exports from our South Delta facilities to 1,500 CFS with some additional variances for timing, delayed timing of transfer water later in the year. We also conducted an expedient but pretty thorough biological review and intend to do quite a bit of monitoring and assessment once we receive the final documentation from the agencies. At this point, maybe I'll ask Dave Mooney if he has anything to add, and then our next topic will be related to the Sacramento Valley Temperature Management Plan.
Oh, thank you, Ted. Nothing to add to the TUCP. I think as Diane mentioned, our final temperature management plan was submitted last Friday. As she mentioned, if we can't achieve 56 degrees Fahrenheit at Red Bluff Diversion Dam, we have to submit a plan for managing to that same temperature at an upstream location. We've been coordinating pretty extensively since the beginning of the year. It seems like daily for at least the past couple of weeks, if not months. And we provided a draft plan to the board on May 4th. As part of formulating the temperatures, one of the early season actions was the warm water power bypass at Shasta Dam. After extensive discussion and fisheries input, we ended up releasing warmer water into the spring in order to preserve colder water for the summer. And that bypass is now concluded last week on May 24th. And so we're operating the TCD at this time. We're currently targeting 57 degrees Fahrenheit down at around the Clear Creek confluence. So the transmittal of our final temperature management plan, it describes our response and how we incorporated a number of the formal comments that we received from NIMS, the Water Board, and the Sacramento River settlement contracts. We've also been coordinating informally through the Sacramento River Temperature Task Group that includes a number of other agencies. Some of the top 3 considerations that we included, but are no means all the comments, was first the consideration of life history diversity. So this is a trade-off for how cold to target in water temperatures versus how broadly in time to spread our use of cold water. So it's a trade-off between catching the earlier and later reds versus having that protection for the greatest number of salmon in the river. The second consideration was the downstream extent to manage temperature. So this is a trade-off to preserve cold water by focusing on reds that are closer to Keswick Dam, and it helps us preserve that cold water and provide that assurances. And this is where the majority of the population is expected to spawn. Lastly, given the unique circumstances this year, the governor's drought proclamation, and the anticipated actions by the Water Board and others, the plan does show an end of September storage of 1.25 million acre feet. So we have an extensive temperature monitoring network to look at our performance and watch it in real time and make adjustments. Those are coordinated through the Sacramento River Temperature Task Group. Well, we believe we've had a lot of good interaction. Order 90-5 does provide the Water Board 10 days to object, and we're asking that if there is an objection, that there would be an alternative location for us to manage to 56 degrees Fahrenheit. I think with the Shasta operations now proposed and locked in, Reclamation and DWR can look at the operations for the remainder of the CVP and SWP. And with that, I'll turn it back to Ted.
Thank you, Dave. And do you mind advancing to the next slide? Great, appreciate that. So what we wanted to do next is cover, have a couple of slides to cover the drought plan update that we recently prepared. So we submitted a updated drought plan on May 28th, last Friday. This is a joint document that the state or DWR and the Bureau of Reclamation are preparing for the State Water Project and Central Valley Project. It's actually a requirement of DWR's incidental take permit, but we've agreed that it makes a lot of sense for both DWR and Reclamation to prepare this joint document as we manage through the dry conditions. The drought plan includes some key components, an overall update on the conditions of the system, water supply conditions, information on the status of the fisheries and the fishery monitoring, particularly in the Delta, but elsewhere. And then goes into detail on our ecosystem monitoring and assessment plans. And then additionally, we use the document to really capture the drought actions that are currently planned to date. So they were documented, and then also the into September storage targets for Shasta, Folsom, and Oroville. So Dave talked about the 1.25 million acre feet at Shasta. We're also targeting 200,000 acre feet at Folsom and 850,000 acre feet at Oroville to balance the overall system. And we appreciate, the agency and the board's input as we've, put together this proposal. Maybe we can move on to the next slide. And so here's a listing of the planned drought actions that are included in the drought plan in more detail. We've talked about the TUCP. Diane mentioned the installation of the drought barrier at the West Falls River. We really appreciate receiving the water quality certification for that work, and have issued a construction contract to mobilize the construction of the drought barrier, and we expect the in-water work will likely start later this week and then conclude by the end of the month. And then also have included an action to utilize or make releases from new Maloney's to meet Delta needs, and thank our partners at Reclamation for that. So the first three measures really focused on water quality in the Delta, and then we have a series of measures focused on conserving storage in the project reservoirs. These include the implementation of groundwater substitution programs, both for storage and also as a way to help protect the Pacific Flyway this fall. And then delay and adjusting the timing of water transfers, which would typically occur in the summer period to predominantly in the fall for both projects. Dave, anything you'd like to add?
I think you have it covered pretty well. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Dave. And so maybe we'll transition to the next slide. And so as we look forward, in Chair, we really appreciate the opportunity to continue staying in touch with the board throughout the summer. We look forward to continued coordination with the board and the agencies. So in addition to this forum, we have our weekly interaction with the water operation management team, and are standing up the dry team with the agencies. As Dave mentioned, we really are working closely daily, but also have these established forums for weekly interaction. Looking forward to planning together for the fall. And then, we continue to prepare our formal updates of the CVP and the SWP operational forecasts. And then we'll be starting to, continue to implement our drought action and monitoring reporting that's included in the drought plan. So I think that's an overview of where we're currently at, and look forward to taking any questions.
Thank you. Really do appreciate the overview and the engagement. I know there's a lot happening, and very quickly. To Ms. Riddle's point, when it came to this TUCP and its approval, I know it's a bit awkward because we have the executive director signed it this morning, and we still have a public comment period that is still extending here. We do want everyone to provide us still yet comment, and so that we just understand, and because that public process is so important to our decision making here. But to note and to emphasize, I think it'll be important, and it'll be good for process wise for that TUCP, should it need to extend further past, I believe it's mid-August into September, that we have that sooner rather than later, so that we can just make sure we make good use of the public's time and attention and understanding the decisions that the board is called to make. And but know that this is very urgent, and when it comes to the projects and the crisis before them here, and we needed to move expeditiously in order to capture the benefit for as much as we can of not just the TUCPs, but also work on curtailment or drought barriers as well. So all that to say, again, looking for a little, I think, better process, certainly in the TUCPs that we have coming up, and just our general commitment to that here. But just thank you. Again, it is not just any one aspect of the work that we're doing here, whether it's the decisions that the board is called to make, but instead is also about our other state and federal agencies and their coordination and cooperation through these very difficult circumstances. And as we saw, very similar circumstances west-wide. So it's not just the Bay Delta here or the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project. We heard earlier about our challenges also certainly in the Klamath, but I know that extends particularly for the Bureau of Reclamation west-wide. So just thank you. And I guess my only real question for now would just be when it comes to the monitoring and assessment components of this work. I know, going back to the last drought, I think of the salinity barriers, I think of some of the impacts that we saw that were unintended consequences, and that, I think really continues to speak to the need to be in real time / adaptive management kind of mode. And so just kind of wondering, and I have heard this, had a benefit of having a chat with Camille Touton about this as well in DC, and about just, getting some better resources into the modeling, into some of the assessment components of this now, so that we continue to set ourselves better up when it comes to the decision making we're going to be making in the months ahead, but also in the potential of another dry year. Just kind of wondering, if you two have any thought, or where particularly we might want to focus some of that, knowing that it was an issue in the last drought, and certainly I can see it continuing to be something that we can do jointly, and better monitoring and assessment, and have benefit in just even our decision making in the months and year ahead.
Yeah, Chair, I'll maybe start and then have Dave join. I think we're fully committed to working together and sharing information and performing the monitoring and assessment. I know our team has worked diligently to put together a plan they think will be very beneficial for taking a look at the status of the species, conditions, and then adapting. And so we're fully committed to working with across all agencies in a cooperative mode to make the best decisions possible. Dave, maybe I'll ask you if you have anything to add, besides kind of those general comments.
Yeah, when we were looking at some of the monitoring plans and the tools, many of some of the newer techniques and newer studies actually came from our experiences in 2014 and 2015, and the need to look at how do we support real-time decision making and dial in with some additional information. So I feel like we're in pretty good shape right now for our monitoring. We can always do better, and we of course welcome input on ways that we can refine it for specific management questions. But I think a lot of what we have designed now was really there to help us manage through these drought and dry year times.
Thank you, Mr. Mooney, and thank you as well, Mr. Craddock. Again, commitment there to ensuring that we have the best when it comes to monitoring and assessment, so we can be the best decision makers in this space. I appreciate that. Fellow board colleagues, Vice Chair.
Thank you. This is a great opportunity for us to get a big picture, but I'm just kind of zeroing in on slides 5 and 6. So drought plan update and planned drought actions. And just wondering if you could all comment here on, as we move forward in implementing the existing TUCP and then potentially looking at another round, how can we as a board best obtain information so that as we receive briefings from our staff, we're in a better position to be able to ask the questions about what happens if you make an adjustment and any potential unintended consequences. So I'll just pull one example out that, from the last drought, seeing sort of the cascading effects of carryover storage, export limits, and then potentially a call on Friant and impact on communities there, including drinking water. So how can we obtain information from you as we move through these periodic updates so that we can obtain as much information as possible without it, taking over our entire agenda? Maybe pulling out some key areas that you're tracking as you operate the levers and what you're, wanting to guard against some potential unintended consequence.
Yeah, Vice Chair, thank you for the question. I think what you've suggested makes a lot of that, over the last month, I think we've painted, a higher level picture of where things are at. And now as we move into operational mode, I think there's a real opportunity for us and our, every other week updates to zero in some areas in greater detail for the board. I'd say additionally, the dialogue between our respective staff and the daily, weekly interaction we're having will be another way that we're able to get information to you. But I think we're committed to continuing to meet through this forum as a way to provide the information you're talking about.
That's great. Thank you. And then I would just add to that some of these additional tools that you now are using in consultation with the fish agencies, giving us updates on how things are going with temperature management and some of the adaptive measures that you're utilizing this year that you haven't in the past.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member Dodick.
If I may build upon the Vice Chair's questions, I appreciate the ongoing dialogue and the commitment to make information available to us as board members. I definitely agree that's critical and it's extremely important, especially as we all try to adapt and as we receive more new information. So my follow-up question is, how might we, or what are your suggestions towards making that information available to the public as well on as close to a real-time basis as possible? Because transparency is something that I think we're all committed to, but more importantly, it's part of the building of trust as we move forward. I think there are many stakeholders out there who are very concerned, and also very, I don't want to use suspicious, but just very, very concerned and are doubtful of this process, doubtful of the outcome, doubtful of all the good intentions that I know you all have to manage this in the best way possible. So to the extent that information can be made available as soon as possible to those stakeholders, I think it will help all of us moving forward in building more cooperation, collaboration, and most importantly, trust. So do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'd say thank you for the comment, board member, and it's a really good one. We strive, to have a goal to be open and transparent, and as you said, that's a way for us to build trust. So this is definitely one way that helps us, add to our ability to communicate. Since we do, like the drought plan, we do have that posted on our GWR web page, but I don't know if there's full awareness that this information is available. So I think this is one forum, and probably after this meeting, Dave, our teams can connect and think of other ways to ensure that the public knows that we do have information available and information that can be shared to keep them informed. And then perhaps there's some ways we can package it a little bit differently. For the State Water Project, we do have a web page focused on our environmental and operational activities related to project operations, and I'm pretty certain Reclamation does as well. And so those sites can be a way to make people aware they're available, and then also provide the information. Dave, anything to add to those comments?
I would add that we also post our operational data online. So much of that is either telemetered or reported, at least on a daily basis. And that's pretty easy or straightforward to do for a lot of our flow parameters. Our fisheries and environmental data is not always on the same time step. Most of our partners are generally able to post within a week, sometimes a little quicker than that. And we've been working very closely with the other agencies to get that online as soon as practical as well. So there's a lot of information out there. It's not always the easiest to stitch it all together. And I think if there are specific questions, or if we learn that there are specific questions, we can get together with DWR and the other agencies and look at what types of packages we might be able to pull together.
Thank you. I guess I would ask, because I know we have some commenters on this issue, and many of those commenters, if not all, follow this very, very closely. So as you come up and provide your comments, if you have any suggestions in terms of how we, both the agencies as well as the board, could do a better job in disseminating information, please do share.
Yeah, we'd appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, board member. That it is important to our decision-making process here that we bring people along so that they understand and see what we see and help them have trust, as board member Dodick said, in our decision-making, and that access and transparency, and knowing that it is a complex landscape. I know that the system that you both run is incredibly complex and hard to completely explain at every detail at any given moment. But thinking through how to better stitch that together for folks so that they see what we see and help them understand how it is that we're leading to our decision making is just, as you continue to hear, really critical to how we function. I think how all of us, I know how all of us function here as 21st century, agencies that, the internet and access to information have changed the way we all both decision make in our own spaces, but all collectively as a society too. So anyway, thank you. Appreciate it. Board members, any other comments? We do have about 4 folks looking to provide comment here for us too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a quick comment. So thank you also to you both for your presentation today. I really appreciate the information. And obviously, all your work in developing these plans over the last few days. This is really coming at a quick pace. And I personally haven't had a chance to get through everything in as much detail as I would like. So I just wanted to go the slide you have on planned drought actions. One of them talks about, and I think you mentioned this, the adjusting of timing of water transfers and when they happen. There's been a lot of discussion about that and its opportunity, both to maintain cold water pool a little bit later in the season, but also the need and benefit of moving water transfer water to help agricultural water uses and urban water users. And so it has been an area that I've been trying to better understand. And so just if I don't know if that detail's in the plans that you developed, if there's anything you can share on your thoughts, and perhaps it's an evolving issue, an area that you're still working through, but I appreciate any input you have on the timing.
Sure, and Dave, well, thank you for the question, board member, and Dave, if it makes sense, maybe I'll start from the State Water Project perspective. So what kind of the approach we've taken, and it's probably because our users are, more on the municipal side, is to defer the movement of transfer water until the fall for the State Water Project, and that really provides us a way of conserving storage in Oroville, pardon me, but also provides a benefit since both projects are operating in a combined system to collectively helping to balance storage. So that's the approach we're taking, and then I think Reclamation's taking a similar approach, but also has the agricultural consideration that they're factoring in. So Dave, can I turn it over to you for the second part?
Sure, thank you. I think for us, the water is made available for transfer on the agricultural pattern, which is primarily in the summer months. And so we're also intending to hold that water in storage until the fall to help with some of the storage considerations and have the releases occur then for moving that water south. So I think that's pretty similar to what DWR is looking at.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member.
I'll
Board Member
ask-
Firestone.
Yeah, thank you again for coming and for just being able to provide these pretty regular updates and engagement and information, and for the work trying to manage through this crisis. I think we're all in a really tough spot, and doing the best we can and trying to work out how we can adapt in a really difficult time. And I appreciate there's been a lot more even better coordination and collaboration amongst all of our agencies and with stakeholders than I understand it to be in the last drought. I wasn't in this position then, so I don't have as personal a view of that. I have a question, and this is really just goes to maybe some of the communication that the Vice Chair and Board Member Dudak mentioned around just being able to help all of us, us as board members and the public, be able to understand the constraints, balancing and potential consequences for different beneficial users in the system. And it's, you all know better than anyone all the operational constraints that you have. So one of the comments we received already on the TUCP and I think was brought up around the temperature management plan was a suggestion that it would be that if DWR limit its deliveries from San Luis and reduce them from 5% or somehow delayed them. I'm not quite sure what the specifics would be, but that there might be a way of utilizing some of that reservoir some portion of that reservoir deliveries for CVP south of Delta deliveries and transfers, so that it could preserve storage and cold water pool upstream of the Delta. You all know better than anyone what's possible and what the constraints are. I know this is a very complicated topic, and one, any sort of decision around contract allocation or deliveries has really severe consequences. So not taking that lightly in any way. I just that's something I'd just be interested in hearing more about from both of the projects as you're coordinating operations and trying to figure out how to adapt and just preserve how you're looking at strategies to preserve the flexibility that we may need as we see how this evolves in the next few months. And if that's something that you've looked at, or if not, if that's something that maybe when you come back, I know that's something that's been brought up in the public comments with the TUCP. So just be great to get more information on that.
Appreciate the question, board member, and it's a good comment from that you received from the public. As we've been working together, DWR and Reclamation on the plan, I think we identified as one of our overarching objectives to conserve storage in the reservoirs, both for carryover supply for next year, but also to protect the fisheries that are in the Feather, American, and Sacramento River. So in order to accomplish that, we have been looking at San Luis as a way to basically balance the operations of the two projects. Dave can probably speak to it in a little more detail than me, but I think for our next discussion, we'd be happy to get into a little more detail on that. But as our teams are going through now that we have, are into June, our true detailed operational forecasts, we're definitely looking at, utilizing the San Luis storage in a way that we're both able to work together and meet our upstream objectives at the project reservoirs. Dave, anything to add to that?
I just would note that that's one of the terms in the temporary urgency change order is described in a little more detail, some of the constraints in the for around surrounding exports. So I think that might help answer the question. I don't have a convenient answer for right now, but I think that's one of the what we committed to working on.
So much.
Thank you, board member. And thank you both as well. Let's go ahead and we can transition to, I think we only have a couple of commenters actually. So first we have Doug Obiji.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I am Doug Obiji. I'm an attorney with the Natural Resources Defense Council. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today, although I wish it was under better circumstances. Unfortunately, NRDC strongly objects to and opposes the board granting the TUCP and the Shasta Temperature Management Plan under 90-5. The board's actions to effectively rubber stamp what the projects have asked to do to violate water quality standards both upstream of the Delta and in the Delta really is just not in the public interest and will cause unreasonable impacts to fish and wildlife. The board is effectively allowing these water projects to violate all of their obligations to the public, violating the water quality standards, resulting in massive mortality of salmon below Shasta Dam, without first reducing the more than 4 million acre-feet of water that they're going to be delivering to their contractors, largely for corporate agribusinesses. This is the third time in the last 7 years that the board will be approving these gross violations of standards in the Delta and Sacramento River without requiring the projects to reduce their allocations. It's unreasonable and it's unjust. First, in our view, these decisions are not in the public interest. DWR and Reclamation have plainly refused to plan for drought, claiming it was quote unquote speculative to do so. They have failed to exercise due diligence, and it's not just us that believe this. The board itself has recognized that the projects plan for regulatory noncompliance and overallocate water in dry years, as the board noted in its April 30th letter. In our view, and as I appreciate board member Firestone for bringing this up, we believe that the board should require DWR to reduce its state water project allocation to 0 and to use that conserved water, which is more than 200,000 acre-feet, to increase Shasta carryover storage to 1.45 million acre-feet. What's more, DWR and Reclamation are allocating more water to their senior contractors than they would be allowed to under their claimed water rights. And that's frankly unreasonable and is causing significant impacts to M&I contractors throughout the state. I also want to flag that that proposed water transfer from the Sacramento River settlement contractors doesn't appear to do anything to benefit fish and wildlife, compared to these contractors simply holding their water in storage for the fall flood up as they normally do. Instead, the Sacramento River settlement contractors transferred 150,000 acre-feet of water for $67 million of profit. And there's no water for flood up in the fall, meaning that the impacts of that transfer to birds have not been mitigated. And I also want to take a moment to specifically mention the impacts to Delta communities from granting the TUCP, particularly as it relates to harmful algal blooms. Because DWR Reclamation have grossly misled the board and the public about the effects of granting the TUCP on harmful algal blooms. DWR's own scientist, Dr. Peggy Lehman, her own peer-reviewed research shows that shifting to just 3 kilometers upstream caused a 3-fold increase in the proliferation of harmful algal blooms. And their science, the science by Dr. Lehman, shows that outflow and flow has a huge effect on the proliferation of blooms. And yet, instead of fairly summarizing this research by their own scientist, the TUCP text by DWR Reclamation grossly misleads the board and public, claiming that water temperatures is the only thing that drives harmful algal blooms. That's not true. And granting the TUCP and installing the salinity barrier is likely to significantly worsen harmful algal blooms this summer. Second, there's no question that this is going to cause unreasonable impacts to fish and wildlife, as much as DWR Reclamation would like to argue that it doesn't. Everyone knows that the existing water quality standards in Decision 1641 failed to provide reasonable protection of fish and wildlife. The board has found that time and time again. And yet, once again, the board is approving violations of these already 2-week water quality standards. Once again, just as in the last drought, DWR and Reclamation are asking to violate their own biological opinions and other permits and expect that the fishery agencies will rubber stamp those violations. The science shows that we are going to see unreasonable impacts to fish and wildlife, not just this year, but that will proliferate for years to come. Greater abundance of non-native species, expansion of submerged aquatic vegetation, worsened salinity, greater harmful algal blooms, and potential extirpation of delta smelt, because outflow matters. And frankly, with respect to Order 90-5, allowing Reclamation to meet 1.25 million acre feet of storage at the end of September is a travesty that fails to protect salmon. It means California is woefully unprepared if next year is dry. We're looking at these kinds of impacts this year, and Shasta storage started at 2.2 million acre feet, and Oroville was in decent shape. And we're going to be at the end of this year with, can you imagine how much worse off we would be if we had 1 million acre feet less of water in storage to begin the year at Shasta and significantly less water in Folsom and in Oroville? That's the roll of the dice that we're playing because the state has not planned for drought. These decisions by the board and other agencies highlight the gross inequity of California's water rights system and demonstrate that the state prioritizes agricultural profits and outdated, unreasonable water supply contracts to private beneficiaries over protection of the environment and the public, including the communities, tribes, and jobs that depend on healthy salmon runs and a healthy Bay Delta estuary. For all of these reasons, NRDC objects to the board's decision to approve the TUCP and approve the Shasta Temperature Management Plan, and we urge the board to instead take the following actions. And if you persist in approving both of those documents, we urge you to include these as conditions on those approvals. 1, require DWR to reduce the state water project allocation to 0 and save the conserved water behind Shasta Dam so that you achieve an end of September storage of 1.5 million acre feet. We believe it's critically important to not just have an end of September carryover storage target for a requirement for Reclamation's operations under 90-5, but have limits on reservoir releases. Because these plans are continuing to not use conservative hydrology, using the 90% exceedance forecast when everyone has recognized that hydrology this year is like 99%. That means that the estimates of temperature mortality of salmon, the estimates of carryover storage, and the other estimates are likely biased in favor against they're likely biased and means that we're going to see worse impacts than what we see on paper. Second, we believe the board should require DWR and Reclamation to reduce their allocations to their settlement and exchange contractors to the volume of water that those entities would be entitled to under their claimed water rights, rather than the excessive deliveries that are occurring under these water supply contracts. Because in a year like this, those excessive deliveries are unreasonable under the state constitution. Third, we urge the board to issue emergency regulations to curtail water diversions throughout the watershed when minimum water quality standards are not being met. And finally, we urge the board to require Reclamation to plan now and begin planning now to meet a carryover storage target of end of September 2022 of 1.9 million acre feet. We think it's critically important to start planning for that now so that we can hopefully avoid some of the disaster that we're seeing this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Obiji. I appreciate your good comments and contribution to this discussion. Thank you. Next, I believe we have Jonathan Carrick, who is not on the meeting platform, I think, with us, and so would go to Eric Oriana.
Can you all hear me?
And good afternoon or good evening, nearly.
Thank you, Chairman and board members. Appreciate you all prioritizing drought as a discussion item for us today. My name is Eric Oriana, policy advocate with Community Water Center. As you may know, Community Water Center works alongside community residents in the Central Valley. And through our work in the Central Valley, we've learned of residents in the Central Valley limiting their well pumping and experiencing drinking well outages already. And we still have not entered this summer season. Frankly, board members, the worst of this drought is yet to come. We've sent a letter to members of the State Water Board detailing the steps that should be taken to protect rural Californians' drinking water. In addition to those comments, we recommend the following. The state should help ensure that excessive agricultural groundwater pumping is not causing significant and unreasonable impacts like domestic well outages. The state should ensure that the permitting of new agricultural wells, which will lead to groundwater overdraft, does not occur. The state should identify when consolidations are optimal for communities and work to speed up consolidation efforts. The board should coordinate with the Department of Water Resources to ensure groundwater sustainability agencies develop domestic well impact mitigation programs that cover the costs associated with bringing dry domestic wells back into operation. In addition to these recommendations, we would also like to know how the state could implement groundwater level monitoring to proactively identify which drinking water wells are at risk of experiencing outages. And lastly, we believe that having a status quo level of dry well reporting that uses the same approach as the last drought is not sufficient and will present significant data gaps on the occurrence of dry wells across the state. It's important to note that a PPIC report earlier this year noted that there would likely be over 2,000 domestic well outages occurring this year. And because of that, we kindly ask that the State Water Board hold a future discussion on addressing domestic well outage reporting gaps, and we welcome any response in the meantime. Implementing all these measures will help protect California communities' human right to water and deter any negative impacts that occurred during the 2012 to 2016 drought. Again, we urge the board to take bold steps to preserve drinking water for all Californians. We appreciate the work that the board is already undertaking and also appreciate the opportunity to provide public comment. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you as well, Mr. Oriana. I was going to maybe see if Mr. Darren Pulhamus could pop on for a second. I know there have been extensive discussions happening with the Department of Water Resources, including on their dry well reporting tool. I know they're looking to make improvements to that. And I think part of those improvements are just the way we continue to make sure it is the best place that we have data. But importantly, it's not just that tool. We have our Division of Drinking Water, and as you know, there's self-help out there currently as well, helping us to understand when outages are being reported. But to your point on then really getting ahead of the issue and not just waiting for communities to fail, I know there is discussion already with the Department of Water Resources, given we have so much more data on groundwater, well locations, all that, and even the work that you commissioned, the Community Water Center, along with Water Foundation and others, to just map out where those risks are, and importantly, again, respond to them before they become actual issues and model out some of that. All that being said, I'm just going to kick it over to Mr. Pulhamus and see if there's anything more specific there. I know in a lot of good discussion that is already going on with DWR on this very issue.
And thank you, Chair Escobar. I think you covered it pretty well. We're working with them to try to make sure that we get that both publicized and people to use it. We're going to do some outreach with the counties that are an important role in playing and making sure that gets populated, as well as our third parties that work in the space of the public dry wells. So it's definitely evolving. It was something that caught us by surprise last year. It's one of our lessons learned to try to improve on as we're going into the drought. So we're definitely taking some proactive steps. I do hope to have on our drought update at the next board meeting on June 15th as well. DWR present a lot of what their tool has. It has a lot more information now than it did before that the public should be aware of, and we need to figure out how to make that available and spread that information around. So definitely also would appreciate people helping us with things we're not thinking of in this space to further the goal of making that information available, collecting it better from the public, and then feeding that back around so it creates that good information loop.
Thank you, Mr. Pulhamus. Yeah, good flag. We'll, at the next board meeting on the 15th, have a specific then discussion around the reporting tool and our work with DWR. So that'll be a good moment to make sure we follow on and look forward to more engagement around this then. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, I know earlier, Darren, you talked about the information orders we've sent out in the Russian River watershed for drinking water systems to try to make sure that they're able to, and we're able to track, how water supply levels are changing so that we can not be caught off guard. And they cannot, more importantly, they cannot be caught off guard. And I know we are looking at, we're concerned about other areas outside of that watershed with the drought proclamation as well. It sounded like, my understanding is that we're still, like you said, working on the system to be able to make sure that when we request that information, we can really make it easy to give to us in a usable format so that we can, make the best use of that information. I'm just wondering if you might be able to, again, maybe this is next board meeting or coming up soon, give us, kind of a status update a bit on that, and whether that's something we can be looking at as a way of getting ahead of these challenges so that we don't we don't get caught unawares in areas outside of the Russian River watershed as well.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely our goal on that. I think we'll have some information to share, just my learning and trying to get together with the DWR staff, myself, on the tools that they have and how we can deploy those just in our work, like you mentioned, of where we might want to target our next information orders. Just as a bit of an aside to show the conversation I had the other day with Stephen Springhorn, he did show a point on the map that's able to show wells that have had their lowest historic reported level ever recorded. And there was a lot of red dots in some very particular hotspots, none of them surprising. I think we know where they are, but it kind of delineated the boundaries of those and gave us some good information to act from, that we're now working to how do we focus in those areas, and what does that mean for public water systems. Some further analysis is needed, because those are monitoring wells and they may not be at the depth that the public water system wells are there, but it's definitely a really good indicator for us to use. And I think it's a very good indicator for the public, maybe even more so in some regards, on how it's deployed and used. And so we will focus on both what it means to us and what it means as far as our responsibility goes, to try to make that information more broadly available to warn the general public, the counties, all the people that are going to play a role in addressing the results of the drought impacts.
Great. And building off that, we just had our 2 information items on CV salts and the need for close coordination with those efforts and SAFER. And I think similarly with SGMA and the GSAs, I know that again, it's in everyone's interest, including the GSAs and counties and certainly residents and us, that we, are utilizing the resources we have through SAFER to be able to kind of accelerate these solutions that get ahead of these emergencies, so that, we don't have groundwater levels lowering in a way that we don't have drinking water wells of any kind that are so shallow that as groundwater is dropping, they lose water altogether. And so I guess just a flag on that. I know you all and SAFER are looking at this. This is certainly top of mind. But just, I wonder if there's a way to collaborate with DWR, SGMA team, and I know we're coordinating with them in general on SGMA, but just to outreach to the GSA leaders in these areas that are at really high risk, to be able to provide information on the kinds of financial resources that we have. And, I think one of the constraints we have, as we heard with CV salts, is just people on the ground, technical assistance providers, like people that can be out there. And so the more partners we have on that, the better. Again, I know we're stretched thin, and we're collaborating on many different levels. but I think this just kind of highlights the many ways we need to partner with, or we are and need to even further partner with DWR, and the many parts of DWR, and kind of the local agencies and service providers.
Yeah, definitely doing all those things you say as fast as we can and with the people we have to try to make it happen. But you're right on. We need to make sure we make those connections, and we're doing what we can in that space for sure.
Sorry, two other things while I'm talking. One is, and Eric, you may have, no, you're still there, as just on the domestic well level monitoring, you know, again, I said this with CV salts, but just encourage you to bring that up within the context of safer fund expenditure plan and our funding resources, because it seems like if we're going out and connecting with private well owners, we should be looking at both quality and supply. And then sorry to keep bouncing back and forth, but going back to Dave and Ted, obviously timing is a challenge, and we saw this year. It's like, you know, we're going along a route, and then it turns out it's worse than we ever thought, and we're continuing to adapt. And I think we, you know, as we've discussed, we really want to try and have as much lead time as possible. Hence the request to you know, come early with the next application for TCP, assuming that you have to do that. I'm just wondering, you know, again, as we're learning more about the drought action plans and sort of how we are getting out of this cycle of kind of, you know, we have a lot of processes that we have to do in order to act, and you all do as well, but it just means the timing that we're all working with isn't really adequate for these sorts of situations. I mean, we'll talk about this more, I think, with our emergency regulation and curtailment limitations. It just takes more time than the timing that we all need it to be. And so I guess I'm, you know, again, really looking at, are there ways, and maybe this is something, you know, you could highlight going forward, again, if it's not something that you have ready to just talk about right now, but just, you know, pretty concretely, what are the ways that we're all looking at changing maybe the forecasting or the more conservative planning that's kind of a lesson learned in some ways, and also just a change for us with climate change, and, you know, the reality, it's, you know, what was average is no longer average. So just, you know, again, would love to hear a little bit more concretely on that. Doesn't have to be now, but maybe again for a future one, you know, how that's changing for you all.
Yeah, thank you for the comments, and board member. It's very timely. So, you know, we share your concerns about the forecasting and just how, you know, this year in particular surprised us in terms of, you know, the way the snowpack runoff occurred. We're currently going through a kind of a root cause analysis to take a look at, you know, what was the main driving factor. And I think, as you know, one of the things we've identified is that the reliance upon statistical, you know, historic models doesn't appear to you know, to have worked this year. That, you know, because the soil moisture was so dry, it points to probably a need for more monitoring. And so what we're, you know, anticipating in collaboration with the board and other agencies is, you know, completing this root cause analysis and then taking a look at, okay, what makes sense to implement as we move into next year. And so I think that's a very relevant topic for a future board meeting, and we'd be happy to share more as we, you know, more focused.
I think that's an excellent question. One of the at least products or efforts we've had to try to address some of that advanced planning. Also recognizing that each year is unique and droughts are particularly unique. One of our efforts has been to put together what we call our drought toolkit. It's the collections of different options that we might need to activate in these drought and dry years. I'd say that where there was most of these options have some sort of trade-off that has to occur. So it benefits one aspect, harms a different aspect. There are a number of places where we've worked out most of those trade-offs, and if that's the case, we've incorporated it into as part of our action. So you may not recognize it as such when we do make progress because we don't come to you for having it be an emergency. But I think that's one of our big focuses is continuing to put together our drought toolkit just to give us time to think through all the coordination needs and challenges for the different actions we might need to do in either later this year or in future years.
Thank you, board member. And thank you both, Mr. Craddock and Mr. Mooney. Yes, I talked to Director Namath about the root cause analysis work that she's proposing, and similarly with Bureau of Reclamation. Again, knowing there, it's not even just a Central Valley project that has experienced as slip in modeling, if you will, but the projects throughout the West here. So it does speak to a real fundamental need to understand why that was, but more importantly, adapt here quickly and soon to be able to make sure we have confidence in these really critical modeling tools that help plan out operations throughout the year and the many uses and dependence we all have upon the project, and some certainty there, increasingly in an environment that's not in a climate that isn't providing that certainty for us. So appreciate that good thought, board member, and the commitment from DWR and Bureau of Reclamation to just better understand that space and really understand a root cause analysis and undertake a root cause analysis study to really figure out what happened. So thank you. Any other board colleagues, comments or questions here? Thank you. I appreciate everyone's patience today. I know we got to this discussion a bit late in the day, but still very important, and appreciate the back and forth, and appreciate the commitment to continue this discussion. So in a couple of weeks, we'll, I'm sure, either see the two of you or your representatives from your agencies, but just thank you. And we'll be discussing, and let's have a follow-up. Again, better understanding that modeling. And as Mr. Craddock said, and Mr. Mooney, we're now really shifting into understanding then the real-time operations that will flow from here, but it's a complex system, as we saw getting to this point, and we're going to have to continue to monitor and assess and understand and hear what the challenges are on the system as we continue through these summer months, and what the effect is of things like curtailment, salinity barriers, and these temporary emergency change petitions, which are meant to end up conserving storage and helping set us up for a better year next year. So just thank you all. I really appreciate this item and everyone's engagement, and we'll see you all again in 2 weeks on a drought update then. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to our last informational item before board member reports and the conclusion of today's board meeting, and on to item number 7, which is an update on our water unavailability methodology for the Delta watershed. I just have to thank water rights staff and everybody. Just as you hear, there's a tremendous amount of work going on here at the board, and no more critical than our work in the water rights and curtailment space and the Herculean efforts that our staff have done to already conduct a public workshop here. I know many of my fellow board colleagues were able to attend. I was engaged in a day-long chairs meeting with our regional board chairs, so I wasn't able to attend, but look forward then to this informational item, and would ask folks to come up and begin presenting. And again, we're on item number 7, an update on water unavailability methodology for the Delta watershed.
Janine, would you be able to unmute my phone?
Oh, you're unmuted. Hi, Connie. Oh, you may have been asking to just unmute your phone line. Sorry about that.
Connie, you should be unmuted because I just heard you.
She may be trying to call in because of data issues, Janine.
Yeah, and earlier this afternoon or earlier this morning, we had Connie in on another audio only line, although Connie, that line seems to have dropped out of our platform.
So what would you like me to do, Michael? I can.
Unless somehow it got mislabeled. Connie, on your phone, if you're still connected, go ahead and press *9, which is the raise hand command, and we'll see if it ended up getting placed under another speaker.
No.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. What it did, it merged her. I think it merged her two lines.
Yeah.
So once they're merged, though, she should be able to use her phone.
Right.
And it is showing that her phone is there.
Connie, try speaking with us again.
Okay.
All right, you're there.
You go. Connie, you still there?
So Connie, go ahead and try this. They are merged. When you called in earlier, we were unable to merge them because there was an audio device already connected to your Zoom account. So in the lower left corner where you see the microphone, there's a little caret next to it, an up arrow. If you can click on that and see if you can switch between the devices.
Are you there, Connie? I can hear some background audio. Or not?
I'm hearing Eric.
Hey, this is Eric. In lieu of Connie's connectivity issues, I'm wondering if either myself or Diane can kind of jump in and potentially get things started. And Connie, hopefully you're able to join. She did text earlier and note that her Comcast had gone down. So connectivity issues sometimes get in the way of plans, but we'll try and go forward. Would that work at least to start things?
Yeah, I'm happy to get things started today, Eric, if
Great.
that works for you.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
So, all right. Luckily, we have some notes prepared for this item. Good afternoon, Chair Escobar and board members. Again, I'm Diane Riddle. I'm one of the Assistant Deputy Directors in the Division of Water Rights overseeing the Bay Delta Hearings Program. Hopefully with us today, Connie Mitterhofer, the Program Manager overseeing the Hearings and Special Projects section, will join us and take over the presentation, but I'll get us started. Until then, we also have with us today Mara Irby, one of the environmental scientists in the hearings unit, who's been critical in the development of the water unavailability methodology, who will be going through some of the information on that. So next slide, please. This is just a slide identifying the project team. It's been a pretty extensive team. They've all pulled together, done a fantastic job. We've had help from not only folks within different programs within the Division of Water Rights, but also assistance with the workshop from the Office of Public Participation, extensive assistance from the Office of Chief Counsel, assistance from the Executive Office. We very much appreciate all of the efforts that staff have taken working on expedited timeframes, quickly moving through the materials and doing a fantastic job. So we just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge all of those staff. I'd also like to acknowledge Connie and some of the leadership team, including Michael Buckman, Connie Mitterhofer, Matt Holland, Nicole Williamson. A bunch of the senior staff have also been very critical in this effort. Next slide, please. So since we just heard an update on the hydrology and straight ride drought conditions in the previous informational item, we'll just provide some context for the water unavailability methodology today without getting into a lot of the detail. Next slide, please. So I think as we've talked about a lot today. The Delta is a critically important part of the state's water supplies and environment. Water from the Delta provides a portion of the drinking water to 2/3 of Californians and sustains millions of acres of farmland. The watershed is also home to numerous ecologically, economically, and culturally important fish and wildlife species, many of which are threatened or endangered and depend on flows of an adequate quality and quantity for their survival. Water supplies from the Delta are also needed to repel salinity from the ocean from intruding upstream and making supplies from the Delta watershed unusable. As you heard in the previous informational item on hydrologic and drought conditions, we are currently experiencing extreme dry hydrologic conditions in the Delta watershed, creating current and expected future significant shortages in supplies to meet multiple beneficial uses of water from the watershed. Conditions this year, again, are projected to be the second driest on record since the epic drought years of 1976 and 1977. Due to these conditions, Governor Newsom declared a drought state of emergency for the Delta watershed on May 10th. The proclamation directs the State Water Board and other agencies to consider a number of actions to protect water needed for health and safety and the environment in the Delta watershed. The proclamation specifically directs the State Water Board to evaluate and take action to address conditions where water is not available at water right holders' priority of right, including protection of previously stored water releases that are not available to other users. Staff developed the methodology and plans to issue notices of water unavailability for that purpose in the near future, following which staff will begin the process for the State Water Board to consider the development of emergency regulations to address issues of water unavailability, including briefing board members on options and public processes. Next slide, please. So issues related to water unavailability are part of the State Water Board's core responsibilities to administer the water right priority system in the state, as well as to provide for the reasonable protection of beneficial uses of water. Administering water right priorities is most critical during times of shortage to ensure that limited supplies are diverted in conformance with water right priorities. Because senior water right holders may be located downstream of junior water right holders, is not always clear to users when supplies are not available at their priority of right. Similarly, it can be unclear when previously stored water is being released for a downstream purpose and as such is unavailable for diversion. In the Delta watershed, the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project, collectively referred to the projects in this presentation, are responsible for meeting flow and salinity requirements for the protection of beneficial uses in the Delta, as well as specific requirements for flow and water quality on project tributaries. During periods of shortage, these requirements are met in large part through storage releases. Specifically, previously stored water releases by the projects during the dry season serves a critical function to repel salinity from intruding into the Delta and making water unusable for municipal and agricultural purposes in much of the watershed. Maintaining adequate water and storage is also critical to ensuring it is available for environmental purposes, including temperature control and minimum in-stream flows that we just talked about. When water users divert previously stored water that they do not have a right to, they diminish the amount of water available to meet project obligations out of conformance with the water right priority system and to the detriment of maintaining storage for salinity control, environmental needs, as well as other project purposes. As you've heard about, currently project storage levels are at historically low levels, creating significant concerns for salinity control, municipal water supplies, and temperature management and other environmental needs. As such, it is critical that the project storage supplies are protected. Next slide.
And Diane, I was just going to point out, we have Connie back on if she wants to.
Great.
Test
You
her
want to take over,
system and see if
Connie?
she wants to go.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, Connie.
we can.
Okay, great. So I'm flying a little bit blind. I don't have the slides in front of me. We should be on slide 6. the methodology development and public process. Given the severity of the current drought conditions, the significant degradation in hydrologic conditions, and recognizing the urgent need to update and further develop the approach for determining water unavailability used during the last drought in 2014 and 15, division staff worked under an expedited timeline for developing this draft methodology and conducting the public process. We had our internal kickoff meeting in mid-February of this year. The draft methodology and documentation were released just 3 months later on May 12th, with the public comment period running from May 12th through May 25th, and a staff-led workshop 10 days ago on May 21st. Staff has considered the comments on the methodology received to date, as will be discussed later in this presentation. Staff has made or plans to make refinements to the current methodology based on comments. However, many of the comments involve issues that will require additional data, tools, and time to address, or were very general without specific reference to refinements that could be made this year. There were also a number of comments that will be further discussed or will be further considered in the refinement of the methodology prior to use in any emergency regulation and notices of water unavailability for pre-1914 appropriative and riparian claimants. Currently, the analysis indicates that water supply in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta watershed is insufficient to meet the needs of all post-1914 appropriative water right holders, supporting notices of water unavailability this month for those users. Staff has made several refinements to the current methodology and plans to use an updated version to issue notices of water unavailability in the upcoming weeks. We will provide more information on the planned notices later in this presentation. Next slide, please. To address issues of water unavailability, division staff has developed a methodology for identifying when available data indicates that natural and abandoned water supplies are unavailable for direct diversion or diversion to storage for consumptive use by post-1914 appropriative water users in the Delta watershed. Currently, the methodology evaluates water unavailability for these post-1914 water users during the irrigation season, but is expected to be further modified for use beyond the irrigation season. The methodology also currently does not include a detailed evaluation of water unavailability for pre-1914 appropriative or riparian claimants, but is being modified to address water unavailability by these senior claimants for possible future use in notices of water unavailability or emergency regulations. The methodology does not apply to rediversion or storage releases, water contract deliveries, or water transfers that are not subject to the same water right priority system. The methodology does not currently address water unavailability for non-consumptive uses of water like hydropower diversions, since these supplies are returned back to the stream, though these diversions might change the timing of flows generally from the wet season to the dry season. To the extent these changes result in abandoned flows, they are addressed in this methodology. Next slide, please. And I will now turn the presentation over to Mara Irby, environmental scientist, who will provide a brief overview of the methodology.
Thank you, Connie. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Mara Irby. I'm an environmental scientist in the board's Division of Water Rights. I will give a brief overview of the methodology that was developed to identify which water rights may not have water available to them this summer within the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta watershed. For those interested in additional technical details regarding the methodology, you may go to the web address listed at the bottom of this slide to watch the staff technical presentation of the methodology given during the public workshop on May 21st, or consult the written summary report also available on that page. Next slide, please. The methodology at its core is a comparison of water supplies and demands using the best available data and multiple assumptions to modify them. An important improvement included in this methodology in comparison to the methodology that was used during the drought in 2014 and 2015 is the analysis of water supplies and demands at a sub-watershed level in addition to the watershed-wide scale. These subwatersheds were delineated based on U.S. Geological Survey Hydrologic Unit Code Level 8 watersheds and are shown in the map on this slide. Those considered headwater subwatersheds are shown in pink and the lower subwatersheds in yellow. The legal delta, as defined in the 1959 Delta Protection Act, is shown with black hatching. The methodology includes both natural flows, which are runoff flows unaltered by diversion, storage, or other operations, and abandoned flows from in-stream dedications, agricultural runoff, or municipal treatment plant releases without residual claim of control. It excludes imported supplies from outside the watershed or storage releases, which would not be available to water right diverters. Natural flow in the methodology comes from estimates of monthly full natural flow. Past supply data in the methodology, including past months of the current year, come from the California Data Exchange Center for major rivers and from the Department of Water Resources or California Nevada River Forecast Center, CNRFC, for smaller streams. Forecasted supply data in the methodology comes from DWR's Bulletin 120 and CNRFC. Forecasted monthly full natural flow estimates include multiple flow projections to account for the uncertainty of forecasting future conditions. These various data sources are represented on the map by the small colored triangles, which show the locations at which these flow estimates were made. For the purposes of this methodology, these estimates are assumed to represent all supply available to meet demands within each subwatershed. The supply data is on a monthly time step to correspond with the available demand data. This time step is also assumed to account for transit time within the system. Next slide, please. A few types of adjustments were made to the full natural flow data set to better represent the supplies available for diversion downstream within the watershed. First, gap filling processes were used to account for missing past or forecasted full natural flow data or to augment full natural flow estimates that were not representative of the entire subwatershed. These adjustments were made based on hydrologic relationships with nearby watersheds with more robust data or periods of overlapping data with a more representative data set. Examples of these processes are shown in the graphs on this slide. The top graph shows gap filled data in yellow for the Bear River based on a comparison to the Yuba River. The bottom graph on this slide shows augmented data in yellow based on flows in Mill, Deer, and Butte Creeks that was augmented to estimate flows for the entire Sacramento Valley Eastside Minor Streams region. Second, abandoned in-stream flows were incorporated into the supply data set. These flows are required under certain hydropower license conditions, state water board orders, or private agreements, and do not include flow releases to meet delta flow or water quality requirements and are otherwise subject to residual claim of control. Sacramento River watershed abandoned flow values were obtained from the division's Sacramento Water Allocation Model, or SAC-WAM, and San Joaquin River watershed flows were obtained from the division's Water Supply Effects Model. These flows were assumed to accrue to the valley floor downstream of individual subwatersheds. At these locations, full natural flow and abandoned in-stream flow were compared, and the greater of the two values was used in the supply data set to account for in-stream flows that are met by bypass flows versus storage releases. The methodology does not account for abandoned flows being foreign in time or source. This process for incorporating abandoned in-stream flows has been refined within our most recent data set in keeping with planned updates described in the Water Unavailability Summary Report. Next slide, please. For this analysis, water demand is based on user-reported direct diversion and diversion to storage data from the state water boards Electronic Water Rights Information Management System, or ERIMS. Diverters electronically report their monthly water diversion and use information to the system on an annual basis. The methodology uses 2018 and 2019 demand data, due to those years being the most current years of demand data available, and also being the only years for which data is available since the updated diversion measurement and reporting requirements went into effect with Senate Bill 88. The methodology primarily relies on 2018 demand data because it was a below normal water year. 2019 data was prepared for comparison purposes, but it is expected to be less representative of the current water year demand because it was a wet water year. From the 2018 and 2019 ERIMS dataset, water right records were selected for use in the methodology based on several criteria. These include those records having points of diversion located within the Delta watershed, those having active type statuses, thereby excluding inactive, revoked, or canceled rights, and records having pre-1914 or post-1914 appropriative or riparian water right types. Minor water right types such as registrations and stock ponds were excluded because they are assumed to constitute a negligible amount of water diversion and use within the Delta watershed. And lastly, records that have consumptive beneficial uses were included. Those with exclusively non-consumptive uses, such as certain hydropower diversions, were excluded from the dataset. This initial selection of water right records resulted in a demand dataset of approximately 11,700 total records. The map on this slide shows the distribution of post-1914 appropriative water rights in green, in pre-1914 and riparian claims or statements of diversion and use in purple. Because ERIMS data is self-reported and not systematically verified for accuracy upon receipt, it may contain inaccuracies and other errors. Therefore, a quality control check was conducted on a manageable subset of the records, those records with a face value or reported diversion amount greater than or equal to 5,000 acre feet, which accounts for about 10% of diverters in the Delta watershed, but approximately 90% of the water diverted. Based on staff review of the annual reports submitted for these records, and in some cases, information collected from communicating directly with diverters, several types of data errors were identified and corrections were applied as necessary. These included corrections of data entry and reporting issues, removal of duplicate diversion values, and limitation of demand to a rights face value if the reported value is in excess of that amount. Next slide, please. Several adjustments were made to this quality control demand data set. First, in order to be able to compare supply and demand values were aggregated at the same subwatershed supply scale as supply. Where right had points of diversion in multiple subwatersheds, the total reported diversion for each water right record was split among the applicable subwatersheds based on the proportion of total points of diversion located within each subwatershed. Second, in recognition of area of origin protection, State Water Project and Central Valley Project diversions, other than New Melones, which does not export water from the Delta watershed, were assumed to have the lowest priority date. In-basin uses served by the projects, which are not subject to area of origin protection, are expected to be met with previously stored water this summer due to the lack of significant inflow and other project obligations. Assigning the most junior priority of right to the projects also helps prevent any duplicate reporting between the projects and their various settlement contractors with their own underlying rights or claims for materially impacting the analysis. Third, the methodology accounts for interbasin transfers. For example, the Central Valley Project Trinity River division demand within the Delta was removed from the demand data set because these diversions are met by imported water. Lastly, the demand data set was adjusted to account for agricultural and municipal return flows by the application of a return flow factor that varies by month and watershed to reduce demand. These return flow factors were derived from calcium 3, from the calcium 3 model, and were applied to demands through those sub-watersheds where the majority of diversions and return flows in the watershed occur. Next slide, please. 3 additional adjustments were made to either the supply or demand data sets based on a comparison to the other data set. These adjustments are important due to the 2 scales at which supply and demand are compared in the methodology: the headwater subwatershed scale and the watershed wide scale, being either the Sacramento River watershed or the San Joaquin River watershed. First, supply and demand within the headwater subwatersheds are compared to assess the physical availability of supplies in the headwaters. The graph on this slide shows an example of this process for the Yuba River subwatershed. Demand is shown by the stacked bars with statement demand, that is riparian or pre-1914 appropriative demand, in blue at the bottom, and more junior post-1914 appropriative demand, shown in gray, stacked by decade of priority above it, with the most junior water right priorities at the top. The superimposed lines represent supply. The single red supply line on the left side of the graph represents supply for prior months of this year. Where it branches into 4 lines, these are supply forecasts for the remainder of the water year, ranging from drier potential conditions in red to wetter potential conditions in yellow. Demand that is above the most applicable supply line based on current conditions is demand that cannot be physically met by available supplies, as there are no other sources of available supply for these subwatersheds, unlike is the case for downstream subwatersheds. This unmet demand is removed from the demand data set used in the watershed-wide analysis to more accurately assess the availability of supplies to meet downstream demand. The water right holders identified as having unmet demands in the headwater subwatershed analysis may receive a notice of water unavailability based on this analysis. Second, the headwater subwatershed analysis also considers that there may be very dry conditions where the available supply cannot satisfy even all riparian and pre-1914 claimants. When these conditions exist, the headwater subwatershed is assumed to be disconnected from the watershed at large, and therefore both supply and demand are removed from these subwatersheds within the watershed-wide analysis. In the example graph shown, this would be the case for all water supply forecasts beginning in July. The last adjustment to the datasets is the allocation of legal delta demands. Because the diverters in the legal delta may have access to supplies from both the Sacramento and the San Joaquin River watersheds, their demands are divided between the 2 watersheds to enable analysis of each watershed individually. The methodology makes this division based on the proportion of the total supply contributed by each subwatershed. For example, if the Sacramento River watershed contributes 80% of the connected supply within the Delta watershed for a given month, 80% of legal Delta demand is charged against Sacramento River supply for that month, and 20% is charged against San Joaquin River supply. This method has been slightly revised from what was described during the public workshop on the methodology and what is currently displayed in the visualizations. Prior to the revision, this proration was calculated using all supply generated within each subwatershed. The revised method uses only water supplies from connected subwatersheds based on the availability of water to senior water right holders, as I just described. Next slide, please. After these comparative adjustments are made, the methodology compares supply and demand at the watershed-wide scale, being the Sacramento River and the San Joaquin River watershed separately. Examples of these graphs are shown on this slide, with the Sacramento River watershed shown at the top and the San Joaquin River watershed shown at the bottom. Demand is organized in the same way as described for the headwater subwatershed visualization, However, you may notice the addition of large light blue bars at the top of the stacked bars. These are the project demands, which have been assigned the most junior priority for the purposes of this analysis, as I described a moment ago. You'll also notice that these graphs contain only one supply line, which is in purple. This is a result of the comparative adjustments in the supply and demand data sets. For the examples shown, the adjustments were made using the 90% exceedant supply forecast, one of the drier supply projections. These visualization tools, including the headwater subwatershed analysis shown on the previous slide, are available on the methodology webpage. The tool is interactive, allowing users to select among watersheds and between the watershed-wide scales, as well as to view either the 2018 or 2019 demand data sets. A detailed demonstration of the visualization tool was provided during the methodology workshop, including how a diverter with a right in a headwater subwatershed or a lower subwatershed might best use the tool to understand water availability at their priority of right. That demonstration is available to view on the webpage listed on this slide. Next slide, please. As mentioned previously, the purpose of the methodology is to determine water unavailability based on the water rights priority system. Before issuing notices of water unavailability, staff will update the monthly supply forecast with the most current data available and consider recent daily full natural flow estimates of supply to ensure that the most appropriate monthly supply forecast is being used for the analysis. An example of this comparison for the Sacramento River watershed is shown on this slide. The blue line represents cumulative daily full natural flow values through nearly the end of May. It shows the conditions are tracking most closely with the 99% exceedance forecast, the driest projection. Staff will also consider the impact of any significant anticipated precipitation events on water unavailability. Together, these checks will help the board to determine which diverters should be notified of water unavailability and when those notices should be issued or lifted. I'll now hand the presentation back over to Diane to discuss the public input that has been received regarding the methodology.
Sorry, can I ask a quick question before we go on to that?
Yeah, sure.
So where in this is water supply that's required to stay in stream for public trust resources factored in? Is that in the?
Yeah, since we condensed our slides, it was probably a little easy to overlook. If we go back a few, can you just scroll back on the slides for me and I'll tell you when to stop. Here. Thank you. The adjustments to the supply data set. So that's the second bullet here. I didn't illustrate it for you, but we pulled those from calcium 3. And it is abandoned flows that have like an end to their applicability. They're available for diversion below that. And the change that we made is that we're now comparing those abandoned in-stream flow amounts to the full natural flow value that we have and taking whichever one is larger to account for the fact that they might be being met by that full natural flow, or they might be releases of stored water that's in addition to full natural flow.
I'm suspecting Laurel might have a slightly different question.
Oh, sorry.
Is that correct, Laurel? Are you asking, is the water unavailability methodology addressing in-stream flow needs? Is that the question you're asking?
Yeah, I think that's really the question. Yeah. I mean, this was also helpful, but yeah.
So the methodology is not currently assuming any needed flow level for the protection of in-stream beneficial uses that's not available for diversion. It's essentially identifying if all of the water that's available in the system is allocated to consumptive uses. This is how much water would be available to which group of users at which priority of right. However, the methodology does help to protect water needed to meet in-stream flow requirements, because in the Bay Delta watershed, the Bureau of Reclamation and the Department of Water Resources have primary responsibility for meeting in-stream flow requirements as part of long-standing agreements and water right decisions. That responsibility is assumed to be retained by DWR and Reclamation. However, if other water users are diverting their previously stored water that they release to meet those in-stream flow requirements, then that water, there's less of water available for the projects to meet all of their obligations, including their in-stream flow requirements, temperature requirements, salinity requirements, those kinds of things. So a big part of the effort is in order to protect that previously stored water so that the projects can retain water in storage in order to meet their various obligations. However, there isn't currently, as part of the water and availability methodology, provisions for protecting a portion of the natural and abandoned flows in order to provide for environmental protections. That is something the board could consider as part of an emergency regulation, or they could consider emergency regulations that manage all of water purely on a water and availability basis related to consumptive uses. There are a variety of different approaches that could be considered. For the notices, the assumption is that we're looking at all of the water being available for consumptive use purposes.
Thanks, Diane.
I think that probably it's shifting to me now. So does that answer all your questions, Laurel?
That helps me a lot. I'll probably have more questions, but thanks.
I think we're now on slide 16, please. Okay, great. So I'll pick it up here and go over some of the public comments that we received. This slide shows all of the comments that we've received either during the public workshop or in writing. We really appreciate all of the input that we've received today on, we recognize, a very expedited timeframe. We also appreciate the various offers that we received verbally and writing for stakeholders to work with us further to address their comments, and also where parties have identified that they are working on voluntary solutions that could meet the intent of the notices of water and availability and potentially future emergency regulations. Next slide, please. So I'll go over some of the general comments we've received so far. Several of the commenters identified that the current methodology represents a substantial improvement from the method used during the prior drought, as Mara explained earlier. And they also expressed the importance of taking action to address issues of water unavailability and to implement the water right priority systems for the reasons we just discussed. Some suggested improvements that could be made in the near term, and other raised issues that won't be able to be addressed this summer. Some of the commenters raised issues with the expedited process to develop and employ the methodology, and identified the need for a longer term process that can address long-standing, complex, and controversial legal and technical issues. Some suggested that the current methodology is appropriate for notices of water unavailability, but would not be appropriate for curtailment orders under any future emergency regulation for some of those reasons. Most of the comments acknowledged in one form or another the complexity that exists with determining water unavailability with the data, tools, and other technical and legal complexities and uncertainties that exist in this watershed. particularly on an expedited timeframe. Some suggested that due to these issues, that any action by the board related to water unavailability would not be appropriate. Some suggested that instead of a water unavailability methodology that the board develops, that utilizing the complaint process exclusively would be more appropriate. Others identified issues with the methodology that should be addressed, but did not suggest improvements or improvements that could be feasibly implemented in the short term. With respect to the comments that indicate in one way or another that notices of water unavailability should not be issued in the near term, with the currently available best information, as we discussed earlier, this is not a tenable solution this year given the very dire water supply conditions that exist. As was described earlier today, staff have been in regular communication with DWR, Reclamation, and the fishery agencies regarding the conditions this year, and have heard very clearly that notices of water unavailability and possibly future curtailments are a key component of the process of the plans to make up for the shortages and supplies that exist this year. These communications have made clear the very real need to address issues of water unavailability at a water user's priority of right to protect previously stored water released to meet Delta water quality and flow requirements and other project obligations, as we just discussed. Complaints against individual users would not be effective for addressing overall issues of unavailability. Complaints have also been received in prior years related to issues of overall water unavailability in the Delta watershed that are still relevant. Further, many of the issues of concern related to water unavailability pertain to ensuring project supplies to meet minimum environmental protections and minimum health and safety supplies for which the State Water Board has an obligation beyond administering the water right priority system, as we just talked about. Issues related to using the methodology for possible emergency regulations, we recognize that that will be an additional discussion beyond the discussion that we have today, and we plan to provide for that. Again, that will probably be on an expedited timeframe, but there will be additional public process to consider any possible future emergency regulations. Next slide, please. Next, I'll talk a little bit about the more specific comments that were made. Several comments were made that are being addressed or planned to be addressed in the near term. Commenters identified where additional clarification and technical documentation would be helpful in order to better explain the methodology and the improvements. Other comments indicated that clarification would be helpful to avoid misunderstanding of the methodology. We got some comments in particular about issues that indicated that we just hadn't likely explained the methodology clearly enough. And so some of those issues should be easily addressed with additional documentation. These changes to add clarification and additional documentation are currently being made or will be made in the near future to the documentation. Other comments identified that follow-up action should be taken to ensure compliance with water use reporting requirements included in Senate Bill 88. These actions are also being taken separately from the water unavailability work, but will inform that work as appropriate. Comments were made regarding providing better support for abandoned and return flows. This information is also planned to be provided in the updated water unavailability report to the extent that those issues are well understood. To the extent that there's still some ambiguity, we're using the best available information. Other comments were made related to refinement of riparian and pre-14 demands. As we discussed earlier, staff is currently working to build upon initial work to refine demand data for pre-1914 and riparian claimants and associated documentation for possible use in issuing further notices of water unavailability. Several interests also identified that they were developing voluntary solutions. Again, voluntary solutions that meet the intent of the water unavailability notices are highly encouraged, including voluntary solutions that prevent the diversion of previously stored water by water right holders that do not have a right to that water. It's our understanding that the Delta Water Master in particular is working with Delta interests to attempt to come to such an agreement in the near term. Other parties on the San Joaquin River and Casamas River also identified that they were developing possible voluntary solutions for consideration in the near term. Next slide, please. Next, I'll talk a little bit about some of the comments that I think are going to take more time, better data, and new tools in order to address. Some comments suggest that essentially more perfect knowledge of all of the variables associated with water unavailability are needed for any action on water unavailability. The reality of the situation is that we have the quality of data that we have, and we have the shortages that we have, and that's the data that we have to work with. In the long term, there are various activities I think the division is planning to refine that data, and that is definitely a high priority. But given supply limitations, information indicates that it's still important for the board to be using the best available information to determine where water may be unavailable, particularly with over 17,000 water right holders and claims of rights on record in the watershed, with even more points of diversion, numerous real-time and dynamic supply issues that are not all well understood, and numerous other complexities. It will not be possible to develop, a methodology that reflects all of those nuances. What I think we need to come to is a fair representation of water supply availability for different users. And that is what staff has been working on. We'll continue to refine the analyses that we've developed to date, particularly during any consideration of emergency regulations. That we don't think, at least at this point, that the information that we've heard as part of the comments that means that we should not be looking at issuing notices of water unavailability for post-1914 water users. Getting into some of the specific comments, some commenters suggested the use of daily and even sub-daily real-time verified demand and return flow data through SB 88 reporting requirements. The board has been working to improve water demand reporting. However, significant additional work is needed before real-time data that is verified can be used for the purposes of water unavailability, including implementation of additional reporting requirements, significant infrastructure improvements for water users, follow-up on compliance, and associated IT infrastructure so that this information can be assimilated in real time and assessed for accuracy. Currently, the board only receives monthly demand data after the fact. This demand data, again, is self-reported and as such is subject to error. As Mara discussed, staff have taken significant efforts to improve the demand data set that we're using this year, including removing duplicate reporting, adjusting demand data to reflect water rate limitations, and other improvements. Use of more real-time verified data could be explored further with any emergency regulation or in long-term planning, but could not be done at least in the very short term. Similar comments regarding supplies were made with demand, suggesting the use of daily or sub-daily real-time verified supply and abandoned flow data. Similarly, developing real-time verified supply data is not possible at this time, but can be explored further in the future in coordination with the Department of Water Resources and other federal and local partners. Comments were also made that increased spatial resolution and dynamic supply and demand analyses are needed to reflect the specific issues of water unavailability at each point of diversion. This level of complexity would require significant improvements in tools and data and time to develop. Some comments suggested that adjudication-like proceedings are needed prior to addressing issues of water unavailability, given the number of right holders, the complexity of the issues related to adjudications. Such a process could take decades and significant resources and would not address water supply shortages that exist this year and likely not for the next several years if we continue to face water supply shortages. A number of longstanding legal and technical issues were also raised. Many of these are specifically related to water availability issues in the Delta watershed. To the extent that Delta water users can develop voluntary solutions, these voluntary solutions may address issues, at least in the short term, for purposes of the notices of water unavailability. Longer term resolution of these longstanding issues will take more time. Next slide, please. This slide shows some of the specific additional refinements to the methodology that are planned before notices of water unavailability are released. Based on many of these refinements are based on public comments and additional staff review. Staff have further examined supply data sources used in the methodology, and in order to ensure that we are relying upon the best available sources of supply data, staff have identified that adjustments for some smaller tributaries are appropriate, including for Cooter Creek. Staff have also further examined abandoned flow assumptions in recognition that abandoned flows that are part of an in-stream flow requirement would not likely occur in addition to full natural flow. The greater a full natural flow or abandoned flows was used. In addition, flows from Stony Creek, abandoned flows from Stony Creek were removed since there are not expected to be abandoned flows occurring from Stony Creek this summer and fall. Staff have also refined the assignment of water rights that exist in multiple sub-watersheds to better reflect supply sources for those demands, including for the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project demands. Lastly, in response to comments, staff have adjusted the proration method used to assign delta demands between the Sacramento and San Joaquin River watershed to account for actual supplies that could be available to the delta, to exclude consideration of supplies that were where there's no continuity with the delta. This again was a comment that was made as part of the public comment process. Staff will continue to work with stakeholders to make refinements to the methodology that are possible this summer. However, those refinements are not expected to affect the finding that water is not available for post-1914 water right holders due to the extreme limitations in supplies this summer. Staff will also continue to work with water users who propose voluntary agreements that meet the intent of the notices of water unavailability to implement water right priorities, the water priority system, and protect previously stored water releases made to meet water quality and flow requirements. With that covers the brief summary of the comments that we received, and I'll turn it back to Connie to discuss next steps.
Thank you, Diane. If we are in slide 21, please. Next several slides, we'll be talking about next steps and also how to obtain additional information. So we previously mentioned that we're looking to issue notices of water unavailability in the upcoming weeks. We are targeting mid-June for these notices. So what are notices of water unavailability? Notices of water unavailability are used to inform diverters that based on the best available information, there is insufficient water available to divert under their priority of right. Notices of water unavailability are not directives to stop diverting and are different from notices of curtailment that would occur as part of a possible future emergency regulation. Notices inform affected diverters that water is either currently unavailable or will be unavailable in the near future for their diversion. Notices of water unavailability play an important role by offering the opportunity for voluntary compliance prior to the initiation of any formal enforcement action by the State Water Board. Diverting unavailable water can result in penalties for injuring more senior water right holders and public trust resources. Before the State Water Board takes enforcement action, diverters will be afforded notice and an opportunity for a hearing. We expect to issue approximately close to 17,000 notices of water unavailability. The exact number of water right holders is still being looked at. The notices will indicate that as of the date of the notice, water supply in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta watershed is insufficient to meet the needs of all post-1914 appropriative water right holders. The notices will also include a warning to all pre-1914 and riparian water right holders that water will become unavailable this summer for some senior right holders. The State Water Board is currently in the process of evaluating the seniority at which water may be unavailable for these right holders and when. Next slide, please. It should be slide 22. As Diane already mentioned, and as occurred during the prior drought, we anticipate that water users will be interested in proposing possible voluntary agreements or solutions in response to the notices of water unavailability. In order for such agreements to be acceptable, they should include all affected water users and should be approved before being implemented. As Diane also mentioned earlier, a number of issues were raised in the public comments that are unique to the legal delta. We understand that water right holders are working closely with the Delta Water Master on voluntary measures that may resolve these legal and technical issues and how to address them, and we certainly encourage that continued cooperation. We also anticipate that there may be issues with notices of water unavailability and water supply needs for health and safety. Water users that may face these circumstances should be working to obtain alternative sources of water, including through voluntary transfers or purchases. Where available sources are not available and there are true health and safety needs, those needs should be identified to the board as soon as possible so that board staff can work with water users to address those issues. For those reasons, it is critical that especially the post-1914 water right holders complete the online certification form once they receive the notices of water unavailability and sign up for email subscription lists to receive the most up-to-date information. Next slide, please. Board staff are continuing to closely track hydrology in coordination with our state and federal partner agencies. Current conditions, which are expected to worsen as the dry season progresses, may warrant development of emergency regulations to protect water supply and beneficial uses. Emergency regulations may be needed if notices of water unavailability do not protect diminishing available water supplies. Again, the point of notices of water unavailability is to provide notice to diverters when supply is insufficient for their priority of right and help the board and diverters implement California's water rights system in times of shortage. Notices are not the same as a formal curtailment or cease and desist order under which the board directs a diverter to cease diversion. An emergency regulation could create a temporary emergency appropriate process through which the board could issue official curtailment orders. That is an immediate directive to stop diverting. Additionally, the scope and scale of curtailments that may be needed in the Delta watershed is significant and broad. Notices of water unavailability that staff are anticipating for delivery this month will only apply to post-1914 diversions. However, pre-1914 and riparian diverters use large volumes of water during the summer, and water appears, based on current data, likely to become unavailable under some of those rights in the near future as well. Fair and effective and timely implementation of the water rights system and protection of lawful users and users of water are critical for the shortage conditions we are seeing. Without an emergency regulation authorizing the curtailment of pre-1914 and riparian rights, the board's authority to curtail those rights is likely to be challenged, and legal challenges are likely to impede the board's ability to effectively curtail those rights in a timely manner. The table on the slide shows the volume of water associated with pre-1914 and riparian diversions in the Sacramento River and San Joaquin watersheds, which cumulatively amount to approximately 7.5 million acre-feet of water on an annual basis. These pre-14 and riparian diversions are largely self-regulated. Emergency regulations could help ensure comprehensive, fair, and timely implementation of the water rights priority system for all diverters. Next slide, please. Given the timelines to develop emergency regulations, staff are beginning to review and consider potential approaches to emergency regulations and necessary components. including the draft methodology presented today, as well as a Turn 91 approach that protects stored water and delta outflow. As Diane has already mentioned, the development of emergency regulations would need to be done on an accelerated timeframe that would include a public process. The timeline may be later in July or more likely in August. Next slide, please. There are a couple of ways by which we are able to quickly and effectively communicate information to the public and stakeholders regarding future updates, namely through our web pages and LIRIS email service. Shown on this page are several links for pertinent web pages, including the Water Board's drought web page previously discussed, a web page that includes the tools and methodologies the board is working on to support drought decision-making, and the project-specific web page that contains the summary report visualization tool and Excel spreadsheet for the methodology we discussed today. Next slide, please. Shown on the slide is our sign-up page to subscribe to the various email subscription lists the board offers, also called LIRIS. I would like to flag our drought updates email list. We are also in the process of establishing a subscription list specifically for drought updates relevant to the Bay Delta. If you have not already signed up for the email subscription list, we highly recommend that you do so. We will provide updates regarding the methodology and information on notices issued on water unavailability to this list. You can sign up on this page or the methodology page. You can also contact us if you have any questions via email at bay-delta@waterboards.ca.gov or leave a message on our Bay Delta Drought voicemail box. Next slide, please. That concludes the staff presentation today, and we are happy to take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for what I know is a lot to try to cover in a very short amount of time, knowing that this was a days-long workshop that you all tried to quickly condense for us, and really appreciate it. I think I'll just say, to your all's credit, we actually don't have any public commenters on this item. So you did such a thorough job at the workshop that no one is deciding to comment on this today. So it does provide us here as a board some opportunity for a little back and forth. So I just want to again say thank you. I know that it has been under incredible pressure, and from us, from the circumstances that we find ourselves with, that you've had to do Herculean work again, and a work that I have reviewed and don't see a fatal flaw amongst it. I know that there are certainly feedback that we are receiving regarding a more perfect system, and I'm there. I wish we had a perfect system. And you look at some of the fundamental challenges we have in the water rights space, and it's something that's decades of accumulated neglect collectively, we as a state, that we have to deal with in these very unfortunate and pressing circumstances to deal with our water rights system. And so it is with great faith that I look at the work here and know that it's a vast improvement of just 5 years ago without sustained investment into the water rights system and or even the way that we engage, but for SB 88, which did provide us at least then a yearly report from and monthly time steps for some of our diverters. But we don't have the real-time 21st century water rights system that I would be say is Cadillac and ironclad there. And instead, what we have is nature curtailing us, the very obviousness of that, and the need for the state and local communities to move through that curtailment in a way that doesn't allow, unmitigated impact to human health and safety in our environment, but instead shows that we can make best do of what is available now, which is sufficient data to move forward faster than we certainly would like to, and less resourced than we should be for it, but needing to move ahead. So, I think that the other point that I would make is there's a continuum here, certainly between voluntary actions and regulatory work that we are doing here. I say continuum because they are not two different things. They're based off of the same data, to my previous point, and information that if folks have more comprehensive data, as you've heard here, we are interested, but needing to move quickly, but let's talk about that next system. Let's talk about what we might need in the months and the year ahead, and use this as an opportunity to add a little emphasis and a little urgency to the care that we need to bring to our water rights system, not just at the water board, but we collectively as a state, and use that to make sure we're having the sorts of conversations that we need to. Those conversations include what is an incredible job and work that our Delta Water Master has done that maybe shine a light into the space that we need to be going there quickly over, with not an incredible amount of resource, but a lot of trust and a lot of work with water rights holders, figuring out who has riparian or pre-1914 rights, shaking out and getting better data and understanding, fundamental work in the water rights system that we need to be doing across our watersheds to just say, prove up what you have claim to, ensure you have a proper right to that, and importantly, help contribute to this shared data exercise that we're all in to become better decision makers in the water rights space. And so just to say that, again, I think that if we focus on what is the same information that one might use in a voluntary space or in this regulatory space and say, let us all be better decision makers in our common space, I think is important to bridge what is sometimes a false dichotomy between, a regulatory action at the state level or a voluntary action at a local level. We're all looking at the same, needing to protect the same outcomes and human health first and foremost, but also how we lessen unmitigated impacts in the environment. And so I'll just end and say that I think that not unlike the work that staff have already done to emphasize the fact that 10% of our diverters are diverting 90% of the flow, and that maybe a focus on those 10%, which may be the more sophisticated amongst our water rights holders anyway, may yield us some continued ability to just prioritize and figure out how we best not have the perfect system now, but the best that the state of California can possibly contribute to. So just thank you for the good work. I know it's been a long day. There's a lot to possibly unpack in what was provided, but I think that's my top level at least. And I just appreciate everyone's time. Colleagues?
Well, I have a list of questions, but before doing that, I'd like to just, you made some good comments there, Chair Esquivel, and just thought I'd say me too on just this sense that we don't have to get it just right. And it's important that we build on progress. And a universal comment that we did receive in the comments was that we've advanced in the information that we have. However, I'm still concerned that just looking at ways that we can incentivize these VAs, because I think that if we do get a significant number of VAs, then we're going to, still have, more than likely, we will still have some challenges. Just having been through the last drought, both the challenges, in the courts, but then also proving up a case before our board, before the hearing officers, demanding more, not as granular as perfect, but more granular than what we received. And so in the spirit of that, I do have a request in that area. There were quite a few suggestions. Of course, a lot of folks said have the time step be daily and have it be just perfect. But then there were other, I think, maybe more creative approaches. I think the state contractor suggested weekly. There were some suggestions to work with DWR, also validation of actual use, depending on whatever we go with. And it sounds like the quality control system that you've implemented already does account for some of that. And so I guess I would just, encourage further refinement depending on what's adopted. I guess my question there is, can that further refinement continue in the midst once curtailments are already issued?
Yeah, I mean, particularly at this stage where we're issuing notices of water unavailability, that is really why Connie emphasized signing up for our email distribution lists. We are planning to send out one paper notice to all of these users, identifying that really parties should sign up for that email distribution list, visit our website, and if they do not have access to those electronic means of communication, there's the phone line provided. That's really, we need to be a little more nimble getting out paper notices to this larger group of users and making refinements in the midst of rapidly evolving conditions and very poor conditions is, a challenge. So that's the direction we're trying to move, is to really utilize our email distribution list and real-time communications. So we do want to continue to make refinements. It's not clear that some of those refinements, particularly for determinations of water and availability for post-1914 users, is really going to change the determination, because it will probably affect how deep it looks like water is unavailable for pre-1914 users and riparians and those types of issues. But we will definitely continue to make refinements. I think there will be refinements in the water unavailability arena. And then again, we need to look at the methodology we intend to use if we're going to proceed with emergency regulations. And that, obviously is its own additional process. I think we would hope to build upon work that we've already done. But in that arena, we have additional opportunities for, to couple that with reporting requirements and some other actions that are more difficult to employ in a notice environment. So those are all things that we're thinking of as part of the next phase of the process.
Great. And then I do have quite a few, so I'll try and move through quickly here. But on riparians, aren't we at the stage already where riparian water is not available?
There is some amount of natural flow available, and so when there's natural flow available, that would be shared between all the riparian users. That's obviously a challenge to implement that type of approach, particularly if you're managing down to a supply of zero rather than a situation where you have an in-stream flow requirement. The other challenge that we have is, I think, roughly 50% of the riparian claimants also claim a pre-1914 appropriative right. So this again is where I think having an emergency regulation potentially could help with reporting requirements to really identify which right are you claiming this year so that we can do that accounting exercise. Right now it's a challenge when we have claims occurring under both types of rights.
Yeah, understood. We'll get, if we're not there already, which I thought we were, then we'll get there fairly soon. So, just utilizing the Delta Water Master's memo, you can't claim everything. So, okay. And then moving along here, I think the challenge, there's going to be significant challenges just going through the comments, significant challenges in the Delta. Hopefully we'll get a voluntary package from Delta water users. But I continue to be concerned, especially on Central Delta. And so I'm confused on this issue of proportion of supply in the analysis. So it doesn't seem to be aligned with Water Right Order 89-8, which is a precedential decision that I understand at least refers to the South Delta. I don't know about Central Delta, but that water supplies in the South Delta are coming from the San Joaquin system, not the Sacramento.
Dana, do you want to address that, or that might be something? I acknowledge that comment, and we did see that comment and are looking into it. There is a lot of complexity in the Delta. A lot of the issues that were raised have been issues that have been around for decades and decades. I think prior to the project's development, and so sorting through those issues, I think, is going to be a challenge, quite frankly. And those are those are issues that that we'll need to work through. I don't know if Dana wants to add more on that.
Sorry, I was still muted. That is an issue we'll have to follow up on. I don't have a response today. Sorry about that.
Understood. So I guess I'll just, I read through the decision. It's complicated. And so I don't want to make it sound like I know the answers, but one thing that I do feel strongly about, and that is there are a lot of complicated issues that have not been resolved. And so to the extent that we can tee up those issues, but not go back and undo something where we already do have an answer. And so if a previous board issued that decision where it seems to fit, I think that we should apply it so that we can, again, further refine things for the remaining issues.
So Vice Chair Diadamo, I just wanted to tighten it up a little bit in the sense that that is a precedential decision that has been pointed to in a number of instances. At the same time, there is some countervailing language within the board's decision 1641 and elsewhere. And going back a number of years, this, along with the Delta Pool and a few other issues, have been sort of high-level issues that have been primed for a definitive resolution at some point by the board. Mm-hmm. But so far, the conflicting threads have not yet been resolved.
Okay, fair enough. So talking about these challenging issues then, it seems to me that since we have and I know this is not for us to decide today, but I do just want to flag for us to be thinking about where we can move quickly, move definitively, but there will be some of these remaining challenges and complex issues. How can we best tee things up so that we can utilize the expertise or assistance of the Administrative Hearings Office? And I don't expect an answer, but if you want to comment on that now, fine. If not, just, wanting to flag that that's something that I'm interested in, because I do feel frustrated that sitting here many years after the last drought, we still don't know the answer to those questions. And I don't want to leave the board at some point in the future, knowing that the future board is probably going to have these same challenges, still not answering these questions. So how can we thoughtfully tee up some of these challenging issues that seem to always point back to the Delta?
I'll just offer one response. I don't have the full answer, but we have been coordinating closely with the Delta Water Master's Office, and I know these issues are certainly front and center on his agenda of items to think about and problem solve on, and so we will continue to do that, and I think work with him on how potentially to involve the Hearing Office and where exactly to do that.
Great. And then I have, hopefully these are just quick, like how is this being treated, but treatment of stored water. How is stored water being treated after it serves its purpose? So say water moves down New Melones to Vernalis. How is that water treated after it hits Vernalis? Or another sort of related question is projects that redivert at the pumps. How is that previously stored water being treated in the analysis?
So in terms of making findings for water availability, the purpose of the analysis is to determine water available, natural and abandoned flows. The purpose is not to, allocate previously stored water for project purposes. That, those allocations are being made under contract. However, there is commingling of water. It's unclear to users, those types of issues. I think the other issue that you're getting after is the projects make storage releases for various purposes. They make them to serve their downstream contractors, both along the river and in the Delta, and also to export water from the Delta. They also make releases in order to meet water quality and flow requirements. We are considering all of the releases that are made for water quality and flow requirements as not abandoned flows, unlike some of the other in-stream flow requirements that we are considering as abandoned flows. I recognize that we got the comment from parties on the San Joaquin River related to treatment of new Molonis releases. It is our understanding that those releases are intended to contribute to delta outflows. This is something in particular that Reclamation is counting upon this year for meeting their obligations. I'll let Dana comment on the legal issues pertaining to that, which I know she's looked into a little bit further.
I don't have anything to add to what Diane said, other than to say that if the water is being released for the express purpose of meeting delta outflow, then we're not considering it to be abandoned. Same as with the other project reservoirs.
That's helpful, thank you. And then as to protecting stored water, it seems that there's either, you know, the water unavailability and curtailment. Another approach would be a regulation, but then there's a complaint process as well. So I recall that we did get a complaint back in 2015 or 2014 from the state contractors, and just wondering, what is the status of that complaint? Is it still pending?
That is a good question. I believe that it is still pending. I'm not, Eric may know particularly. I don't believe that it was further resolved. I think the drought conditions subsided. But I think the issues identified in that complaint are still relevant.
Right. Okay. So I think, and I know we're not here today to talk about an emergency reg, but because we're going to be moving so quickly, I just am using this as an opportunity to communicate with my colleagues and, stakeholders that are listening, that in looking at a reg, I'd be curious about the codifying the existing approach that you're talking about on water and availability, as opposed to going forward with a complaint, as opposed to something that we might be looking at on the Russian River, and that is a reg to protect stored water. I don't know the pros and cons of those three different approaches, but I'm very curious to hear your opinion about that. And with that, I'm finished with my questions. Thank you.
I'll just provide a quick reply to the complaint issue. I think complaints are similar to the existing tools that we have with notices of water unavailability. They would be subject to individual investigation and enforcement action. It would be a lot more complex, more time consuming. It's not to say it's not, it is certainly an option that is on the table, but in terms of providing, addressing the issues of water unavailability, it would be, I think, a lot more challenging than an emergency regulation where your enforcement process is just, quite frankly, much more efficient and effective. And individual-based complaint processes. Also, I think there may be some lack of clarity in terms of actions that could be taken related to water unavailability for riparians and pre-14 users. And I can again let Dana or David Rose respond to that more if needed.
Thank you, Ms. Riddle, and thank you, Vice Chair. Fellow board colleagues, any other questions or comments? I know there's a lot.
Yeah, there is a lot. And I will actually, Chair Esquivel, I think your very articulate remarks earlier about the state of our water rate system were spot on. And the investments that are needed go without saying. And I think this year has really called a highlight to really what we need to do going forward. Where I less certain is right now, and the time that we have to make decisions in the coming days and weeks and months here, not knowing how long this drought will be, but understanding just how severe it's become so quickly, and far more quickly than any of us had really anticipated. So I've really appreciated the discussion today and the good questions that have already been shared by Vice Chair, and just acknowledging we're not going to have answers, fully today, but I will be interested to hear more about voluntary agreements in any given watershed, tributary, you name it, and the relative benefits of those agreements, the relative benefit that those agreements could provide in a short time frame, in terms of them being able to be implemented quickly, versus perhaps our existing process, or even looking at emergency regulations, or looking at other efforts where we are obviously spread thin. And I appreciate all the work that Diane, you and Connie and your team have done here, and how far you've gotten us. But I don't know what proposals will come in or what they'll look like. But just in weighing the pros and cons of embracing a voluntary approach for this summer to get through this summer, against what benefit we might, and allowing that tributary to then balance their own water supply, versus any relative benefit that we might get from moving forward with the unavailability approach that we have today. Setting aside that there are no emergency regulations, we won't have them for months now, in all likelihood. And so, thinking now in June and July and August, likely, what solution might get us the best impact in managing the system, in allowing us to manage our priority system, and in freeing up supply for all the uses that we've just been discussing today. So, I'll leave it at that. I'm just interested in perhaps hearing what your thoughts are in terms of how you would weigh a voluntary agreement, in terms of, does it need to be exactly a one-for-one trade-off, and with our unavailability method, or is there more to it, more nuance to it, in terms of short-term benefits and utility, and less of a drain on staff resources?
That's a good question. I think voluntary agreements that involve more water users are helpful. I think it's going to be challenging for us if we have voluntary agreements that only include a subset of water users. I also think early consultation with DWR and reclamation on issues pertaining to protection of previously stored water would be very helpful to us. I would certainly make that request of parties proposing voluntary agreements, but the more baked they can bring us of a voluntary agreement that meets those two criteria of really encapsulating the majority of the water use in a watershed, and also having consultation with DWR and reclamation related to getting their verification and assistance with verifying that the voluntary agreement has provisions that will assist with this. One of the primary objectives being ensuring that the project's previously stored water being released to meet standards is not being diverted without a water right or contract. So that, I appreciate you asking that question, because that's definitely something we probably should have plugged a little bit more, that would be really helpful for us to be able to consider those voluntary agreements. I think, it will probably depend on the size of the water users. I think a small diverter with a 10-acre foot pond is a lot different than a diverter that's in this class of 5,000 acre feet of use or more. I think we'll have to prioritize consideration of those issues and really make sure that we're looking at actions that encapsulate the majority of the water.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I know some of the challenges in the last drought. There was I believe the voluntary agreement from the Delta water users, which was a 25% reduction, and then some folks on the San Joaquin side also had a proposal, and there may have been some others. And the San Joaquin side, wasn't approved in the last drought, and maybe I'm sure there were specific reasons and concerns, and maybe that had to do with the parity issue. But perhaps if they can address some of the concerns that you just brought up, we can get over that hump. Anyway, so I appreciate your giving some additional thought to that, and I'm working with the water users if they submit a proposal. Thank you.
Can I just ask a clarifying question, because I don't have the history that you all have? I just want to make sure I'm following, Sean, what you were talking about. So I just am not clear when you're talking about voluntary agreements as opposed to regulatory action or water rights actions. It seems to me that voluntary agreements fit within regulatory and water rights context. So I just am I'm not following what you're saying our choices are. Is it to allow voluntary agreements within this process, or is it something else? I'm not, sorry, just want to make sure I'm following.
For me, I would be supportive of a voluntary agreement to the extent it can meet that, like Diane said, the majority of the water users or the largest water users in any case are participating, and that all the regulatory commitments that are needed, whether it's D1641 or another commitment on a specific river are being addressed, then yes, to me, that satisfies the need to, better manage water and enact the priority system in a way that's a little more outside the box. It might involve some of the more senior water right holders, the 314s, the riparians, to the extent they're participating. But it basically keeps that watershed system whole.
So you're saying then there wouldn't be a need to enact emergency regs, or what are you saying?
I don't know exactly.
Okay.
If there would be. I think it would be an alternative to whatever might be envisioned with an emergency regulation for that watershed, but I don't know what implementation exactly looks like because I haven't myself seen any of the proposals. I'm just, at this point, I want to flag that I'm interested in keeping the doors open.
And looking at how those can be facilitated and supported. Okay, thanks. Sorry, I wasn't trying to put you on there. I just wanted to make sure I was following. Yeah, I mean, I guess I am struggling with just the timing problem we have. And, I guess, I mean, if we have to wait for, if what happens this year is always how it happens, we can't ever, by the time we are able to adopt emergency regs to be able to do curtailments, it's too late, basically, or maybe there's a little bit of time. But so I guess I'm just, more fundamentally interested in how we're working through that as we, deal with this. I mean, I feel like that's everything in this drought is like, we're in a really bad situation this year, and we're looking how we can get into a better one, by this, before this happens again, hopefully not next year, but potentially. Anyway, I don't know that I have more. I really appreciate just the effort that staff's put in, and also just all the engagement from stakeholders and digging in, because we have to figure out how to, both all of the board members so far have said, I think our system isn't what it needs to be, but we've got to use it, and we've got to make it better, and we've got to get these things in place. And so we're doing the best we can as we move through. But I do really hope that we can, use every opportunity to not shy away from just creating a system that will actually work on some of these fundamental timing issues and structures. It just seems like we're really set up to fail here with that. And I haven't been around in this space as much as any of you, and I'm already frustrated. So, thanks.
Maybe I can just quickly mention on the timing issues. I don't think that it's necessarily too late for emergency regulations. They're effective for a year. They can be renewed. We are also potentially going to have a problem with water availability issues in the fall and winter when all of the storage reservoirs are wanting to store water, and we still have needs for meeting salinity control and outflow standards. So I think there's that. There's also, the opportunity for the board to investigate longer term voluntary or regulatory approaches. That is, some of these issues have been teed up as part of the Bay Delta planning process as issues that probably need to be addressed, in some mechanism through that process. To widen the net of responsibility, and that can be done obviously through a voluntary approach or a regulatory approach.
All right, it's late, so I'll try to keep it short. Thank you all for the good discussion and really a tremendous amount of gratitude to the staff for the work on this. I was around the last drought. I, in fact, was the hearing officer for one of the enforcement actions against Byron Bethany for not complying with the curtailment orders. And so the issue of unavailability and how staff determines that was something that was a major focus back then in that hearing. And to see how far we've advanced since then in terms of the complexity of the assumptions, the modeling, the projections. Again, much gratitude and kudos to staff for the hard work. It's not perfect. Obviously, we could always use more information. We could always use, as an engineer, I love equations, I love analysis and modeling, and we can always do more of that. But it is a step forward. And I was able to watch the entirety of the staff workshop, I believe it was last Friday. One Friday, and was really heartened by the spirit of collaboration I heard in terms of all the stakeholders, being willing, asking to be able to have a role in helping us build this, helping us develop the information so that, as the vice chair mentioned, that a future board, and that might be you next year, would have better information upon which to make these difficult decisions. So I definitely would, support moving forward collaboratively to trying to improve the system and the process that we have. Board Member Firestone, let me sort of try to answer your question from my perspective with respect to voluntary agreements and emergency regulations. I don't see the two as being separate. I don't see the two as being conflicting or contradictory. I think actually they help one another. One of the things that I would say emergency regulations, one of the benefits, I guess, is if done right, the emergency regulation should reflect the solutions, the objectives, what it is that we're trying to address, and what solutions we think will help address that. So it lays out what the board's expectations are, what we hope to accomplish. And it also could provide the avenue as part of the regulation for developing voluntary agreements, but it provides some framework around it in terms of, it gives the negotiating parties a framework upon which to negotiate, rather than fetch a rock, bring me something, I'll let you know if I like it or not. It gives an outline of something, and it should also provide for the avenue of voluntary agreements to accomplish the objectives as outlined in those regulations. So I see them as complementary. I also see that emergency regulation, or the board's very firm intention to proceed, is also an incentive for developing a successful voluntary agreements. And I would agree with what Ms. Widow and others have said in terms of a successful voluntary agreements should have measures of accountability. We should be able to track, report, and know what the outcomes are. I think, the former chair, Marcus, like to say, trust but verify. And I think, that is something that I would look for in a voluntary approach. But I do think that having some parameter and framework and indication of what we expect will help shape that voluntary agreement discussion. Having the board's strong intention to proceed, because this is a dire thing that we need to do, will motivate the discussions on voluntary agreements and hopefully give it that focus and that resolutions parameters that we need in order to actually determine results and hold accountability, and hopefully help us in future proceedings when future droughts come along. So again, kudos to all the staff for your hard work, and thank you to all the stakeholders for their engagement. This, again, is not going to be an easy task. It's not going to be a short-term task, but it's one where I think we've made a great deal of progress, and there's hope for future progress to be made.
Thank you so much, board member. Thank you all, board members, for the great comments and good discussion here amongst us. If I can just emphasize, again, board member Dodek's point, that it is a continuum of work between a voluntary solution that may be out there or the data that's part of a regulatory approach by the board. And that's the important part. It's the same data. It's the same hydrology. It's the same water rights holders and information about those water rights holders and their diversions that are the fundamental basis of the discussion. And so to the extent we can continue to get better about that information, so that whether it's by state action or voluntary local action, which, like board member McGuire, I see the benefit of perhaps moving more quickly in that space. But we can't just depend on that good faith, and instead need to make sure we all manage through these dire circumstances together, either way, and see this as just a common outcome amongst us all of needing to manage through this time. And yes, can more effectively at least use the board's time if we have voluntary agreements and serious partners in watersheds that are looking at the same data, and to board member Dodek's point, looking for those same outcomes, and all of us contributing in our way to that discussion. So thank you. This is, again, no light topic after a long, very long day. So we will have just further discussion here, certainly both in public and then also with staff as we try to just best understand not just these decisions and this work, the water rights work, so critical that it is, but just how it's in fact impacting and part of our considerations from the Division of Drinking Water, our considerations for water quality and its challenges in this, and try to do best by what is not an easy topic in of itself, certainly, but during drought, all the more consequential for all of us. So thank you. And we'll talk further. Thank you. And that concludes that item. Item number 7 brings us to our last item, again, at a very long day, of our board member reports. Fellow board colleagues, who would like to go first on their reports as I try to quickly figure out what I need to say for mine?
I can go super fast. My brain's dying quickly. This morning I got to be the keynote for the ELAP conference. And I mean, that's why I was late to the board meeting. So it was a very short keynote. But there was over 800 people participating, and just, I think, a really great kickoff to kind of this new era of the ELAP regs that we passed before. So that was exciting.
It is exciting. Our laboratory community is an incredible one, actually. The amount of sharing that's going on. I mean, you think of like PFAS, all these emerging contaminants of concern. You know, there's, I mean, our toxicity provisions and the water flea and the love life of the water flea and its impact to labs. There's just so much going on. I'm very glad you were there, board member. And I look forward to continuing to hear from the labs as we implement what I know was many years discussion, and one that came with a lot of concern about implementation. So thank you, board member. Others?
I was on a panel on the 27th at the Almond Board Alliance, and it was moderated by former Secretary of Agriculture Bill Lyons. And with me on the panel was Randy Fiorini, and representing Turlock Irrigation District, and Patricia Poirier with Kern, variety of GSAs. And we had a good discussion about SGMA, well, drought, I wouldn't say good, but an informative discussion about drought. And they asked me what the biggest issue was before their industry. And I commented that instead of, this would be the time my phone rings. I commented that instead of talking about regulation, that they should be taking a good hard look internally with, the criticism that they've been receiving. I talked about some of the comments that we've been receiving before the board, and they do have, I think, a good story to tell at times, regarding their conservation practices and amazing increases in efficiency. But for some reason, that's just not resonating. And I suggested that they sit down with some of the stakeholders and get sort of an external look on their industry. So I felt like the comment was well received, and I appreciated the opportunity.
Great, thank you, Vice Chair. Okay, I've oriented myself and figured out what I've been doing. I'll quickly comment that I apologize first and foremost to the Water Association of Kern County. I was originally slated to be part of a panel with Valerie Kincaid that Eric Ekdahl, our head of Division of Water Rights, thankfully stepped in for me for. The reason why I was not able to fulfill my commitment to that event, their water summit, was because I was called to testify before Congress. The House Subcommittee on Water, Oceans, and Wildlife held a drought hearing oversight hearing on drought, Western drought particularly, and I had the pleasure of being on a panel with Liz Klein from the Department of Interior to talk about some of the coordination that's certainly been going on between us and the federal agencies, but importantly, how California is finding itself responding to drought conditions like our as we know, our many Western state neighbors. So fortunate to come and carry the collective leadership here of the board in our work and the state to that discussion. And then later that day on the 25th, actually was also then part of a Salt and Sea panel with Secretary Crowfoot, Sammy Roth from the LA Times moderated the panel, and importantly also had a community member from North Shore attend along with Assemblymember Garcia. So it was a very lively discussion, certainly an important and timely one. And with drought and Western water issues front of mind, certainly the connection between the Salton Sea and the Colorado River and its challenges was part of some of that discussion. And so just appreciated those two opportunities to engage.
I know I'm standing in the way between you and your evening, so I will say that I have no board member report, no public meetings this time. But next time I will have one, so I'm excited. I'll be excited to report on that.
I'm excited and looking forward to the report. And Board Member Dodek, I saw you.
I'll pass as well.
Okay. Well, thank you all. Again, this was an incredibly long day, always time well spent and important discussions. So just thank you, everyone. And we'll be here in 2 weeks. And so we will see you at then the June 15th board meeting. And as you heard today already, previewed that there will be further discussion regarding drinking water impacts and our work with DWR and identifying dry wells. And so look forward to that further discussion. All right, I'll leave everyone be. You have a good evening. Thank you everyone for your attention, time, and patience, and we'll see you in 2 weeks. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned.